Pay attention to where he says he had flat data and he wrapped it around a ball. And then come back.
All pictures of me are composites that are wrapped around a human figure in Photoshop. It's the same thing.
Exactly. You can say everything is fake. Why not?
Are you watching the video right now, bro, or are you talking to us?
No.
Okay, well, if we're going to be able to have a conversation, you're going to have to look at some of the data we're giving you, right? And what we're giving you is a guy who works at Goddard Space Agency telling you that it has to be Photoshop. That should make you ask some questions if you have two brain cells to rub together. Why would it have to be Photoshopped if we went to the moon like 60 years ago?
Because it looked like shit without it.
It will look like shit. How do you know
Low
that?
resolution, fucking pixel,
Did it look like
garbage,
shit in 1972?
Yes. You know it's not 2022, huh? It was 50 years ago, technology.
Yeah, technology from ISS, you cannot get a picture of it. Yeah, that's a big technology. Yeah.
So that's
Do you
your
know to
excuse for why you don't have a genuine photograph of the Earth from space? Oh, we could take one.
pictures.
We could take one, but it would look like shit. So it's better for us not to take one and prove our claim.
Oh yeah, right. But you can get a nice picture from Mars, right? You cannot take from Earth because it's gonna be crappy, right? But you can take a good one with high quality from Mars. Oh, that's awesome, huh? What kind of excuse is that?
Yeah, just take the picture. Or, it didn't happen. I was being sarcastic, by the way, when I said that all pictures of me are Photoshop composites wrapped around a human figure. But
it can be true.
If I had to fabricate the image of a human being that way, it's likely that that person isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, there's numerous instances of NASA faking images, faking live feeds, all kinds of baloney, right? So they fake a lot of stuff. We know that. Now, just because they fake a lot of stuff doesn't necessarily mean that everything they do is wrong. The problem is, though, that it draws them into question, and then you have to start scrutinizing everything they do. But of course, they claim the Earth is a ball, and they show us pictures of an Earth ball. When you go out and measure water, it measures flat. So they're wrong. Now, NASA's clearly BS. Now, you claim the Bible is BS. But you see, the Bible says that humanity lies, right? So that's a true statement. And now we have NASA over here lying, but somehow the Bible's BS. So see the flaw in your reasoning?
The Bible talks about Adam and Eve. Are they real people?
Do you know who else talks about Eve? Mainstream science. It's called Mitochondria Eve. You should look that up.
He's not gonna.
Didn't respond. Adam and Eve.
He's not gonna respond.
Are they real people?
Anyway, brother, what I just told you is verified by mainstream science that all humans came from a single female. Okay? So, again, you make nonsense statements and I trump you with facts. So, you want to try to be coherent or you want to keep talking nonsense?
You first.
Okay. What nonsense did I talk?
The Bible.
What about it? You tried
The
to make a
Bible
statement
says
that somehow.
something which is
Hold
not
on.
existing actually exists.
Oh, really?
So it's not clear.
Really? So you said Adam and Eve, right? As if it's somehow ridiculous statement in itself. I told you that mainstream science has confirmed that all humans alive today came from a single human mother. Okay? So, taking that into account, it seems that it would make sense that we all came from quote unquote Eve. In fact, they even named the single mother Eve in science.
And
So
Adam,
you need to get up to speed, brother. You're behind the
and
times.
Adam,
Well, who was banging her, dude? Who was banging her, dude? I mean, get real. You not know how the birds and the bees work? And you telling us that we don't know what we're talking about?
but you still believe in the Bible?
So far, I've presented science that validates the claims in the Bible. You've presented a bunch of stupefied. Listen to me. You've provided a bunch of stupefied vocalizations. So who's
Okay.
winning here, me or you?
Don't forget cartoons. He provided some cartoons too.
The Bible is full of stupidities. Not
Okay, why don't you make a claim, dude?
unrealistic characters, talking snakes, fucking stink like that.
Yeah, but we are
Nonsense
not speaking
from
about Bible
point A
here.
to point Z.
But we are not speaking about Bible here. This is not
Okay,
Bible 24/7. This is flat earth. We are speaking about reality, not Bible.
Yeah. Even if it wasn't, just for the sake of argument, right?
Yeah.
There's plenty of globe earthers that believe in lizard people from other planets that seeded life here.
I
So
don't care
who's the
over there.
ridiculous one? Right. So what do you
Do
believe?
you believe in Noah? The flood?
Okay, okay, let's play this game. Let's play your game. Let's play your game, okay?
And
The sedimentary layer around the world bears evidence of a global flood. So what else you got? Okay, you should be starting to recognize a pattern that you just have a lot of baseless, stupefied assertions, and I have answers. So when are you going to get to the point proper, which is the earth flat or not? You keep trying to deflect to the Bible. And whether the Bible is true or not, that's another statement. I'm just providing you counters to your baseless nonsense.
the
Do you
Bible
believe
is
in a
not.
flood? Oh, really? So your examples that you gave, I gave you facts that are observable in modern day that seem to back up what the Bible says. You're out of your mouth is saying it's nonsense because you want to avoid the point proper, which is whether the earth is curved or not. So why don't you get your head out of your butt and be legit? How about that? Okay, so you want to talk about the earth, or do you want to talk about the Bible? Because if you want to talk about the Bible,
I move on.
I'll school you up and down and left and right.
Okay,
But
two
guess what?
words.
If you want to talk about the earth, I'll do the same thing. So what's up?
I can move on.
Yeah, you better, because so far you've been trumped every word out of your mouth.
Yeah, sure, shitty.
Oh, sure you did. Okay, so I demonstrated to you that all humans came from a single female and that there's evidence of a worldwide flood. So
And you prove
You
that
can keep-
Noah is
you-
500
listen.
years old, which
you could keep living in delusion land that you know what you're talking about, or you could provide some evidence of the curve of
float.
the earth.
completely natural. Perfect flood.
Hey,
So, the flat Earth,
bro.
it was created?
Yeah.
Found any Earth curvature lately?
No. The flat Earth, was it created?
No? Okay, thanks. That'll be all.
The
Listen,
flat Earth, was it
if the
created?
earth is flat,
Flat earth
if
doesn't
the
matter.
earth is flat, if the earth is flat, okay, is an if. Do you want to
Yes.
talk about is it flat, or do you want to talk about the propositions of the if statement after the fact? Which one?
The creation of flat Earth.
Okay, it's very simple. I'll put it to you as simply as I can. The creator of the flat Earth created it. There you go.
So he created a flat Earth with a dome surrounded by ice in the middle of nowhere. Do you think it makes any sense?
No,
Do you
listen.
really think so?
No,
Well,
no.
that's what's
Listen.
here.
This is now important. From nothing, from nothing, something explode. And then in that case, it started from that chaos. It started to form everything perfect. That is against the natural law, but that's happened. And then spheres happened. And then gravity came between that explosion somehow, and then gravity formed in every planet around, and then water came only on the earth, because of all that explosions, and atmosphere was only on the earth, and that's the story.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what's interesting, Sasha? Where did all that occur in their worldview? Oh, in the middle of nowhere. But he uses the middle of nowhere as it's somehow a denigration on the flat Earth concept.
Believe.
How you don't understand? Creator is ridiculous, but from nothing to come something in existence, that's so sensible and with all sense. You need to put all your human sense and think. Does from nothing can something come in existence? Yes, of course, we can look that every day from nothing. It's always every day. It's coming everything in existence.
You know that science doesn't have
You
answer
know
to
that
everything in existence.
you know that science exploded billions years ago. And that, but from nothing. Man, it was nothing. When you take nothing, you know what can happen with nothing. It could explode, and when nothing explodes, then it's chaos.
Oh, you're funny.
But I am telling you what science discovered. So, nothing, man. I always, when I take nothing in my hand, man, I'm shaking because I cannot throw nothing because it will come explosion, and then you know what will happen.
So if the Big Bang universe exploded out of nothing, doesn't that mean that it's in the middle of nowhere, like AI said, Slapped? Isn't that kind of ridiculous, Slapped, that there's just this Big Bang universe in the middle of nowhere?
We don't have the answer to everything. But when we don't have the answer, we say God did it because reason in a book.
But listen, this I have no nothing with Bible. I didn't even.
If we don't know something, we just say God did it. Oh yeah.
Hello. I didn't read even one sentence of Bible. Me personally. What
I don't care about the book.
You don't care.
If you don't know something, you just say God did it because.
Yeah, but listen, this. The Bible is not a book which show me that water is flat in the reality. The water itself show me that that it's
Do you
flat
know what's
in
a drop
not
of
the
water?
Bible.
A drop of water is not flat.
Yeah, because other people told you that water is not flat, but water itself.
Do you know what is a drop of water?
We're not talking about drops of water. We're talking about the surfaces of large bodies of water, not drops.
Let me destroy this kid. God. Okay, this is how it goes, my friend.
I'm not a kid.
Okay, check it out. Can you give me, specified sequence functional complexity? Okay, can you give me some of that?
What?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, that's called information. Okay? Now, we know that thing that I just mentioned only comes from agency. Okay? That is our experience. Therefore, to make the assumption or the conclusion, whichever you want to call it, that if we find that in the world, then that's clear evidence that an agent designed it. Okay? That conclusion has nothing whatsoever in any way, shape, or form to do with any scripture of any religion. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So if somebody says, I look out into the world and I find evidence of, a functional sequence complexity that's specified information, then I know a mind or an agent must have created it, right? So that agent must be the cause of it. That is perfectly rational conclusion to make, my friend. You understand?
You want to talk about DNA?
Oh, so now you know what it is?
So what do you think about DNA? Do you think it's created?
I just told you it's obviously created because of what it contains, which is exactly what I just laid out to you.
I like
you
how
think that
overconfident he
you
is.
think
As the same DNA. Nothing.
you think that your lungs and your liver and everything that was like evaluated during the whole year.
I like how he notices that the
I-
conversation is about DNA after like 2 minutes of getting schooled on the subject, and he's like, "Oh, you want to talk about DNA?"
So, for you, DNA is proof or creation?
No, information is proof of creation. Any information. How you can get information? Does information coming from nothing?
Oh, by the way, information requires the encoder and the decoder to simultaneously exist. Okay? That means that the presence of a mind is required. Okay? So good luck trying to figure your way out of that one.
A mind? Just like a soul?
Yeah, a mind.
mind.
You got one of those?
No. I have a brain and not a mind.
Oh, no mind.
Oh, perfect. You guys, hold on. We're dealing with an NPC, so we can treat them. We can treat them like a pile of dirt.
A mind is not physical. It's
Right.
an idea, a nonsense, just like religion.
Oh, wow. So the internal experience sentient agent, which is what's supposedly going on inside you at this moment, is ridiculous nonsense.
My brain is doing all this. It's not a mind.
Oh, really?
No. Hold on. Your brain
It's
is doing a
physical.
lot of things, okay, but what it's not doing is having internal experiences.
What do you specify as internal experiences?
Okay, so what you
You
the
think
sentient
that
agent,
thinking
feel.
is internal?
Okay, let me ask you this question. Is thinking physical?
No.
Bingo, you just shot yourself in the foot philosophically. I rest my case.
It's produced by the brain.
Are you saying that brain is thinking, but you're not conscious?
So now it is physical. Your answer a
Yeah.
second ago was no. Now it's yes.
Hold on a second. Maybe it's
Talking.
metaphysical.
Are you telling me that your brain is doing something without your conscience? No. But we are far away from the horizon.
Yeah, but we're the crazy ones. We're the ones that believe in delusions. Okay, how can you think about it? A delusion. What is a delusion? It's an impression on an internal mental state that doesn't match reality. Think about that for a second. How can a brain have a delusion? It's literally incoherent. Okay, my friend, no offense, but just a little bit of offense. Your position is philosophically bankrupt, and you need to reassess it upon personal reflection.
I mean, I'm an atheist, so I can't think, right?
Right. Exactly. If you're an atheist,
atheist or retard, yes.
Yeah, you
Well,
can measure
you-
also. You can measure distance on horizon, on water surface, for example. You can try to
Not
check
with
it,
the
what is going on. What? Not with? not possible to measure the surface of the Earth, at least some distance, to see what is going on, how much is curving. You know, math, dimensions, 25,000 miles, and because of that math, there must curve because of that. Because sphere is big like that. It's not any other number, it's that number. Not 50,000 kilometers diameter, it's not 60,000, it's not 20,000, it's 40,000. What you saw, that picture from the space, what you see, that it's 40,000 kilometers or 25,000 miles. That one. That picture has no curvature in reality. That's strange. Because spheres.
Do you have a picture of a flat Earth from high above?
Do I need picture from high above to or from?
Yes.
Yes, I need that.
Yes, of course.
Can I ask you some question? How much of
Wait, why do you need that? The Globers claimed that they determined that the Earth was a globe long before we could ever go to any kind of high altitude. So why are you having this kind of double standard?
He didn't listen to Steve Hawkins. We need a theory of everything. It is still just beyond our grasp. We need a theory of everything. Perhaps our ultimate triumph to science.
Slap.
That's his big.
I'm
sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Did Eratosthenes have to go up high above the Earth to determine it was a globe?
No, Earth is flat.
So it's okay if
you can see the entire flat Earth.
So it's okay if Eratosthenes doesn't follow your standards for proving the Earth is flat. If we're talking about the globe, no problem. Different set of standards.
Oh, hold on. Not to mention Eratosthenes, who has less evidence for his existence than Santa Claus.
Okay, Earth is flat. So can you go high enough to show me the entire flat Earth?
No. Who can do that? Can you do that? Can anybody do that? No. Do you know any person in world can do that in this moment?
We weren't trying.
If you don't try, you can't.
Where are you from? Can you try to come, if you're from France, can you try to come in England with a ship?
Why would I do that?
Oh, let's try only to do that. Because that's not so difficult. That's easy.
If I get the time, and
yeah, let's buy a ship and let's go to England. Let's go to France. I buy both ship now and let's go.
Why would I do that? Why?
I don't know. Why are you telling me? What shall I do? I need to go to the space, maybe?
I don't know, because space don't exist on flat Earth. So
you said that give me entire flat Earth. That means that I need to go somewhere else, or what?
I want to know what is flat Earth in.
Okay, if now tell me which height you want that I go.
High enough.
What is high enough? What is high enough?
High enough so you can see the entire flat Earth.
Tell me what is that?
You go high, and when you can see the entire flat Earth, you take a picture.
Me what is that? Tell me that. What is that height?
I don't know. Nobody knows. But if you can, you will take a picture.
Can you tell me who can do that?
Again, holding us to standards that the globe doesn't even follow. They don't take pictures of the Earth. Those pictures that you were holding up earlier of the globe are not even actually pictures, as we've discussed at length now. They're composites. They have to be photoshopped, as the creators say. So that's okay. That all gets a free pass. But if we're talking about the Earth being anything other than a globe, then you set up these impossible-to-meet standards.
Plati, can you show me... Slapped. Can you show me all entire picture from of the globe Earth?
I don't.
Okay, why are you asking me to show you all entire flat Earth if you cannot show me in all entire flat?
Because I want to know what the world looks like.
I want to know also what world looks like. Can you show me the pictures that you can provide?
Globe Earth is fake, so it's not the world. I want to know how the world
Do you
looks
really
like.
want to know?
So give
Do you
me
really
the
want to
picture
know?
of the
Do
whole
you not?
world.
Go look
Do you,
outside.
do you really want to know?
Yes. I just
Yes.
want the
Okay.
entire
What is,
flat Earth
okay.
in a picture.
What are dimensions? What are our dimensions for of Earth?
I don't know. You go high enough, and maybe eventually
No. You
you'll
don't
get
know
the
what
whole
are
picture
dimensions.
in your frame.
You don't know what are dimensions of the Earth.
What's with the
The
double
globe Earth
standards,
don't
though,
exist,
bro?
so they don't have a dimension for something that don't exist, right?
So was this your response when the teachers in school told you that Earth's a globe? Did you say, I want a picture of that whole globe right now, or else I'm not buying that?
Nobody told me the globe at school, so
Oh, okay.
your
So
question.
whoever told you it was a globe, Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye or whoever, did you say, I'm not buying that until I get a picture of the entire globe?
Are you saying that it's not a globe? Flat.
I'm saying it for you. So Earth is flat.
Are you?
Give me something
No.
like
You are saying that.
an
Are
image,
you
a picture.
Something? Sure. How about the black swan? I can give you that.
A black swan.
Yeah.
And the animal.
Central banker, please, please let
animal.
Sasha do this. Sasha
Okay.
never gets to debate.
Okay, sorry. I'll let him go ahead.
It's okay, bro. I jumped in too. I'll try to let Sasha debate.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Sasha.
sorry about that.
I don't know even where I am now with him, but okay.
My bad.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about dimensions. He said, I don't know. That means if you don't know why we are speaking.
I just said it 10 times.
You said 10 times. That means you're asking me something to show you what I cannot do. How I can do. How can you? Or let's say something like this.
You are a
Can
flat
you
earther.
show? No.
So
I'm
show
not.
me what you believe
No,
in.
I'm not flat. No, I'm not flat earther. I don't believe in globe.
Ah, okay. So
Okay.
for you
So
atheists,
for me, it doesn't matter flat earth. You know. For me, that who said flat earthers, that for me doesn't matter. For me, matter globe. You know. That's for me. If it's globe there, it must be there. That's it. Point. If it's not there, there is not there. You understand? That means we see from NASA, we see from space pictures. Great. That means Earth is a globe. Is that true?
no.
What? Why no? Because NASA is showing that it's a globe from the space, from high up. That means it's a globe. That means that flat earthers are wrong. Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Because they have proof from the space, and you can see that it's a globe. Now, flat earthers saying that picture is a fake, but I'm saying that it's real.
Do you say it's real?
Yeah, I'm saying it's real. Now I want to check if it's real.
Mm-hmm.
And
You
now I can.
Nope.
Because I studied geometry in school when I was young, really, really young. You know?
You know,
And
anything can be photoshopped, so you can't say it's real.
no, but I believe that it's real.
I'm in this server, so by
I
basic
believe
reasoning,
because
everything is
I
photoshopped.
believe. Listen, I believe. No, I don't care that. I don't believe that it's Photoshop. I believe that it's real. Till one point, when I start to check it, if it's really real.
You prove it by measuring geometry, okay? But I say to you, maybe one pixel can be wrong, so this one pixel can disprove all your arguments.
No pixels, man.
End of the story.
Not pixels. The reality, you know, water, and then you have Ireland, and then Ireland is there, and then you have another beach, and there's some oil rigs out there, and then you have distances between them, you know. Well, the real things, you know, not pixels. Real things. Ireland,
When you take a
cities.
photo, what is it? It's a frame of?
Okay, listen to this. I'll ask you now. Let's say like this: you are, let's say, 18 years old, and you finish the university. Like, no, with 18 you cannot finish university. Let's say 20, you finish university, and you said, "I want to be photographer." Okay,
Mhm.
and you decide, and you finish all the stuff, and you know everything about photography, and you buy a camera for you, photo camera, and you go outside and you say, "I will make some. I like to make photos about nature, and see to make shots on long distance to see if I can shoot the island or something." And when you do that, in real life, when you present somewhere, and I say, "I want to have exhibition of my work," and you said, "Look, I got this island. This island is called blah blah blah. Doesn't matter." And some guy like you will come and say, "Man, you cannot be photographer because this is not real picture."
Mhm. So what?
That means that you cannot be photographer on long distance. You cannot. You can be photographer and shoot the flowers or something like that. But if you want to shoot something in distance, you cannot be photographer. You will not. You will not make the photo of the real thing. That will be something what is, I don't know, what, hologram or something. Or is opposite. You will be photographer. You will got the shot. What do you think?
As a photographer, I can say, yes, it's a beautiful photo, whatever. And the random person comes to me and say, no, it's fake. How do I prove
No.
it's not fake?
I'm asking you, if you go on the beach and you want to get one island on the distance, I don't know, 30 miles, and you shot that island, and you even not to photo, video, you're registered, you're recording that island. Are you recording that island or something else is happening?
Tell me.
I think that I'm recording the island because I'm photographer and I see the island. It's not nothing. I think. What do you think?
Then you show the video to a random guy who was not there at the time. And he say, it's fake.
Man, I'm not telling you nothing about fake.
It's fake. It's too easy.
But nothing is fake. This island, it's real. I'm shooting the island. Now I want to know: does that island is fake for you or is it real?
The guy say, I never came to the island, so it's fake. Boom. And you will never convince him.
That means it's fake for you. I'm asking for you.
Let you know, this guy's been here before.
Yeah. Okay.
All sophistry, bullshitter. He's gonna do this, and he's not gonna stop. He's just gonna keep doing it. You're a fucking troll and a piece of garbage.
Yeah, that is true. He just does. He's not going
He's
to
gonna
stop.
sit here and just say nuh-uh, 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 and project his bullshit onto you.
Yeah, he can be nice.
He's never gonna stop.
Yeah.
Like
I'm just acting at you.
Never gonna stop.
I saw a picture, I say it's fake. Because
yeah, good for you. Then go do a test. Is that fake too?
No.
Then go do a test yourself, you lazy fuck. Get off your couch. Now what's your excuse? Now what's your excuse?
Yeah.
Now what's your excuse?
For what?
Do you need $6?
To go.
I'll send you $6 in Bitcoin. Then you can go buy a goddamn mirror. Oh, you need $20 because you have no friends. Oh, you can rent a friend for $20, and then you can go do a test yourself. How do you know your friend is real, though? Maybe I'll have him punch you in the face so you know he's real.
Your friend is fake, man.
I want to admire Sasha's technique, right? What Sasha was doing was saying, if I'm a photographer and I take a picture of the island, right, is the island real or is it a hologram? And if the guy would have been honest, he would have said the island is real. And then Sasha would have, I don't know what Sasha would have done next, but once you get him to admit, that the island is real, you got him. So I really admire Sasha's technique.
No, what this guy's doing, he's using sophistry to create
Yeah.
a false equivalence, right?
Yeah, no, I
That
know, idiot. He
he's
wants to
saying
say, he said,
absurdities. He'll say absurdities like all images are fake, as if it's the same as us saying NASA images are fake, so that we're both absurd. But guess what? Islands aren't extreme things. Claiming you're floating around at 17,000 miles per hour, spinning around the ball of 24,000 miles of circumference in a vacuum of space, that is an extreme claim. Saying, hey, there's an island in the ocean, that's not an extreme claim. We know islands exist. You can go to an island. Right? It's not absurd. Flying around in space is absurd. And Carl Sagan, you probably fapped to, said extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Going to space is an extraordinary claim. There's no way you can say it isn't. Do you know why? Because that place has laws of physics, right? Things you experience that are completely different than the experience of the billions of people that have ever lived on Earth. Namely, give you a specific example, when you drop things, they don't fall. Okay? Everybody ever, unless there's wind, when they drop things, or it's a balloon, when they drop things, they fall. They don't just sit there floating. Right? So it's an extreme claim. So if they're going to claim they're in an environment with extreme physical properties, they need more than a picture. Otherwise, we have to accept all extreme claims based upon a photograph. So is Smartass still here? Does he got a funny retort for me? I want to hear you dig your way out of that one.
There's no need.
There is need. No one has ever experienced a ball Earth. You've never seen it with your own eyes in reality. I'm not talking about cartoons or television or your mind's eye. I'm talking about with the two eyes that are next to your ears and nose. So for anyone to claim any different, we're going to need some evidence. So can you provide us evidence of the ball Earth, not on TV, not in magazines, but in reality? Can we see the curvature, please? Show us.
I don't.
like for saying, we have airplanes, but doesn't matter because we don't see the wings. Like we are watching Ferrari car and saying, look at this beautiful airplane. Where are the wings? They are refracted. You can't see them.
Can they
And
do
I don't,
English?
I don't want
Where's the curvature?
to give him even
No
that.
more.
Are you flat earther? No, I'm not flat earther. I'm nobody. But let's find the globe.
There is no globe. You won. Woohoo.
Ooh, I've won. I didn't won anything, man. We lost. We need to for winning. We need more people and more time. We are still losing, but okay, the time is like that. Time was never good. Who? But if you feel that you won, you can come back. You don't need to be here because, come back to your life, cinema, TV, everything is all right. Don't worry. Don't be upset. This will not hurt you, for sure. And wait that they say on news. People, listen, we discovered in last month that something is happening, and Earth was not a globe in the last 500 years, but now we can finally say that because it's time for the truth. I think the CNN in August will say that. NASA is preparing that.
Do you watch it?
Huh?
Do you watch it?
No, they will. Yeah, I will watch it. They will say it in August. It's still not. They're preparing to stay true. They will say, "Sorry, we took all this money only because we thought that it's space there. We thought that it when we did the photos, it looked like a sphere. But now we realized when we were flying more over that it's not so spherical."
So what makes you a non-glober?
What makes me not global? Nature itself telling me, Sasha, this is wrong. Nature, rivers, mountains, oceans, that thing.
You speak to nature?
No, nature speak to me.
Damn. Does
Damn, yeah.
nature the French accent?
I will explain it to you. How? For example, people saying water is curving, Some people saying water is curving. But water itself does not curve. It does not care what people are saying. Mountains. When you want to listen, these mountains. When you want to measure mountain elevation, like Himalaya, it's 8,000 something. Behind that mountain, Himalaya, it's another mountain, and it's I don't know 7,000 something kilometers high, and 100 miles away of that mountain, it's another mountain. It's like 3,000 kilometers, And how we measure that mountain?
They did not measure it with a simple ruler, that's for sure.
And how we know that Himalaya is 8,000 kilometers high and other mountains is other elevation?
I don't know.
You
But you
don't know?
can do it with just your brain, nothing else.
Let's say Italy, like some mountain in Italy, in middle of Italy, where is Rome, for example. Are they measuring mountains regarding Adriatic Sea or Mediterranean Sea? Which sea level they are taking an account for measuring mountains in Italy?
According to the Globe Earth model?
Yeah. No, according to mountains. I told you that I'm speaking with that nature telling me that the stuff what is not good with the globe. The mountain is telling me that sea level it's level, from another side, from one side to another side. That means it's leveled, and then we can measure mountain, because of sea level. But sea is not level on the globe. Sea is curved on the globe. And do you want rivers? That was mountains.
I mean, it's not curved locally. It cannot be curved.
You are saying that sea and oceans cannot be curved.
Yes.
He said it's not curved locally. So wherever you are, it's not curved. We agree. It's not curved locally, but they've been telling us boats cover the horizon. Please continue, Sasha.
So they just use the sea level that is the closest to the mountain.
Sea level through the mountain.
The closest one. You know,
Closest
mountain
one?
in Italy is close to Mediterranean.
And between two mountains. Let's. I will put you imagination. Let's start this USA, America, because it's bigger country, and let's take two mountains in the middle of America, but the distance between two mountains are 100 miles.
Mhm.
The A mountain, it's near to east coast, no, A mountain near to New York coast, but it's not on New York. It's like a 500 miles away from the east coast. But B mountain, what is 100 miles between A and B, it's 500 miles on the west coast. How we measure that mountain? Level of the east coast or the level of the west coast?
For the two mountains, they don't use the same level.
Well, let's put like this: where is curvature is going when on the shore when the ocean is finishing and now it's going through the America, through the whole state. Where is curve going?
It's either nowhere or everywhere. So
Or maybe we have some flat plane and we have some how to say topography.
there is no just
Is it
a
possible?
place where it's curved. It's either
Put like
nowhere or everywhere.
put it like this. Is it possible in only imagine this. Only imagine that water, put like this water. Imagine now ocean, it's flat. And now imagine topography of America, it's flat. And all America, it has topography. And then starting another ocean, and there is also flat. But between them, it's topography. Is that possible in any case?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
I cannot be sure.
Can we have like a,
Never tested it and never
water?
verified.
Can we have water, flat water, and then topography, land with mountains, and then behind that land again water, flat? Is that possible in reality?
So we have flat terrain,
No,
water.
Yeah. And then we
It's
have
impossible.
a topography. Is that possible?
Because if the terrain and water are just same plane, the water will not stay in its place.
You
take a
need
plate,
something.
you put water on it and next to it. It cannot stay at the same place.
What?
It will drool.
Where?
It depends on the quantity of water and the
How about this? What?
and the surface meter.
What water needs? What water need to be?
What?
Does we need something for water? Can water be something like flowing in the air and be in the air?
I mean H2O.
Does we need container for the water?
Container.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You need a specific pressure and temperature environment. It's too cold, it's ice. If
Can
it's
we
too
have
hot,
water?
gas. It's too much pressure, it becomes solid. Not enough pressure, it becomes gas, you know? Just like any metal fusion point.
But when it's
From
solid,
liquid
does it need container or can go whatever?
a gas can
No, the
possibly
water. When it,
everywhere.
water when it's solid, does
Possibly.
it need to be in container? Water like a solid. Does it need container or not?
Yes. You know,
Yes.
water is between the atmosphere and the terrain.
Does water need container? I ask you, or not?
Yes. It cannot be nothing.
Okay. Is it globe container?
No.
Okay.
I mean, the water is not inside the earth, so no. Water is mostly at the surface.
And
It's
naturally, what is the water is doing naturally?
naturally.
Yeah. Does it
The
six
base form
level?
of water naturally is a droplet.
Are we using droplet for measuring level?
No.
No. Why?
It's a droplet.
For what we are using droplet? Are we using droplet for pouring globe?
No.
No. Okay. Why we are using water?
Impossible.
Can we use water for something? Can we use water to level things?
You put it in a
Can we use
box?
water to level things for leveling?
Yes.
Why so?
Yes.
Why so? Because water is curving.
Because it's a liquid. When you put it
Yeah,
in a container, it fills the space evenly. And the
And in which space you can put water and it is curving?
I don't understand.
Till now we realize that everywhere we put water in anything that will be leveled and flat. But I want to know that we put water somewhere where it's curving. Man, there is no curvature in reality. Whatever distance, whatever observation you want, that's the point. And
Do you know any curves?
And do I know what?
Anything that curves by itself?
Do I know anything but it curves itself?
No, it doesn't exist.
What are you
But
saying?
does it mean Earth is flat?
What?
Do you know anything that curves by itself?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. For example, every ball curving.
Oh, you didn't understand.
Did you know that every ball is sphere? Almost
No, you
perfect.
didn't understand.
Man, you are breaking. I cannot hear what you say.
Do you know any matter liquid that can be curved by itself. By itself.
I don't know. And and
Does it mean Earth is flat?
that
Just
means
tell
I
me.
don't know, and that means what now? What? And
So how do you go from the level of water being flat to flat Earth?
I explained to you, I go from the mountains, how people measure the mountains, in the middle of the continent,
They do it. I mean, there's
Then I
the
go
size
to
of a mountain based on
then,
the sea
then I go
level
to the
and based on the Earth
then I go to,
topography.
then I go to the river, and I go to the delta of the river, of the Mississippi River. You know where is Mississippi?
See?
And I'm on delta. You know where is the sea? Know what is delta?
No.
No. When the river finishing in the sea.
Quero saber nada, como diz o outro, porque já chega, estás a ver? Ui,
Eu sei que o rapaz levou lá o terreno, mostrou-lhe a rota, a gaja cagou no assunto.
No.
Man, I'm tired. If somebody else want to, yeah, this is boring.
Do you know about Shimbaro's Peak?
What was that like translation thing that just happened? What happened there?
Chimborazo's Peak. I just read.
So Sasha, you pretty much said you're done, right?
Not even close. The Mount Everest is the tallest mountain. Right?
Yes, man. You know what? I'm so disappointed.
Actually,
My life
no.
is so good. I didn't convince you, and you will not be flat earther. That means one person less. I'm so sad, and I didn't succeed. And other people now, I lost 32 points, and I will not be any more silver. And they will punish me, and I will be bronze now, and I don't know what to do. That's it.
Ah, poor soul.
Sasha, you're a funny guy, dude. Oh
Right.
shit! You made me snort a little bit. That's funny.
But I don't care what he thinks or what he wants or whatever. That's me, man. I don't see the curvature on the long distance. There is no proof for rotation. We cannot have gas pressure for
Yes, you
without
have proof.
containment.
Earth is not a globe. Okay.
Listen, yeah, that's it. And when that three answer
Do you have a proof of any other shape?
No, I don't have. It could be cube, it could be pyramid, it could be whatever. I don't know.
And you know what? The best proof for any other shape is to go high enough and take a good picture of the entire thing.
That's a good
No.
idea.
No.
It's the best way. It's the best way.
I know the last rocket was exploded, and I said, "Fuck it, this time I need to do better," and I will try
That's not a good way.
this time.
It's not a good way to measure curvature. So, I'm a guitar player. So when I go to help like a young person buy a guitar, they don't know anything, right? So they say, "Is this a good guitar? Is it worth this much money?" So I pick up the guitar, and the first thing I do is I aim it down like a rifle to where the bridge of the guitar is next to my eye. and the head of the guitar is further away from me, pointed towards the wall. And I look down the neck of the guitar. I look to the left. I look to the right. I look down the center, and I can tell if it's curving or not, right? Down the Z axis, right? So I'm looking and I'm saying, okay, it should have this amount of curvature. Now, if there's no curvature, well, that's a problem. This guitar was not adjusted correctly or at all. So I'm going to say, look, you might going to tell the guy that works here, hey, this guitar needs to be adjusted. Then when it gets adjusted, where it gets that sweet, perfect, spot, then give it back to me and I'll look again. But right now I wouldn't buy it. Well, that's the thing we're doing with the Earth, right? We're being told, like, hey, should we buy this ball Earth? Like, is it worth $62 million a day? And then I go out Corpus Christi and I look at the water and I'm like, wait a minute, it's not bending at all. Like, there's supposed to be a little bend right here, but there's not. So I don't know if it's worth $62 million a day. I'm not buying it.
To be honest, $62 million a day compared to 20 trillion GDP, it's not a lot.
For cartoons, though?
Yeah, what do I get? Cartoons?
It's like 0.4%.
I don't want to pay
of
for
US
cartoons.
GDP.
I don't care if
I don't
it's 2
want to pay.
cents.
Not that much.
You got it, central banker. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just that. I don't care if it's a nickel. I don't want to pay for cartoons. Especially not even cool ones that I didn't ask for.
You're unlucky to be American. Just unlucky.
I didn't catch that.
You pay for it because you're American.
Oh, actually, I'm not.
So why are you so upset about something you don't pay?
I think it's bullshit. I wouldn't want to pay for it, so I'm adding my 2 cents. Pun intended.
Mm-hmm. Can I give you a link to something cool? Just asking.
What did you say?
Can I give you a link in DM?
Yeah, send it to me and I'll put it up.
I'm just asking you. How is it possible? Just a guess.
Let me grab it. Highest point above Earth's center is the peak of Ecuador's mountain. NOAA.gov.
Chimborazo.
Is this
Mauna
our
Kea.
last chat?
What is the question here? How is this possible?
Yes. On a flat Earth. How do you know that something is taller than anything? Not based on sea level.
Okay, well, you're claiming that this mountain is the highest. Other people are claiming
Mauna
Mount
Kea.
Everest is the highest. So how do we
Kea.
know which one's the highest?
Mauna Kea was measured from
Either
the
way,
bottom
you're
of the
taking
ocean.
an angle measurement of the mountain.
What?
You're measuring the mountain with an angle, and you can't do that from a
Hey, Matt, you're a robot and real bad.
curved surface.
Matt, you're going to come back out and come back in, please.
So basically, in the article, they say that Mount Chibolaso is the furthest from the center of the Earth.
Yeah,
But
given
Earth
given
doesn't
your
have
When did they
assumed,
dig a hole?
right?
Yeah.
When did they dig a hole to the center of the Earth?
They didn't.
Oh, so they
But
didn't measure
do
it
they
from the
think
center
they
of the
are
Earth.
lying?
Well, if
Well-
they didn't measure hold on. If they didn't dig a hole and measure it from the center of the Earth, and they're claiming that they measured it from the center of the Earth, do you think they're lying?
It's an angle measurement of the mountain. It's
Hold on, Matthew. I just asked him a question.
two lines intersecting at a point. It's two straight lines.
Sorry, Matthew. I just asked him a question. I'll ask it again. If they didn't dig a hole to the center of the Earth, and they claim that they measured it from the center of the Earth, do you think they're lying? Slaps?
I cannot verify it. But you know, if your job is to make something, you publish it. And I can't verify it, but it's your job, and you worked on it for years.
Well,
Can't
we
I
can
at least trust you in some way?
easily debunk the radius that they're taking into account for this here, so it's completely invalid whether they're being intentionally dishonest or not.
And from Mauna Kea, they measured it from the deepest point in the ocean, I think. The base of the mountain.
They're presupposing the distance to Earth's core, which would be the radius, which is falsified.
And okay, let's say it's wrong. And for Mauna Kea, they based the measurement from the ocean. From the bottom of the ocean, from where the mountain is. They added the sea level surface and the sea level underground. And there's nothing about Earth core or anything like that. It's just what is upward and downward of sea level, but nothing else.
Oh, okay.
I mean, do you have the link?
No, I'm just reading what it says here, furthest from Earth's center.
Let's just forget Chibolaso, just Mauna Kea. I mean, it's just the ocean and nothing else.
Ah, okay.
They say pretty much 33,000 feet, which is higher than Everest. You know, they can send something at the bottom of the ocean, get the data, and then measure the difference between the highest peak and the probe. I think it's doable.
Sure. It's not really my specialty, though.
But according to them, they've measured it.
Why we are then saying Mount Everest is 8,000 blah 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 above sea level?
Because according to the globe Earth, yes, the sea level appears flat, but they say that Earth is like not perfect.
Oh my God, no.
So you know,
No, okay. No.
Some places
Okay.
are lower, some places
Yeah,
are higher.
yeah. That picture is what you spoke about before. That showing that what you will say now.
Oblate spheroid, like they say.
That picture, yeah, I'm saying now. That picture, what you was discussing half hour ago, showing that what you're saying now.
I mean, the difference in the size of these mountains can be explained by the fact that it's not perfectly round, you know.
It's not perfectly round. It's oblate spheroid.
Fine, it's not my word.
No, I'm asking you, is it perfect sphere or oblate spheroid?
Oblate spheroid, and
okay, great.
Everywhere, it's not perfectly.
It's not perfect sphere. You are saying that it's.
I mean, it's minuscule at the scale, but it's not perfect.
Ah, really? But in the sky, when you make the picture, then it's perfect sphere.
As I say, in the scale, it's minuscule, the difference.
Ah. In the sky.
Compared to the whole thing, a little bit of downward or upward for 1 or 2 kilometers is nothing compared to like 1,000 miles.
1 or 2 kilometers. Oh, okay. 1 or 2 kilometers. I thought 1,000 miles or something like that.
If what they say is true, then it can explain why Mauna Kea is bigger than Everest.
Well, you don't have a radius, and you don't have a distance to the supposed center of the Earth, so why would we take this for anything?
Why just not believe?
They have bases, like you have a base in Europe, and a base like, I don't know, in Australia, where there's a seismic activity, the seismic wave, they travel the entire Earth, the entire interior.
Come on.
It takes time.
Come on. Come on. What are you saying? Did you know that it's the rain diamonds on Saturn? Did you know that?
Okay. What? Didn't hear.
That raining diamonds on Saturn. I'm asking you seriously.
Cannot prove it without any image. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't have image. I don't know image, but I have a news that NASA proved or whoever or somebody has documentary about that.
Diamonds are basically carbonate. So maybe for millions of years in ice cold environment, this carbon can get super close together and form diamond.
Did you know that Uranus also stinking?
No.
Yeah, they discovered also that. It's stinking, man, that planet.
I mean, I don't follow about space. I follow pretty much nothing about space.
But we have some kind of machines measuring what?
I mean, they technically measure the radius of Earth based on the velocity of seismic waves between one point of observation and another.
Really?
I think it's something like that, but I can't prove it.
On 7 miles deep, or 6 miles deep, or 7 miles deep? How much deep? Or 3,900,000 miles deep?
I don't know. Wait. Earth is flat.
It would be interesting if it's something over 3,000 miles deep.
If Earth is like 20,000 miles, it could explain some observations. It's sure, but maybe the math is wrong. I don't know.
Man, if you peel the apple, do you know what is in the center of apple? If you peel the
You cannot feel it.
how we get it for the air?
You dig a hole.
Yeah, but hole it's 7 miles or 9 miles. We need other 3,500 to realize that it's real that deep. And plus other,
They cannot.
and
They
and and
cannot
and and,
prove.
and don't that's halfway. Don't tell me another 3,000. You know, it's only halfway. That is only to the center. If you want to go to the other part, you need another 3,900. No,
It's impossible. For good reason.
but how we know that it's deep and big like that? Or we don't know.
How do we know that it's impossible to go down enough? It's what you said.
No,
No.
how we know that it's that if we dig only 7-9 miles, how we know that there is more 3,000 miles or 6,000 miles because it's missing 6,000 miles to go to the other surface? How we know that? We can know only if surface is curving, you know, up.
They don't know. They don't measure it based on the surface. That's for sure.
That's for sure. That means they dig the 6,000 miles hole.
They don't dig it to measure it. That's for sure.
Okay. What they did to measure it?
I think it's based on the seismic activities. They gather the data from all over the world, and I don't know, based on the speed of the
500 years ago, they was looking on that. They realized that it's a globe 500 years ago, and then that what you are saying, seismic, blah blah blah. They realized that, and then
It's not. I'm not in this domain at all.
well, it is not
just
that
like someone who is a seismologist.
it is not. I'm sure that it's not in the 1970s that we realized that people said, okay, it's a globe. Now we prove it. We know now it's a globe. 1970, and now I think that we have history about that.
Oh.
Or not? It was globe before that, machines and everything, or not?
It's either forever or never.
Yeah, but who did it that in the first place? And how? Yeah, who made that number? 3 that it's deep, 6,000 miles. It's around 25,000 miles. Who did that number? How they realized that? How they measure that?
To be honest, I don't have any idea. I don't have the answer.
The problem is nobody has the answer.
Yeah, there isn't one, so it's okay.
Wasn't it angle measurements to Polaris? For every degree, it's like 69 nautical or 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles. You multiply that by 360 and you get a 24,000 mile circumference.
I mean, you have the degree thing, but you don't believe in it. So
now you are on 1 point, and now in every 1% direction, it's like that. When you have 360 degrees, you can now start from point 1, and now 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees, and everywhere it's going 25,000 miles.
Degrees of what, though? How do you know what you're standing on is a curved, oblate, spheroidal object in the first place?
Yeah. That I'm saying. You're on point, and now
You
what?
talk about the shadow measurement thing, là?
To assume sphere in the first place, you're saying. And then we can get...
I mean, sphere or not, whatever, but the shadow measurement thing you talk about?
Yeah, like for example, you see water flat and you're saying that this mass curve, let's make a sphere.
Because no, nobody can do that. Nobody.
But that everybody experienced that even in the past. Nobody could experience water, it's curving. But somebody came to that.
Earth, water is flat, so Earth is round. Nobody says that.
Say that again.
Never in the history of mankind somebody said that, and nobody in the entire history measured something round using water. Never.
So all people in history are flat earthers, or at least none are globe
All
earthers.
people in history never used water level to measure anything round.
That means in human history,
never.
Yeah, that.
It's interesting that they would avoid that. Thanks for that tidbit.
Never used water to prove anything.
And then do you know what happened? Then we started to believe somebody who took the action and to measure at look into the sky. Is that true?
So what you're telling us? Sorry, I'll let him answer your question.
No, it's okay. Okay, CB, I want to even stop.
All right. So what you're telling us is no glober in the Earth's history has actually measured the Earth itself to determine whether it's a globe.
No glober used water level to measure anything wrong.
That's telling. We can tell that they didn't do that because water level doesn't comport with what they say the Earth is.
And look at the devil. Earth is composed from 70-something%
Not just
water.
Earth, anything. Water.
No, water. Water. How much water we have on the Earth's surface? Look at the devil. We have only 2% of water and 98% of land.
Based on the globe model.
Is it that true? 2% of water and 98% of land. Is that globe model?
If Earth is a globe, yes. If it's flat, no.
You're the only one who says that.
Because water is mostly on the surface.
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be 70%?
It's like you pour a glass of water on a giant bowl. It's nothing,
Isn't it supposed to make up about 70% of the surface of your globe?
Yes. When you pour water on a bowl, you can cover most of it easily.
What you're telling us is that there's no glober in history who even bothered to check 70% of its surface to see if it's actually, a globe.
If you take a good amount of picture of Earth from planes,
that's quite an oversight there.
You compile them together and you get the entire surface. And then you say, oh, I can measure the amount of water in the image. And they see it's like 70%. Around that. It's not completely 70%.
Okay. So
Google Maps
have been ignoring 70%
it's taken
of the
from
Earth's
pictures
surface.
of Earth. You compile together, you get the entire surface.
Okay, so why would they ignore 70% of its surface before jumping to a conclusion about what its surface is doing?
And then you see that 70%, because it's a liquid. A liquid never stays.
Yeah, but water level is flat when it's at rest, right? Or if it's a globe with 70% of its
Can you
surface
say
covered with water,
always at
it has to
rest?
be, water level has to be curved, right?
It's never at rest. It's not a valid way to experiment again and again. You know?
So
It's
you
not
don't think that
compiling.
water,
You need something
water
that can
rests level?
be rest, can be constant. Well, the entire ocean on Earth is not compiling, not constant. It's not precise at all. How can you measure something using water?
What do you mean the water isn't constant? You ever seen water do something that it normally doesn't do?
You put your finger in the
Water
water.
always flows. Yeah, that's because you interfered with it. When water is at rest, right? Water always does the same
Never
thing.
the case.
Water
Where-
always does
When
the same
water
thing.
everywhere in the world is at rest, which never happens. Never.
You don't have to measure the whole world at once. You just measure a piece of it.
So you ignore all the rest. Just a piece of it. Just like you
Okay,
said
so
5 minutes ago.
let me ask you something. Can you see all of the water at the world at the same time?
No. But can you?
So are you ignoring what you can't see? Or are you just obviously not capable of seeing what you can't see?
Not capable.
Right. So I'm not ignoring it. I can't see it. But what I can see is the water that's in front of me. And when I went to the ocean, I measured it and I couldn't find any curvature. So I'm not saying you should believe me. That would be stupid. I'm saying you should go outside. Have you ever been outside?
Yes.
And what did you find? Did you find earth? Did the earth get between your toes at the beach?
What the fuck?
What? Did the earth get between your toes at the beach? Hello? You know, the sand, the place between the sea and the land? Hello?
Why would you think that Earth can get deformed between my feet?
Why wouldn't the earth be able to get between your feet? What are you standing on?
Malheur? Sand?
Earth?
Whatever.
Right.
Sand is basically microscopic rocks.
Okay, what are we going to call it? It's earth, dirt, sand. Right?
Whatever.
So that's the real earth outside. Right?
Mhm.
What you see in your head, it's imagination. When I say earth and you see the blue marble, that's your imagination. Do you know the difference?
Yes.
Okay, so one is real and one is your imagination. So when you go outside to the beach, can you see England, UK? Can you see it from France?
Nope.
I've heard that you can see France from the UK. That's
Never
what I
tried.
heard. Never tried. Well, then all your arguments have been from ignorance. Because you never went outside and tried. We have. Most of us here, anyway.
You went to
We
France
have went
to see?
outside.
Tell me.
No, I went to the Gulf of Texas, the Gulf of Mexico. I said the Gulf of Texas.
I went to Paris. I'm sorry, Larry. I went to Paris, and I'm
Did you see
telling my
Gulf from Paris? Don't try to.
no, I didn't. But I cannot see the end of France as well. So
Why so?
why so? Well, because I'm not capable of. But that's the problem. That's the issue.
It's easy.
What it is easy for you. You cannot even see 40 miles away from you where you're standing for, unless you are on the top of a building or Torre Eiffel or whatever. If you are in Torre Eiffel, you can see more land than supposed to be. You see it. I mean,
From the
right?
I can
Yes,
barely see
Torifel. What?
20 kilometers away. Barely.
No. You can see more than that. I'm sorry.
Tweet it 12 times.
You don't need to tweet it. No, you don't need to that because I've been there. I saw it. I can see more than that. I'm sorry?
12 times.
Pardon, monsieur, qu'est-ce que je vous plaît? I could see more than 20 kilometers from Paris, from Torre Eiffel.
Do you know what is 30 kilometers away from Paris? I don't think so.
Okay. So I don't know, but you know, right? So you have been in the same place that I have been, but I could see when you cannot see it. How come?
Because you're bullshitting.
Ah, okay. Ah oui, monsieur. Ah oui, très bien. Yeah, I'm bullshitting.
You don't go outside.
Did you see Disneyland Paris?
You don't even know how Earth can get between your toes. So I'm starting to wonder if you've ever been outside, bro. How does Earth get between your toes? Is that what you asked? Really? This guy's saying he's been outside. Have you been outside? Slap? Did you see any Earth curve outside? Did you feel any motion?
Feel what?
Motion of the Earth?
Of course not.
Because it doesn't exist.
But you don't understand. Earth is spinning very, 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 very slow.
1,038 miles
Understand?
an hour is slow? 1,038 miles an hour is what you consider slow? Do you consider 1,038 miles an hour
Speed is
slow?
always relative to the observer and the object.
Yeah,
and
do you
its
get road?
surrounding and
do
the
you get-
distance.
Do you get
And the
road
camera?
rage? Do you get road rage when the driver in front of you is only going 1,038 miles per hour?
You know why bullets kill
Nobody
people?
goes at
Because
that
they
speed.
go more than 1,000 miles an hour. A 9mm bullet goes 1,000 miles an hour. It kills people, and you consider that slow? The projectile rips through their body and destroys vital organs, and you consider that slow? Faster than the speed of sound, and you consider that slow?
You don't understand, do you?
We understand perfectly.
You don't.
You're the one saying 1,038 miles an hour is.
Okay. Just to listen on context.
So here's the deal. You've got an excuse for why you do not experience motion. And
Did you get my message?
what message?
I'm tired of Platterfrost saying, "Oh, Earth spins super quick."
Yeah, but
no,
making
it does
excuses. Yeah, well, it does spin pretty quick. 1,038 miles per hour.
No.
The equator is pretty quick. But you have an excuse for why nobody
1,000
experiences
miles
that.
per
Instead
hour
of
for
you're not
24,000 kilometers.
Instead of positive proof for your claim of
You
rotation,
don't understand.
you just have an excuse for why we don't experience any. Do you see why that's not sufficient?
Because it's super fucking slow.
It's not, though.
It's super fucking
Yeah,
slow.
it's slow when you try to compare it to something that's faster. That's what you always like to do. Is just put it in relative terms so that it seems like, well, when compared to that, it's slow actually, but no, it's not. It's 1,038 miles per hour. That's your claim. That's what it has to be in order for it to turn around every 24 hours, given the radius and everything that you've claimed, which is also debunked. So that debunks your rotation right there anyway. But yeah, excuses for why we don't experience something is not a good argument for it. So please try harder.
How is it not?
Oh my God.
A big object spinning
You don't understand how an excuse
It's
is an
true.
insufficient argument? And explain away? You don't understand how that doesn't cut it?
Your best evidence is no evidence at all.
Yeah.
That's
In
retarded.
1 hour,
Okay, you know when else we don't
I can-
experience motion? Guess. When there isn't
you're in
any.
a car.
So you need to come up with something better than, well, here's why we don't experience this thing I say is happening.
when you're in a car, going straight forward, constant speed on a flat
Okay,
terrain,
you're doing it again. You're making
you
excuses.
don't experience speed.
Exactly.
You
Hey, you know when else you don't experience movement? When there isn't any. Come back with something better. Excuses and
The
explainaways ain't
car is
gonna
a
cut it.
false. Sorry, I'm not.
Nah, I'm done. That's okay.
No turning, nothing, straight forward on a perfect road. You will not experience speed at all.
Hey, when you're just
What
sitting
is-
there stationary in your room, you will not experience any speed at all.
Because it's obvious. It's not accelerating, it's not decelerating, it's
Yeah,
not turning.
I agree. It's not doing any of those things, so I'm not experiencing any of them.
Just like
Well,
in
wait
a
a minute.
car.
In his
like I
model,
said,
it's
at
an
100
elliptical
miles
orbit.
per hour. No,
Hold on, bro.
no feeling.
Hold on. In your model, right, it's an elliptical orbit around the sun. You know what elliptical means?
Yes.
That has to be acceleration. So you just lied. You said there's no acceleration, right? In your model, there would have to be. So if you believe both of those things are true, you're a liar.
I forgot to say brutal acceleration. Sorry.
Okay, so in the heliocentric model, and the Earth goes around the sun, is it a perfect circle?
Almost.
No, because the sun is moving forward. It's a spiral. And it's an elliptical spiral because the sun is moving through the galaxy, right? So it's nowhere near a perfect circle. Right?
And rock elliptical. Thank you.
And if there's acceleration, we would be able to detect it. But we can't detect it. So how do you know that we're moving if you cannot detect the acceleration? It's a belief. You are a religious fanatic. Your book was written by men, therefore it's irrelevant. You can't trust men because men wrote the science books, just like men wrote the Bible. You are dismissed, sir.
I got a question for Slop.
Actually, Earth is spinning slower than ever.
You have
I agree.
TGV.
It gets slower each year.
Slop.
Yes.
Gradually.
Yeah, it's spinning
It
at
gets
0
slower
miles per
over time.
hour, really slow.
Yeah.
I agree.
Slop. You got TGV. How many miles per hour does TGV goes to? The fastest
It
train
depends
in
on
Paris.
1,000 factors.
No, the fastest train in Paris. How fast does it goes?
I think
It's
it's
still GV, it's still
544 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, right. And you don't feel it
That's
nothing,
true.
right? And you don't feel it nothing, right?
At 500?
Yes, at 500. Yeah. So you don't feel no motions.
It was 260 kilometers an hour, and yes, doing that framework, I didn't feel the speed. I didn't feel it. It was going straight forward for a good 15 minutes at that speed, and I didn't feel.
Yeah, right. So you don't feel nothing, even with TGV. Okay. Yeah, that's good.
There's nothing to feel.
I felt the people
Exactly,
walking,
yeah,
next to
indeed.
me going to their seat, but
So you
Well-
got the... Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, the speed of rotation of the Earth is based on its falsified
Any force.
radius, so it's not even worth debating.
Yeah, you're right.
so you base everything on no radius, so everything else related to any radius is false.
I can play the same game that you just keep playing here. You know, I'm sitting on my couch. I'm not experiencing any rotation or movement. Therefore, the Earth must not be rotating or moving. Same thing you do with your car analogy, moving at this perfect, smooth, steady rate.
Yeah, it's kind of like all my claims about the career prospects of my imaginary girlfriend. You know, so she's not real, so all those prospects aren't real.
In the right condition, yes.
Oh. In the right conditions, my imaginary girlfriend can get hired and have a career. Oh man, you need help.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but do you understand that your radius is falsified and that's what your speed of rotation of the Earth is based upon? Like, you're not going to have 1,038 miles at the equator if the Earth is not a spheroidal object with a radius of 3959 miles. Do you know that?
Earth is not a sphere. Okay.
Okay.
Then what
you
is
said it? Not a sphere. Just like you said.
And what is it?
It's something that has a flat surface. Well, flat and topographical.
Something that has a flat surface. Anything can have a flat surface.
No. You know what specifically cannot have a flat surface? A globe.
Yeah, but my friend, you do have a good point, which is you can have a flat surface and then a innumerable amount of substrate permutations. So the answer to your question is irrelevant. That's the answer. So you listen, my friend, the problem with you is that you're framing this proposition as if you have a globe on one side and a definite shape on the other side, and you're choosing between the two. That's not the case.
So you are not a flat earther, you're just a whatever Earth.
What?
Whatever Earth, that's a new role.
So you just say, Earth is not a globe, and that's it. I know everything, lol.
Well, listen. Truth be told, that's sufficient. If you falsify that the Earth's a globe, then it's not a globe. Knowing what it is, contrary-wise, is irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
So you say the world is irrelevant?
No, he's saying that replacing your falsified model is not necessary.
So you don't want to know what is the real world?
He didn't say that. He's saying come up with a better answer.
Yeah, we just don't need to replace your model to falsify it, that's all.
Okay, it's not a globe, so what is it?
Visibly and measurably flat.
A lot of things can be flat.
I said visibly and measurably flat.
A lot of things, but one of those things is not a sphere.
Yes, but why are you a flat earther?
Because the Earth's surface is measurably flat and topographical.
Specifically to oppose.
So you have.
That's the only reason why I'm a flat earther, just because you exist and I want to oppose the way you think.
You have the surface of an object.
Actually, that is the right answer. Because globers exist.
So you're flat.
So Slap sent me something direct message. Sorry, give me just a second. Slap sent me something direct message. I put it in the voice text. I assume that he wanted it posted. Thanks.
Whatever.
Whatever what?
He's a whatever earther now.
He's a whatever earther.
Yeah.
You're funny.
Well, I thought that was what you said, but I'll take credit for it.
For what?
Well, okay, so I explained why I'm a flat earther. I want you to explain why you're here, Slap.
To prove that you have no model.
No model. What do I need a model for? I have the real thing.
To explain something.
You only have a model. You listen.
You
listen,
need a model.
Listen,
Whether you
Slap.
like it or
No,
not,
no,
you
no.
need a model.
Hang on, Slap. You only
need
have
a model.
Don't talk over me. I'll just mute you for while I'm saying what I need to say. You only have a model. You have to be taught a model because in order for reality to conform to that model's lie, you have to be taught that your experiences, your senses, and everything you can actually do in the real world doesn't work to conform to that lie. So you have to be taught a model. I have reality. I don't need a model. Go on, Slap. You may now talk.
You don't need a model. Okay.
No, I have reality. I've already explained that to you. I can show you very simply that the earth is flat and measurably so, visibly so. There's nothing in your experience that says that it is moving, that it is a globe. Everything you see and feel conforms to my reality. You have to show me that I'm being tricked by my own senses to conform to your model, which is not reality. Reality is not a model. Reality is reality.
You say that for Earth.
No. Do you not agree that your core experiences are what we can agree upon what reality is? That what you experience is indeed what reality is based off of, correct?
Nope.
Everything beyond that is either a concept or a trick. And in order for you to use your reified concept known as a model to say that it's reality is to say that you're using concepts that cannot be proven or shown in this reality and saying that my experiences are somehow false, that looking across the vast breadth of this land, over water, sea, it doesn't matter. It's measurably flat from the distances at which I can see and which if I use an apparatus, I can see it's measurably flat.
A man with an experience is not at the mercy of a man with an argument.
That's what she said.
Let me ask you this, Slap. Do you think math is reality? Slap, do you think math is reality?
So I want to repeat question. And you know why? Because if I say yes, you will say I'm wrong. And if I say no, you will say I'm wrong. So
no, that's not true. There's one true answer.
Do you think?
I'm not a relativist. I don't believe in relativism. I think there are answers.
I have a hard time believing that.
Why? I just told you, you don't know me from Adam. You have to take me at my word until I prove myself wrong. As I will do for you. Do you believe that math is reality?
Take you for your words. Math
What's that?
is a tool.
It's a tool. I will agree with that. It's a concept to explain the world around you, right? It's a convention.
No.
Either way, as long as we're agreeing that concepts and things we use to describe things are not those things, then we can agree that in order for the Earth to be a globe, you have to use these concepts and make them a reality with a model in order for it to trick you into believing that it's a globe. Otherwise, you would come up with the answer I have right now, which is it's visibly and measurably flat, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Am I right? You could say yes or no. We'll talk about it. Is this beyond you? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, okay. We can agree. I'm just treading water here, guys. Okay, so everything else is a trick, right? Simply put?
It's your opinion.
Okay. Well, can you show me where my opinion falls flat, where it's proven wrong? Can you show me evidence of any curvature whatsoever?
I mean, French women have lot of
on the Earth. Besides topography, can you show me any evidence of the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Okay. Can you show me any evidence of moving, the Earth moving whatsoever?
I cannot say the sky because flat earthers refuse any agreement with the sky, so I will say no.
Hey, I'll agree with you that the sky is moving. Does that make the Earth moving?
The sky is not moving.
Okay. That's
the
an
stars
opinion.
Are moving, not the sky.
Well, does not the air move? Do not the things in the sky move? The sky is moving.
Not the sky.
Does the air move?
In it.
Does the air move? Do the clouds move? Everything in the sky moves. The birds. Everything. The rain. It doesn't matter. You put it in the sky, it will move.
And why?
Can you prove me? Can you prove me that that's wrong? That everything in the sky moves. So the sky must be moving.
A movement is always relative to the observer.
No. That's relativity. I'm asking you, if the Earth is stationary, as I propose, and everything in the sky moves, can you show me one thing that you can put in the sky that does not move? Prove me wrong. Don't sit there and ask me questions after I ask you a question. Just tell me. Can you put one thing in the sky that does not move? Okay, you're conceding with silence. The sky moves. That's obvious.
Just like everything.
By any child, they will tell you the sky is moving. Every child will tell you the sun is moving around us. Every child will tell you the moon is moving. Every child will tell you that the sky moves.
The sky is not an entity. The things in it.
As a whole,
you don't understand that?
everything in the sky moves. Show me one thing in the sky that does not move. Relative to the Earth. Checkmate.
Yes, it moves.
Do you have any evidence of the Earth moving? Don't say the sky, because we've already decided that was moving.
And don't give us some cop-out for why we don't experience it moving.
Because if you tell me it's circular motion, then I'll...
In daylight, you see the clouds moving. The birds moving.
You're just repeating me at this point.
Is it the sky? No. It's the clouds and the birds. It's not the sky itself.
The birds are staying stationary. The Earth is moving around it.
The sky is just a delimitation. It's not a thing.
Oh, it can be everything can be described as a thing, and the sky is a thing.
It's nice. It's nice to say that, but the sky is just something.
All stuff.
That delimits Earth and space.
All stuff can be described as a thing. Did you just invoke space? Can you prove space to me? Can you prove a second law of thermodynamics violation to me?
When you see balloon in high altitude, you see the sky, and then upward you see darkness.
What is the balloon in?
In the atmosphere.
The atmosphere. So
it's just gas.
That's
a bunch of gas.
No. You said the atmosphere. That's a begging the question fallacy. We're talking about the sphericity of the sky. You can call it the sky because that makes it a thing, and I'll agree with you. But the atmosphere is begging the question fallacy, correct? Because we're talking about
the sky is basically full of gas.
Okay,
and
I didn't.
There's darkness. Darkness.
So how can something that is nothing be full of something? Don't be an idiot, please. I think you're smarter than that.
You don't understand.
Oh no, I think you understand but refuse to comprehend. You're having cognitive dissonance. And it's okay. We've all been through it.
Oh my God.
What did I say that was laughable or stupid? Call me up.
You say that the sky is nothing.
You're saying the sky is not a thing. You said the sky is not a thing, it's not an entity. But then you said it's filled with gas. How can something that is filled with something be nothing?
Something that is delimiting space.
The sky is moving. You've already conceded it. That was the only point. So, again, can you show me any evidence of the Earth moving?
You see the things moving, separating us from darkness.
So you see things that aren't the Earth moving, so the Earth moves?
Well, listen to what he said. You see things moving, separating the earth from darkness. Well, what would that be? That would be the sun. You see the sun moving, separating the earth from darkness. Yeah, we agree. The sun moves, the earth don't. So far we got them to agree that the earth is locally flat. That's something we agree on, no matter where you are, right? And then we got them to agree that the sun moves, right? And now we just got to get rid of this vacuum without a container. So have you ever heard that nature abhors a vacuum? Do you know what that means?
Pretty sure it means that nature is the pimp of vacuums.
The pimp of vacuums?
Yeah, they go. Nature goes around door to door trying to sell you a Dyson. It's abhorring some vacuums.
It's a joke. All right, so moving on back to reality. So nature destroys vacuum, right? If the people do not take charge of their own, hold on, bro, relax. If the people do not take charge of their own governance, the government will step in and fill the vacuum. If the state of Iraq is fighting the state of Iran, right, for hundreds of years, and then all of a sudden the government of the U.S. comes in and destroys Iraq, Iran's power will fill that, and the United States will fill that vacuum, right? So over and over again, you see your vacuum in nature, it's going to get filled, right? If there's a place where people don't live and animals don't live, if it's suitable, eventually the animals and the people will move into this area, right? Because vacuums don't like to exist. Nature
Thanks for stating the obvious.
Right. So how do you have a vacuum in space?
Because
without
nothing is a perfect vacuum.
I'm sorry, what, Slaps?
Nothing. You cannot have a perfect vacuum.
Okay, so the best
It's not
vacuum.
perfect.
Okay, that's not the question, but the best vacuum we know of is 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? 10 to the negative 17 torr is what space is. Directly directly past the thermosphere is 10 to the negative 6 torr. The top of the thermosphere, as far as we know, is 25 torr. That's a pressure differential of 50,000 millibar. So you can't have a pressure system next to a vacuum, and it doesn't matter if it's perfect or not, but a high pressure system next to a low pressure system, the high pressure system will always immediately
It's
rush
not immediately. It's gradual. You go from 100 to 99 to 99
No.
to 97, 96, 95. No. It's not brutal. Everything is gradual.
No, that's not gradual at all.
Or that's not filling up gradually.
That's not gradual at all. You're going from 25 torr to 10 to the negative 6 torr. That's not gradual there, bud.
You talk about exosphere, thermosphere, atmosphere?
The top of the thermosphere to what is called space, or the Kármán line, is 10 to the negative 6 torr from 25
Which
torr.
one? Only one question. Which one is rotating together with the Earth through the vacuum of that stratosphere or whatever? Which one of gradient is traveling 66 miles per hour through the vacuum around the sun? Which gradient of gas is traveling 66,000 miles per hour around the sun together with the Earth through that vacuum?
I cannot say gravity because you refuse it, so I don't have the answer.
I wouldn't refuse it if you could just do an experiment where you use gravity to create some pressure next to a vacuum and show us that that's even a thing that can happen.
You cannot do it because we cannot create a gravity enough to substantiate the gravity
Here
of
we
Earth.
go again with the excuses. Okay, thanks.
We don't
The gravity of Earth is crushed at everything that we do.
We don't have to Slaps, we don't have to refuse gravity. The simple fact of is the inverse square law says that as you get further from the source of a force, it will lessen exponentially. And the air molecules, any gas particle that is being distributed throughout the system, are more likely to be at the bottom than they are the top of this container. So there's no air molecule that's going to be stopped directly at that line that wasn't directly stopped at the surface of the Earth, because that line is further from the source of that energy if gravity were a real thing. So it's illogical. That premise.
How is it logical?
That premise that gravity is doing anything to the gas is illogical. Because it would be greater at the surface of the Earth than it is at the Kármán line, or the demarcation between space and atmosphere. Do you not agree? Because of the inverse square law, we can see that all natural energies work that way. There's no energy that works stronger further away than it does closer to the Earth, or closer to the source, right? As it gets further from the source, it becomes diffuse, correct? Exponentially diffuse by distance?
Stronger?
Do you not know the inverse square law? Go ahead and Google it. I don't feel like explaining it.
So you say that the distant air is most powerful? What the fuck you're talking?
You clearly don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh yes, because it makes zero sense.
I'm sorry you don't know what the inverse.
You say something that is not logical. So
am I saying it incorrectly, guys? Hang on, Slab. Shut your stupid mouth for a second. Am I saying it incorrectly, guys?
You first.
The inverse square law. Anybody?
Nope.
I'm speaking clearly. Okay, I'm speaking clearly, and it's understandable. I thought so.
Well, you also asked the question, like, what power source gets stronger the further away it is from the source?
It makes no sense.
That would be it would be a start to answer that question, Slap.
Unless there is another source, like the moon, something
So
like
you,
that,
oh,
or the sun.
okay. So you're saying another source of gravity is holding our atmosphere to the Earth? Are you stupid? Another source of gravity would rip our atmosphere from its surface. It makes no sense.
So tell me,
I already did tell you, and
an
you
object,
thought I was talking
gas,
nonsense when I was
the
only
further
speaking
you get,
of sense.
the more gas you get. That's what you say.
No. What I'm saying is there's no such thing as space. And you refuse to pick up on the whole, subtle keys that we're saying it's not possible to have an atmosphere next to space without a solid barrier. The second law of thermodynamics is very simple. While you invoke gravity and misunderstanding that gravity would be stronger at the surface than it would the farther reaches of the atmosphere, therefore you can't invoke it because if gas is filling the container, then it wouldn't matter. Gravity obviously isn't working on it. Gravity can't be a solid barrier between two pressure differentials. That's impossible.
Wait. You say that gravity is stronger far away?
If gravity were a thing, it would be stronger at the surface of the object than it would be further away from the object of the object. Therefore, all gas that could escape would stay close to the surface as to not escape, or else the premise falls apart. How do you not understand this?
Which is the case?
That is not the case, or else you would have no atmosphere past a couple inches of the Earth. Of the surface of the Earth, it would not be thicker than a couple inches. That's the inverse square law. Or else, actually, it wouldn't even exist because there's no possibility of having a vacuum next to a pressure system without it being ripped away. The gas would try to fill the size of, or the volume of the container, which would be the vacuum of space. That's the volume of the container.
You know why?
Go ahead and tell me. I'm riveted. Please tell me.
Why would you think that the gas will fill the vacuum?
What's that?
Without gravity, how do we get the gas to fill a vacuum?
Well, you just put it in the vacuum.
Slaps. We don't, because it doesn't exist. It's a stupid premise and it's illogical and goes against the laws of nature. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's not possible.
The laws of nature.
The laws of nature. All the
and
laws,
the laws of nature are made by humans?
No. We observe the laws of nature. We don't make them.
Your observation is human-based.
We can barely explain the laws of nature. We only know their qualities. We don't know their cause. We don't know why the law of thermodynamics works the way it does.
So you know nothing. So basically, at the end of the day, you say, God did it. Boom.
Did I say that? Did I say that? No, I'm saying even
most philosophers are religious nuts. So
the most accomplished scientists will agree with what I'm saying.
But
you invoke the law. You invoke the law of the gaps, which I didn't invoke. I'm saying no. We observe the laws of nature. We did not make them up. If we made up the laws of nature, then we created everything here, which I don't think we did.
So we only observe it, but we cannot use it.
We cannot what?
We cannot use it.
We can't use it? Is that what you're saying?
To make things. Technology, stuff, objects.
We use the laws of nature to make and understand the world every day.
Yes. And by understanding, You learn. You make blueprints, schematics, experiment, validation, connections, and then you publish, and then you get more knowledge, and then you build things based on that knowledge.
Wow, you sound really smart with all your word salad. What are the constituent?
No, I don't sound smart.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that you don't just.
I'm asking you a question. What are the constituent parts of an experiment?
What? What you said is irrelevant.
You're the one who
What do you
invoked
need in
an
order to
experiment.
do the scientific method? What do you need to do an experiment when you're talking about the scientific method?
The 6 steps?
We're waiting.
Tell me.
Dude, no offense, but at this stage, listen, no offense, but at this stage, I think we need the 12 steps.
Does it exist?
Nothing in your world does, except what you're told to believe, and you will believe it to your dying breath without
What
thinking it,
am I told to believe?
without thinking an independent thought or using logic to form your worldview ever, because you will just believe what you're told as a good little drone, believing what you're told without ever thinking about what you're told. And all we're doing is asking you to think about what you were told. We all believed it at one point in time. Not all of us. There were one or two scragglers who never believed it. But most of us sat in the same place you're sitting right now. But I don't think we were ever that much of a denialist of reality. Just listen up, because what people are trying to tell you is important. You were taught what to think, not how to think, and that's sad.
What to think, how to think.
Yeah, if I tell you what to think, I'll
So
tell
how
you
do
that
I
the Earth
use
is
my
a
cell
globe.
phone and my computer?
Because it's technology. You've been taught how to use it, right? It's been demonstrated to you. Like if I listen.
No.
If I wanted to teach you how to fish, right, I would demonstrate it to you. I would say, this is how you get the hook. You tie it to the line. Here's the bobber. Here's the worm. You put the worm on the hook, and this is how you hold the button. And you swing, and then you let go of the button right before the swing ends. And then you cast your line,
And you
then
follow
wait.
it like a sheep. Lol.
I've never demonstrated to you the Earth is a ball. They told you, right? And just like you believed in Santa Claus, you believed in the Easter Bunny. You never saw somebody who could deliver all. What?
You do?
Anyway, who demonstrated to you the globe? Who showed you?
Nobody ever.
So they just told you, and you believed them,
Nobody told
like
me.
Santa Claus.
Never. Nobody. Actually, 0% ever.
So why do you? So why do you think it's a globe?
Never.
Hang on, he's denying
In France,
reality.
it's 0. It's illegal in school.
It's illegal to teach somebody the globe in France.
Yes, it's not in the program, so it's illegal. You know, we have something called Éducation nationale with a program. It's not in it. If you teach it, you can get punished by law. And you will get punished, especially if you're a teacher.
So you just went and brainwashed yourself? So you just went and brainwashed yourself?
We have laws, older, constitution.
Dude, how do you make it through every grade without ever being told about geography, astronomy, the voyages in the past, all those things, right? You're telling me that you have a complete education without covering any of those subjects?
How'd you learn about gravity there, bud?
Exactly, yeah.
Google.
Google. Your education comes from Google.
Not a teacher. It's not a teacher.
I'm sorry, Slaps. I'm going to go ahead and move on from you. I think you're unhelpable. At least at this stage.
0% in school told me what gravity is. You don't understand that?
What? What'd you say, Slaps? I don't understand what you're saying.
Gravity.
What is gravity?
The force that attracts the object to the center of mass,
Incorrect.
which is the Earth's core.
Incorrect. You're wrong twice. One, it is not
Yes, it's the deformation of a metric space-time.
okay.
Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you invoked it being a force, and then you said it was mass attracting other mass, and then you said space-time. You are all fucked up there, bud. You don't believe anything that the mainstream reality would tell you, or even Google. Okay, how can it be mass attracting other mass if it is a warp in space-time? And how can you warp something that isn't real? Both time and space are concept. What is wrong with you? Who hurt you?
I'm just a man.
Okay, so let me read from the Ministry of Education curriculum. Hold on a second. Here we go. Space and time. Students discover and begin to develop simple representations of their neighborhood, their village, and town. They go on to represent photographs of maps, world maps, planispheres, and globes. Oh, I guess you're full of crap, Holmes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He was reading from the French syllabus there, bud.
The sky and the earth.
2007 program teached.
Oh, to be fair, this one is 2008. So maybe you made it out in time.
Oh, you're funny, man.
All right, let's read some more of the sky and the earth.
Oh my god.
The movement of the earth and
Oh
other
my
planets
God.
around the sun. Earth's rotation, length of day, and how the seasons changes. The movement of the moon, lights and shadows.
Holy shit.
Yada, 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 bro. You're full of crap.
So you come here and lie?
You too.
What did I lie about? I've never lied to you in my life. I have no reason to lie to you.
Everything that I learned is from other people preaching me, blah, blah, blah.
What about somebody touching you? What?
Preaching. Tony.
He thinks you learned everything you know because of a preacher that believed in the Bible, basically. That's his argument, I guess.
Oh. I have no idea what he's talking about. He couldn't possibly know why I
That's
know
what
what I
your
know.
point.
Well, to be fair, he is a staunch atheist that believes that his mental state is physical concept.
Don't Slaps, let me tell you, you do that one more time. If you talk over somebody one more time, I'm going to go ahead and just permanently mute you until I'm gone. Don't talk over people. If he's saying something, let him finish. Understand? Thanks for mouth farting your understanding.
All right, so we usually have a question that the Globers like to ask. Why would they lie? So we have a person who lied, so we're going to ask him. Okay, why would you lie?
Let's not embarrass him any more than we already have.
Lie?
He's already embarrassed himself. I don't think we need to be any further.
Yeah, it's kind of unnecessary.
Plus, we already know the answer.
I'm already embarrassed for him. There's no reason to go further.
Lie about what? Tell me. Give me a single proof. Give me
He
a
does
single
not know when to give up.
of Earth being perfectly flat. Anywhere.
No.
You cannot. I know.
No.
I will. Yeah.
Hang on. We are not obligated to show you anything positive to our belief when you come here trying to disprove our belief with your positive claim of the Earth being a globe. My Earth, my reality, is visibly flat, stationary. Your Earth is a globe The model is a globe that is moving. You have the positive claim. I'm not obligated to show you anything. That's how this works.
Of course.
But go ahead, Hank. I just wanted to get that out, that we're not obligated. But you can ingratiate yourself upon him if you'd like.
Thank you. Yeah, so the Bolivian salt flats, right? The largest ones in the world, 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief. That means less than 1 meter of drop. So that's not the only salt flat. We have salt flats all over the world in different places, but that's the largest one. Then we have the abyssal plains, which is the plains underneath the ocean water that has a gentle slope until the mid-Atlantic ridge. Right, these abyssal plains make up more than 50% of the Earth's surfaces, and by all means, don't take my word for it. Please Google these keywords, abyssal plains, and you'll see for yourself that they take up more than 50% of the Earth's surface. Even though it's underwater, it's still the crust of the Earth, like the Earth's surface, right? So you have these like all over the oceans, and then we have the Great Plains of the United States that stretch all the way from like North Dallas to like Kansas. Yeah, there's Great Plains in Canada, and there's Great Plains in the Middle East and other parts of the world like Africa, right? Africa is 5,000 miles from North Africa to South Africa, and the average height above sea level is only about 1,500 feet, right? Yeah, so, they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake. You can search that up. That was a study done by, college people, like with letters after their names, right? Specialists in their field. So you can look that up because, I wouldn't expect you to like trust me in what I'm saying. But yeah, so the Great Plains, yeah, that's something that you definitely have to contend with. Yeah, this all over the world, people have been measuring for the past 7 years or so, and they're measuring over water, and we have several examples down below of people using lasers, people using spotlights, cameras and or high zoom telescopes, binoculars, and they can't detect any curvature. So basically, like you said, it's flat locally every time we check. Every time we check, it's flat locally. Sorry about that. That's just how it is. But I don't expect you to take my word for it or the experts' word for it, right? I would expect you to go outside and look for yourself and don't be a little bitch.
Excuse me?
Don't complain, right, about us knowing because we've been outside to look. I would expect you not to nag us, right? What do they say? Plea? See, what is it? In French, what is the word plea? Plead? Like plead guilty? Right? We don't want you to plea, right? We want you to go look. Go look outside. You have an ocean in France, right?
In France?
Yeah, you got a cove or a peninsula or some sort of area where you can look across the water, make some observations, make some measurements, and you can prove us wrong. Yes, you can. You can prove us wrong with an Earth curve calculator and a mirror if you have a friend. So get a friend, a day off, make some observations, prove us wrong. And if you go ask, Google how to prove that the Earth is a globe, they'll tell you to look at the sun, moon, and the stars, but that's obviously nonsense. If you want to prove the Earth is a globe, go measure it directly. The water will tell you if it is curving around the Earth's surface or not. So, like I said.
You know that it's impossible to prove that Earth is a globe?
I agree. I agree.
We agree.
100%. Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to
But
Flat
it's
Earth. buddy.
impossible to say it's flat.
No, it's not. Your natural default would be flat if it's impossible to prove a globe.
It's impossible to prove things that aren't real. I agree.
I do too.
Your natural default would be to what your eyes see, what you experience. Your natural default, if one thing is impossible, the default would be the obvious. The obvious is that it's flat. Through your own perception, go outside and look. I guarantee you will not see any curvature. Therefore, if it's impossible, it's clearly what you see. Reality, not a model. Period.
The problem is, it's local.
That's not a problem. There should be a local geometric horizon and all that if the Earth's a globe. Once again, all you have are excuses instead of
Not a
positive
globe,
proofs.
but you cannot prove it's flat with a vision, a local vision.
Yeah, it's
You
not a
need
problem.
a global vision.
Yeah, there locally should be curvature at 8 inches per mile squared. There locally should be a
A
geometric
local
horizon.
vision is flat.
You can't invoke the problem to solve the problem. You're begging the question by saying a global vision. That's nonsense. Use logic, please.
You need the entire
It makes you look stupid when you invoke the word to define the word. Don't do it. It's dumb.
And also, as double standards are showing again, did they look at the entire Earth when they determined for you that it was a globe? That was okay,
Why
though,
not do
wasn't
it
it?
for flat Earth? Just tell me why.
Well, because it's not a globe. There would be a geometric horizon locally. There would be 8 inches per mile squared everywhere. Doesn't matter if it's local or over the entire surface or what. It would be showing up everywhere in all directions. It'd be measurable. It'd be there. But it's not, because it's obviously not a globe.
We're already in agreement, Slap. We don't have to go on any further. You already said it's impossible to prove that it's a globe. And we fully agree. 100%. There's nobody here who disagrees with that.
The problem is, you want to measure a house. How do you do it?
Directly, and not by pointing at the sky.
You need to have the entire thing in perspective.
Yeah,
Whether you like it or not.
imagine trying to fucking describe like the dimensions of a house by looking at like the neighboring house and saying like, well, that house over there looks like it's near it, so like, why isn't this one? You can't look at the
I didn't
sky
say
and
that.
know the fucking shape of the ground, buddy. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. The
You
problem
need to be able
is
to
if the
get to
Earth...
the entire house to measure it entirely.
Yeah, but if the entire
So for
Earth
you need
were a
to
sphere...
measure it by
if
the
the
entire thing.
If the
Slap.
entire Earth were a sphere, then its entire surface would have curvature that comports with the size of the sphere.
Hang on, Slap. So you're saying that all of the measurements that were done before supposed space travel or even air travel were done incorrectly because you can't measure a geometric shape by its parts? If I have a sphere, can I tell you where the arc angle is or where the horizon should be if you're a certain height off of that sphere? It has a hard shape. You should be able to measure that hard shape through the parts of it, or else we wouldn't use things like radius. That's dumb. You're not thinking clearly. I'll let you rethink it and then go ahead and speak again.
I don't think he's going to rethink it because we've been calling him on this point for hours.
It's just logic. Basic logic.
It's not logical at all. And you have blatant double standards.
The Earth is not a globe. So, can you
Okay.
measure the Earth?
What?
No.
Can we measure the what?
Flat Earth. The entire flat Earth.
No, we didn't purport to be able to. We don't even know what the shape of it is. We know it's measurably flat, and that's all we claim. We don't know if it's round, a square, infinite plane. We have no idea. We would never claim that unless we knew.
So
Because
your movement is
we're not
1
idiots.
over surface of a 3D object is flat.
Yes.
It's
One
not a lot.
dimension is flat.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. No matter where you are on a sphere, you will never fucking measure it as flat. It will always be
I'm
curving.
talking about
By
geography.
definition of a sphere.
Yeah, you can have local flat sections all over a sphere.
Slaps, do you know the approximate dip of the angle that it should be if it were a sphere the size they say it is?
I don't know. I know it's stronger. So what's your point?
You know it's what?
Wrong. The measurement. So what's your point?
The measurement is wrong. So everybody measuring the globe Earth is incorrect, is what you're saying? I don't disagree with that.
Based on your movement, yes.
Movement? What movement?
The flat Earth community. Your movement
You
is
said
based
something about
on
movement.
that.
Wait, you said something about movement. What's movement?
Saying the
You said
measurement
movement.
is wrong.
Movement is a verb, not a fucking noun. What noun is moving?
You know, a movement.
Oh, you mean a
Yeah,
group?
movement is something that things do.
It's movement.
Something has
It's
to
a
be
group.
doing the
A group
movement.
of
You can't
people.
just say movement. You have to say what's moving relative to what.
He's not wrong, but I think he means a colloquial movement, as in a community.
A feminist movement.
Oh, my bad.
It's a group of people. What the heck are you talking about?
Okay, Slaps, we've gone beyond that. Calm down. Put your yellow vest back in the drawer, bud.
Bro, use your ears.
Hey. Look, the globe Earth is a movement as well, a bowel movement, because it's BS.
It's a big BM. Slaps, I think we're just going around in a circle here.
On a globe Earth.
Why would we do that? There's no such thing, Slaps. You haven't given us any evidence. I've asked you for evidence of curvature. I've asked you for evidence of movement. I've asked you for any direct evidence that you have whatsoever for your claims, and you constantly deny that nobody can know those things. Or you say that nobody can know those things. You say that the measurement for measuring curvature is incorrect. You say that nobody could possibly know the size or breadth of the Earth. So, you don't have any answers, but you're coming here with the positive claim that the Earth is a globe. And you keep on insisting that it's a globe, even though we tell you, dude, just look out your window. It's obviously flat. But you reify it with the model, so therefore my math works over your reality. No, it doesn't. Show me, please. I'm begging you. Back your positive claim up with some evidence, with some observation, with at least something you can show me to say that you have a grasp on your own reality. But you don't. You only have what you're told, and you do what you're told, like a good little boy. Continue on. It makes no sense, but whatever.
Who tells me to do what?
Okay, if that's what you believe. Where did you get your words from, Slaps? Where did you learn your language? Is that your language? Do you own it? Every thought you have is a culmination of human experience before you. I'm asking you for a bit of individual thought. Show me how the Earth is a globe, besides parroting what you're told. Show me some evidence. Show me some evidence of movement, please. Besides the sky clearly moving. I'll agree with that. Show me evidence of the Earth moving. You can't. You even said you can't. So you're coming here with the positive claim, pushing it off on us because you're obviously a religious zealot for the globe. Without any evidence, you believe the cult that you're in. You believe the cult that you're in, despite your own experience, despite what your own senses tell you. It is sickening. It's sad to see, and I feel sorry for you.
There is no cult.
Oh, okay. Is that what they waved in front of your front? Is that what they said when they waved their hand in front of your face? There is no cult.
No, but prove me that there is a cult.
You said you're an atheist. Well, you clearly have a religion.
Atheist is a lack of belief. How is a lack of belief a religion? Tell me.
What is the shape of the earth?
Everything but flat.
Do you have any evidence of that?
He's not. He's just trolling you. He just responded with everything but flat. It's not even a real response.
And that's fine. Do you have any evidence of that?
Sorry.
Do you have any evidence that it's anything other than what your experiences tell you? No, because you've been inculcated into a cult. You have a belief. You have a religion. You're not an atheist. That's obvious. Because you have a belief without any evidence.
Atheist is a lack of belief in faith.
You have a belief, a faith in something you cannot prove. Therefore, you have a religion. Goodbye. Next.
Oh.
Imagine believing in a globe with no proof or evidence for it, and then saying that you don't believe in anything.
That you have no religion. Even though you're in the world's biggest religion, buddy.
The world's biggest religion?
You are in the world's biggest religion.
Biggest religion?
Oh, yeah, it's called the heliocentric religion. It's the world's biggest religion. It's bigger than Catholicism. It's bigger than Islam.
Big religion?
Heliocentrism wins. That's the best religion of all time.
Well, because
people believe in heliocentrism.
How is it a religion? It's a belief system devoid of any evidence, as you've well demonstrated today.
All right, heliocentrist, go back to your religious buddies and go talk to your high priest, Neil deGrasse.
Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't thought of this before. Slap, as an atheist, you haven't looked at your own logical patterns and saw what were beliefs and what were truths and parsed the difference between the two. You claim to be an atheist, but you haven't looked inside yourself to look at your own claim of not having a belief. How could you even claim to be something without doing a little bit of introspection? It doesn't make any sense. Even your claim on yourself goes without any rigorous logic whatsoever. You can't even look at yourself. Look yourself in the mirror and say, these are my beliefs that I have no evidence for, and these are the truths that I can show. You haven't even done that.
Yeah, I mean, like, they say, like, oh, what'd you do? Read that out of the Bible? Like, sir, you read your heliocentric model out of a textbook. That's your Bible. You read it. You didn't fucking prove it. You saw no evidence for it. You just believed it because the fucking high priest told you to. Just like the fucking Catholic schoolboys, just like Islam, just like whatever other fucking religion you want to fucking make up right now. You read it in a book. You believed it with no fucking evidence.
Hey, Life, really quick. Life, I haven't been muting him for some time. I muted him about 15 minutes ago. And that was only to let somebody else speak. So, control yourself.
Earth is not a globe.
I agree. What is it?
Something good.
Okay. I can agree with that. It's definitely something other than a globe.
Am I a believer?
What's that?
Am I a believer?
Of what?
That Earth is not a globe.
I don't know. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is not a globe? You're making a positive claim. Show me.
I cannot prove it's not a globe.
Can't prove it is a globe either because I've asked you for evidence 15 times and you've yet to say one.
Wait, but saying the Earth is not a globe is a negative claim by definition. So he's not claiming anything. He's just claiming it's not that thing, right? You don't need to show evidence.
But he's making a declaration. I kind of want to see evidence of his declaration. I'm not going to take somebody on their word. I need,
oh my
need
goodness.
to see something.
Let's be clear. That is not a negative claim. A negative claim is not making a claim. To say the Earth is not something is categorically a positive assertion.
Earth is something not round.
How do you know that?
I cannot prove it.
Then shut up.
Now, there is a philosophical. Hey, he told you to shut up. Anyway.
That's your religion. You say that. You say something like Earth is something without curvature.
Yeah.
It's your belief.
Okay, so listen. Propositionally, it's not the fault of the opposing view that the globe Earth is so easy to disprove, okay? Because it has a specific shape claim, right? That's easy to prove or disprove. All you have to do is disprove curvature, and that's the end of that.
So if you disprove that someone is not a triangle, does that make the person something else?
If you disprove that someone is not a triangle, that makes them a triangle. Right? It's like
if you prove that someone is not a triangle,
okay.
does that make them a balloon? No. It just says they are not a triangle.
I agree. They're not a triangle.
Oh, you know what? I think I see the problem. I see the problem, my friend. My friend, I see the problem. I looked again through the French curriculum and I realized that they skipped shapes and surface properties in third grade. So that might be your problem.
Third grade, you call about CP or CUL?
Hey, Slaps, have you ever studied rhetoric at all? Do you know what...
no, I'm too dumb. Lol.
You've never studied rhetoric whatsoever?
No.
Is that what... Okay. Do you know what sophistry is?
Sophistry?
Sophistry, yeah. Do you know what sophistry is?
No.
Okay.
Also?
Did you ever study God, what's his name starts with an S?
Socrates.
Socrates, that's right.
Socratic method.
I know him, but I don't know sophism. Lol.
You what?
Maybe you don't know either.
I don't understand French.
You don't know sophism? You don't know Socrates. You don't know sophism. So why would you want to talk about sophism?
Sophistry? Not
sophism.
Not sophism. We're not talking about that.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Are you ethnically French, or are you a new French?
Just French.
Are you ethnically French? Answer me.
I don't have to answer that.
Okay, that means no.
So what's your point about your
sophistry? So because you're a sophist, not a soph, but a sophist. You will use the lack of logic as your basis for argument, continually muddying the waters in any way possible to make your argument. But it's not. It doesn't help you here. It just makes you look illogical and unfounded, unmoored, not very smart.
What do you think would happen if this guy went outside?
What?
What do you think would happen if this guy actually went outside and made some measurements?
It's just some cursory observations. He wouldn't believe his eyes. He wouldn't believe his lying eyes, and he would have to say, well, that doesn't work on my model. So obviously it's just locally flat and everything else is round. The difference is made up somewhere else, obviously. Underneath the flat waters somehow.
Yeah, well, the new gambit from Zanuck lately is you don't even have to do that because you just take the proposition that gravity is differential throughout the Earth based on the substrate. Therefore, you can have local plumb line differential. So, you could have a flat spot, you could have an uphill, you could have a downhill. Like no place on the Earth would ever be curved in the manner in which the globe would need to prove itself. So essentially making it unfalsifiable.
So like it's a rhomboidodecahedron or something?
Yeah. It's like a Google plexahedron. That's what it's like.
So the points where those planes meet up would be drastically curved.
Yeah, and the best part about it is like you don't even have to prove it, right?
You can just you can just hand wave and falsify claims anytime you want. Oh no, that's because of this.
Yeah, you just say, "Oh, it's just the local gravity." How do you know it's local gravity? Well, obviously because it's doing this that I observed.
I would hate to live in that world. That world of relativity where there is no right, there is no wrong, there is no real. There's just my truth. Oh, God. What a wonderful world.
Okay. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Everyone on Earth knows the Earth is flat. How does it change anything?
That's not a question.
How does it
I can't tell you. I can't tell you how it changes the way the world works. I can't tell you how it will change the way your world works. I can only tell you the truth. Shut up when I'm answering you, for fuck's sakes. I can only tell you that truth is far more. It has a better ability to build a better future, a better tomorrow than a lie will. If your world, the nature of your reality is built on a lie, you will have a outlook of the world that is fouled. It's false. You take these people who are solipsistic narcissists who believe that they are the only thing in existence because nothing else matters. They're a grain of sand flying through the vast distances of space and nothing. They don't matter. They don't know that they have a special place in the world. That's not a great, healthy lifestyle. But if people know that the only possibility is that they hold a special place in the world, then I think it will change the outlook of people for the better, not the worse. So how it will change, I can't tell you, but I'm pretty sure the truth is more positive than a lie.
Listen, it also changes your logistical forecast. For example, if you believe you can go to other planets and that's the salvation of mankind, after we poo-poo all over this planet, quote unquote, then you'll spend a lot of money, time, and energy trying to do that. But if you knew that this Earth is what we have, then you might spend money, time, and energy exploring the oceans, which are still vastly uncharted and explored. Which is tangibly accessible to us. There might be some cool things down there that we could actually see in our lifetime. But instead, we waste all kinds of money on imagining going to Uranus to see if it smells like farts.
Not only just down there, but elsewhere.
Now, tongue in cheek, you think I'm joking.
No,
that's an actual published article. No, I'm not speaking to you.
Oh, sorry.
The point I was trying to make with that is I just made a funny joke. But guess what? I didn't make that joke. an official space agency and an official organization that publishes information put out an article that literally said Uranus opens up occasionally to let out noxious gas that smells like farts. Right? So we're wasting all our money on that nonsense. And of course, they're speaking about the planet for all you slow kids.
Maybe.
Are they really?
Well, conceptually, anyway.
Objective.
Yeah, so that's a tangible, measurable change that would occur. Okay, so notice how when you ask us questions, we have answers for you. When we ask you questions, you twiddle your thumbs and go, noises, noises, noises. Okay, the Earth's flat. So what shape is the outer perimeter? And if you can't tell me that, then it can't be flat, and I win.
I mean, you had 3,000 years to do so. It's a lot of time.
How the fuck do you figure?
Dude, I'm like 3,450 years old, man.
No. I want to know how this guy figures we've had any time whatsoever besides since 2014. How do you think we've had any time? How do you think any money or any time has been? Do you know what generational?
People always think about Earth being flat. Anytime.
Do you know what generational knowledge is? That
Each
you can
30 years of a generation, yes, what so what?
So generational knowledge is knowledge passed down through the generation, right?
Mm-hmm. By books, scriptures.
So up until the 1900s, flat Earth was commonly held belief. Up until the 1900s. And within 2 generations, they eliminated it.
Sure, anything.
Within 2 generations, they got rid of it. We were not taught anything about flat Earth, nor is there very much knowledge base or anything put in books. The only thing put in books are globe methodology that bases itself off of a model that can't be shown in reality. But we're told what to think. We're not taught how to figure it out, right? Correct? I'm asking you questions. So I don't know why you don't answer.
So you told me that 500 years ago, they suppressed anything to make sure that the heliocentric model was taught?
100 years ago. It hasn't even been that long. And my ancestors don't even, the ones I know, my ancestors don't know anything about a flat Earth. They've only been taught a globe Earth.
Mm-hmm. I mean...
so why do you think I have 3,000 years of knowledge behind me to prove anything? That's a ridiculous assertion.
And you cannot burn in every single book in existence, every scripture.
What?
There's at least some books that remain.
Yes, I clearly said that there are very few texts. I said that there are texts by saying there are very few. Did I not say that? Do you not comprehend the fucking words I use? Is that what it is? Is it a language barrier? I don't know if you're being a dipshit.
The problem is, you told the answer in your question.
What?
It's passed on. It has always been passed on.
Always. What is? What has?
Books.
Books are passed down.
Books.
Is that
you
what you're
write
saying?
on it. You write knowledge on books. Then you read it.
Why are you speaking to me in this manner? You have no answers.
Come on, man. Come on.
No,
You know
come
the
on.
answer. You know the answer.
Show me evidence of curvature, please.
None.
You have none. Show me evidence of movement of the Earth.
None.
Why are you telling me, come on, man? Why are you talking about the vast distance of time compared to the knowledge we should have? Doesn't make any sense, given the world we live in.
Because knowledge is not entirely learned in just one generation.
No, I know it's not. But when the system is using a lie against you, it's clearly against you, Slap. They're using a lie against you. If the Earth is flat, then you are being lied to, and it is never a good reason why you're being lied to. Every lie is to control you. How do you not understand this? Why should I be the one to point out to you that if you're being lied, you're being controlled? That the generational knowledge that you don't have is due to the system that is lying to you. How stupid could you be?
Maybe I'm just too stupid.
Oh, by the way, this subjective dithering is a tactic of late. They basically just want to present it as they have a belief. We have a belief. We all have beliefs. Everybody's allowed to have their own beliefs. Kumbaya, we're all friends. So escaping into subjectivism. If the Earth isn't a globe, then objective reality isn't objective anymore. Real mature.
Right. They want to erase subjective reality because it shows evidence that they're uncomfortable with, evidence that they've been told is wrong, and evidence that they have to qualify their actions in life.
You surprised at this point? Are you not entertained?
Music?
You're saying that you were a comedian, and I know that you don't have comedians in France, so look up Eddie Izzard. That's what you are.
You know what? I think I've solved it. So Glober comes in with the premise that a sphere is made up of many circles and talks us around in circles. Then he takes all of those circles and makes a sphere and then says, aha, I've proved a sphere. Genius. Platypus, you on break yet? All right. All right, Matt Willies, what do you make of Slap performance?
No, it's not a game. It's not a show. So
I
when
think
you talk about performance,
I think he's just dishonest, man. He knows better. He understands the argument. He's just. I say let him have his ball. Let him have his faith. He's got more faith than everybody in here.
So you side on the mercy, where if we take his ball, it would be too traumatic and life-threatening, so we need to allow him to keep it.
That's the thing, though. Does anybody really care what anybody else thinks around here? I don't give a shit what he thinks. He can think whatever he wants. But don't come in my house, piss on my head, tell me it's raining. That's not going to work. Don't tell me what to think about what you say. That's clearly stupid. In life, why do people have to be nice? And addressing what's written in chat, I just don't understand why people have.
You don't have to be nice.
Okay. But I think trying to share knowledge, trying to shake somebody out of their stupor may look a little harsh. I grant that. It may sound mean. I understand. Trying to wake somebody up from a dream they've been having for their whole life is not an easy task.
Yeah, smelling sauce doesn't smell very nice. Right?
Yeah.
Rubbing your knuckles across someone's sternum to wake them up, or slapping them, out of their stupor, it's not very nice, but sometimes necessary.
Thank you, Cyberblitz. I think I've been nice to you. Cyberblitz gets hit.
Well, I mean, we did have a few not nice things to say. But for the most part, we're only talking about, our experience here on Earth, right? Everybody experiences the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's not really that controversial to say that I don't feel any spin. Right? He's saying you wouldn't. Exactly.
That's the thing. I think, Hank, the audible frustration in my voice is because we can't get past just the simple things. I want to get past the simple things so we can talk more about the complex things, but we can't even agree on reality. We can't even agree on the words that define our reality, nor can we agree on what he purports reality to be. So I'm clearly frustrated. I get that.
I know you are.
Well, when you got people, who's a college professor like Matthew, right, and Zanuck, who's done it all, right, they're saying that flat means curved. They're taking the words away from us, so we can't even have the conversation if, flat does actually mean curved. If level means curved, then why don't they say the Earth is level? Well, they won't say that, right? Because they know
flat means flat.
Exactly. And I would challenge anybody, find me a dictionary written before 2015, where curved is defined as level, or vice versa, or flat is defined as curved, or vice versa?
The dictionary, I want to say it's dictionary.com, but I can't remember exactly. But whatever one it is, they literally changed the definition that you can access through a Google search, in the midst of the arguments that we were having about this very topic. So at the beginning of the arguments, we were able to go and just type in the definition and it would come up, demonstrating that it's not curved. Then all of a sudden, there's a definition that says adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water as a definition for level. It just came out of nowhere.
SMU, shit made up, right? Shit.
Or the thing about Earth's atmosphere extending beyond the moon.
Mm-hmm.
We had a bunch of dumb globers in here arguing, well, it's not a vacuum. The atmosphere just keeps going and going and going and going and going. Then all of a sudden they come out with the Earth's atmosphere extends beyond the moon. Hooray!
Hey, why is life muted?
I don't know.
Survival.
Slap, I didn't ask you a question.
We could trade Slap for him.
I'm going to unmute him. Life, why were you muted? Life. Yesterday muted you? I'm going to put the comment where I want because there's not one there.
You hear me?
Not anymore. Just kidding, Slap. You can talk. I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
The question about life, it was for me?
What?
Yeah, the question about why life was muted was to you, who isn't life.
I mean...
oh my goodness, dude. Try to follow along.
Need to survive, so they have to evolve. Oh.
Listen, bro. He's clearly speaking to a member of the server about why they were muted. He's not asking questions about life itself.
Remember what I said about being a dust flying through space, insignificant, and somehow you build up your own significance within inside yourself, becoming a narcissist and ultimately solipsistic. I think Slap is showing definite signs of that by thinking I was talking about him when I said fucking life.
Yeah, but they claim to be, not arrogant because they're not the center of the universe, and they claim that they're not arrogant because they don't know anything, right? They don't know anything.
Their religion is themselves. They are their own gods.
Right. And that's the whole point.
It's because we are not the center of your universe.
Well, you should tell that
we are
to
insignificant.
the European Space Agency, right? Because they said that the Earth is in the center, right? Have you heard of the axis of evil in space? Have you ever heard of that?
Not really.
Oh, okay. It looks like I've done my homework and you haven't. Go ahead. Look it up. The axis of evil. Make sure you put in space. If you don't, it's going to pull up World War II.
Forgive him.
European Space Agency. Go ahead.
He's new French. He already admitted that he doesn't even know what's taught in French schools. He can't possibly know this.
I mean, I got my baccalaureate.
Go ahead, Hank, with what you were saying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you. Just wanted to point that out. He's new French.
I
So
still have my
European Space
baccalaureate.
Agency, the European Space Agency, they double checked something that I think it was Max Planck. No, it wasn't Max Planck. What was that guy's name? The weird dude from
Hubble?
No. Remember. So yeah, if you look up the Principal movie, right, there's a dude in there, Max Tegmark, right? He's the one that found it, the axis of evil, and the European Space Agency, they confirmed it, that there is an alignment in the outermost parts of the universe that make it appear that the universe is aligned with the Earth, and they call it the axis of evil in space. So we actually are in the center. And here's some more evidence, if you didn't like the first one. If the universe is expanding, and the redshift, also known as the Doppler effect, is evidence of this, if you could hypothetically rewind time, which you can't, this is a thought experiment, well, instead of seeing redshift in all directions, you would see blue shift in all directions, meaning that everything is expanding away from the Earth. So if you could rewind it, and it was blue shift, everything would be heading towards the Earth, making the Earth the center of all creation, even for Wilbers.
Yep. Now you study the history of all this type of stuff back to the inception, and you find a collection of scientists, quote unquote, who in their own words, in their own lectures, in their own books, wrote that the decisions that they made were philosophical, not scientific. So how do we arrive at this quote unquote scientific consensus of a bunch of people making philosophical choices? Sounds like they're confused.
Slaps, we've already gone over this. You didn't know it, but we have already gone over this. Remember the second law of thermodynamics violation? A high pressure system will flow to a low pressure system without a solid barrier between the two instantaneously. Slaps, do you remember that?
Conservation? Okay. Yes.
Okay. So, do you have to see something to know it's there? Slaps, do you have to see something to know it's there?
Not always, I guess. Not always.
Okay. So if the second law of thermodynamics has never been disproven, then we must hold that it is true all the time, right? So therefore,
so the firmament, right?
Therefore, if we have a pressure, then we have a container. Do you agree?
Okay.
Do you agree?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's logic, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you know, it's better to see it.
I 100% agree. I would love to see a firmament. That would be amazing.
Especially because it must be big.
It must be enormous, greater than my brain can comprehend. It must be beyond my ability to comprehend it. I would love to see it. That would be amazing.
Could we touch it?
I don't know. Let's try.
It must be physical, right?
It has to be physical. I've said that. It has to be a physical barrier. It can't be an ethereal barrier. That doesn't make any sense unless it's beyond my comprehension. It could be beyond my comprehension. I'll agree to that. I'm not the smartest man.
Guess it depends what you mean by physical barrier.
I think that's what we just said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you think it is, Deuce?
Well, a container of a sort. It could be a liquid. It could be we're in a bubble. It's beyond my comprehension. It's well
You know,
beyond my
that's a bit
comprehension.
Wait. Did you say bubble?
Yeah, it could be a bubble.
Oh, I finally heard somebody. I swear to God, dude, every time I've come in here and most people don't try to ascribe a physical description or a physical makeup of the container. But I finally heard somebody describe it as a bubble for the first time, like 2 weeks ago.
Did you?
It'd also be a plate.
Like, in the sense, the way it was described to me is his notion was, and I didn't like it because it's still. Well, I'll get to the second part, but his notion was he was looking at the inside of a glass at a restaurant with pop in it, and he saw the bubbles, the carbonation on the inside sticking to the surface of the glass, and he was like, wait a minute, maybe there isn't another material making the bubble. Maybe it's just
gas pressure in a liquid
or whatever. You know what I mean? You know what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't like it, and I was like, oh, that's cool. What do you think is on the other side of the bubble? And he immediately goes with, oh, I can't possibly know what that is.
The water's above the water, above the land. The water's above and the water is below.
Yeah, but what's beyond the waters?
The shore.
The what?
The shore?
The peaceful shore.
Well, what's beyond the shore?
There's a
Yuma land.
There's a coconut tree there. It's a big ass coconut tree.
Oh my goodness! I was hoping somebody would get that reference.
And then you see it. It's like Gandalf describing the afterlife.
Platypus, have you heard the analogy of two twins inside their mother's womb?
No. With regards to what?
With regards to the world outside of it. Because I feel like that's me and you right now.
I don't know, man. I can't get. I've been going back and forth in the chat for like 30 minutes with fucking Multi-Tom and Central Banker. I just can't get on board with the flat Earth thing, man. I can't do it. It's not satisfying.
You don't like it?
It's not that I don't like it. It's not even that I wouldn't want to like it. I would have no problem liking it.
What's the problem with it?
Not enough bedtime stories.
No, I'm just a man with a lot of questions that don't get answered.
Like what?
Yeah, no, we've had this discussion before.
I know you and I have had the discussion. I'm venting my frustration with having that discussion with at least two other people over the past 30 minutes to you, because I know I wouldn't have to elaborate with you. Right. You know exactly what I'm talking about and what my points of contention are.
No, I agree with your points of contention of the things that are unknowable. But they're for you to discover if you're to ask them. They're not simple questions, and the answers are far more complicated to get than to ask.
Well, you can't do that. You can't simultaneously call it unknowable and then propose that the answers are there for you if you go looking for them. That's contradictory.
Well, okay, they're unknowable in this life. I may have misspoke. I think you need to be dead to find out.
Yeah, what's there in the globe model? What's there in the globe model that's satisfying? An endless, infinite expanse that you could never reach and know anything about.
I don't think it has anything to do with that, AI. I think the answers he's looking for will always be unsatisfying because they're always going to be spiritual ones beyond reality.
I've made my spiritual piece.
That's the parallel that I'm trying to make. It's like, what answers are there in the globe model?
Right.
Well, I don't look for spiritual answers in the globe.
Well, then why would you look for them in the flat?
That is a good question.
What's that?
That is a good question. Why would you look for them in the flat one if you don't look for them in the globe one? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm not looking for spiritual answers. I've made my spiritual peace with myself.
Okay, so then your answers that are unknowable in this life are clearly spiritual. So why are you asking questions that cannot be known on the globe nor the flat, but asserting that they have to be known on the flat? That doesn't make any sense.
I refuse to concede to the notion that it's impossible to understand things like the sun.
Okay, I'll agree. I'll agree that it is nothing is impossible to understand, but it would take a multitude and a lot of time and money that no single person has to get true answers.
Yeah, but dude, let's be real with each other. What the sun does and what it is, I mean, whoop-de-frick.
No, I think it's. I think it would be really helpful to know, because I've always had this idea that the world is like a CRT tube, and the Earth is the anode and the Earth is the cathode and the sun is the anode, and it's been giving us a directional impetus for everything that falls. It gives us our direction, and I mean it's pretty shown through, as you go up higher in the air, you have more voltage, dispersed in the air, and the ground is used as a universal ground everywhere. But I mean, what is the sun and how is it held up there? I mean, I've got questions too, and I find all answers unsatisfying. And if I were to believe in a globe Earth, I would have questions about the sun that are unsatisfied as well by their answers currently today.
I'd never call the globe wholly satisfying. I would simply call it the most satisfying. It just answers the most stuff simultaneously. That's why it's comfortable.
Are those answers correct? And does it matter to you if they are?
It offers answers to the most amount of questions with the least amount of assumptions. And
Actually, it's quite the opposite.
Nothing with assumptions.
No, it doesn't.
It's built upon assumptions, upon assumptions, upon assumptions. What are you talking about?
That is a false claim, G. I demand you take it back.
What specific part?
The assumptions. It's based on assumptions.
What, the globe is based on assumptions?
Yeah, starting with that part.
That's what I said.
You said it was based on the least amount of assumptions. It's based on the most amount of assumptions out of the two. That doesn't make any sense.
I think what he means, I think what he means, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that they make confident assertions about things. And so it has the most confident assertions about things that can only be assumed.
I like that. I like that answer. That's good enough.
He doesn't want to answer the question about whether or not he wants the right answers, so I think that kind of in itself answers the question. He just wants an answer.
Not only did I tell you in the chat that I would love the right answer, I even asked you for the right answer.
I didn't see that. You just dodged that question every time I saw a response from you.
Was that before or after you dodged literally any question I asked you about the sun?
What? I didn't dodge it. I told you I don't know, but I wouldn't start with the assumption. No, that's what I said right away in the chat. I said I don't know what the sun's doing, but I wouldn't start with the assumption that it's based on a spinning ball in space held in orbit by a pseudo force that's never been proven. That's all I said.
And all I said 25 minutes ago was an explanation for why I choose to go with the globe versus the flat Earth. And my answer to that was that simply answers more questions for me.
Okay, but the question is...
had to go into, I didn't say it was right. I didn't say anything except that it answers the most questions.
Okay, so you just want stories. The answers don't have to be true or anything. You just want stories about all this stuff.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, if you pitch me a flat story that makes more sense than a globe story, I'd probably get on board with that. But I don't get that story from you.
Yeah, the problem is we're honest usually, so we don't make up bullshit.
And I don't subscribe to the notion of conceding that I can't know something or conceding that it's impossible to figure something out given enough time.
Platypus. How do we discern the distance from the Earth to the Sun? How do we figure that out?
A bunch of people have done it a different.
What's the original way what's the original way that we were sure that it was 93 million miles away? What way did we do that?
I don't think I'd be able to remember what
you don't remember that it had to do with assuming that that Venus was the same size as Earth.
Oh, no. Okay, you're going to go with the Venus one. I think the first one I ever remember hearing about was where you used the moon.
No, that makes it 50 million miles away. That's not the one I'm talking about. I said 93 million miles away. So don't say the Venus one. The first one that asserted it was 93 million miles away. Which would be the Venus one, right?
Oh my goodness. But that elucidates the problem though.
It is so it assumes that Venus, Earth, and Mars are the same size, right?
I believe Mars is smaller than the Earth by a little bit.
How would you know?
How would I know that?
Yeah.
I don't have the means of knowing that.
Okay, so you're just parroting that off. But okay, so is that an assumption?
Okay, Deuce. I only said that the way that I did because you worded your sentence as though we were about to operate on the premise that Venus, Earth, and Mars were roughly the same size. To which I was just saying I don't think that's what people say. I think people say Mars is smaller, Venus is a little bit smaller.
Okay, I agree with that. Currently they say that, but when we were figuring out the distance from the Earth to the Sun, they made an assumption that Venus, the Earth, and Mars were roughly the same size. They said, assuming this, and that.
Well, how long ago was that? Was that just people doing the best that they could with the info that they had at the time?
We still use the fucking number, Platypus. So you tell me. In order to get all the other measurements, they had to make an assumption about Venus. Do you not get it? I'm saying that all their calculations are wrong because they're all based on assumptions that they cannot prove.
They're in denial of the origins of their story.
And this guy is another Glober hypocrite. Big time.
Hold on, guys. I want you to recognize something. He offered two different answers. Okay? He would have been fine accepting 50 million. Now he's fine accepting 93 million. The only thing is that they gave him an answer. You see?
It's an answer.
One of those is wrong. Let me tell you something. One of those is wrong. No matter what.
That's why I want to know if you cared about the right answer.
Okay, at the very least, those two answers, I could ask those people who came up with those answers, well, how did you come to that conclusion? And
you didn't do that.
The process that they worked.
You didn't do that.
Platypus, I think you're missing my point. My point was, because you said it was the one that offered the least amount of assumptions and gave the most amount of cohesive answers, all of those measurements based off of the distance to the sun, including the weight, mass, and gravitational pull of all the planets around, are wrong because they're based on coarse assumptions that were made a while ago. Do you not get that? And there's no way to prove those assumptions being true or false. Therefore, all measurements are based on assumptions when we're talking about the planetary bodies. So you have the most amount of assumptions where we say we don't know because we're not going to assume, and you say, well, that's unsatisfying. Well, I find your lack of ability of imagination unsatisfying. I find your ability to not comprehend the logical arguments that are failing you unsatisfying.
I just want to note his hypocrisy here.
And I found that video I wanted to give to you because it is the most direct answer to the question you asked me originally, Platypus.
What, the container?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
there's
twins. Yeah.
There's your container by the Yiddish Learning Society.
So he says that he's not satisfied at all with the Earth measuring the way that it does, but someone just throws out a random number that says that the sun is X distance away, and that's totally satisfactory.
At least I gave him an answer.
Yeah, and that's all he cares about. Just an answer. Doesn't have to be correct or true.
Yeah. 50 million or 93, doesn't matter.
Life, of course you can talk. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. So I have a question. So is the sun flat? Does any flat earther know if the sun's flat?
If the sun is flat, we have no idea.
Okay, but what do you know the sun is? Like, is it a ball for you? Is it flat?
I think it is. It's definitely round. I don't know if it's flat.
Deuce, I would caveat that with from our perspective.
Yeah, it's round from our perspective.
But
if you want to.
If man went to the moon, why can't we just
another perspective? Go on. I'm sorry, Life. Go ahead.
So if man really went to the moon, why can't we just measure the curvature of the moon?
Yeah,
if there's curvature at all.
We should be able to measure it. Yeah, of course. If we were there.
Okay, from our perspective, it looks like a ball. It looks like a round ball.
Wait. Life. How do you qualify that? Because when I look at it, it looks round, but it doesn't necessarily look like a ball. There's no specular highlight that I would assume would be bouncing off of it from the sun. 2, I've never seen the other side of this ball that you're saying it is. I'm not saying it's not a ball. It could be, but I have no evidence of that because I've never seen the other side of either of these objects in the sky, even if they may not be objects. They may just be lights. I've never seen the other side, right? I don't see a specular highlight on the moon whatsoever, which you would naturally see if the moon is reflecting the sun off of it back to me. You would see a specular highlight where the sun is shining brighter. I would assume that if it were a sphere, I would see that. But I don't. Neither do you. Yeah, unfortunately.
I'd argue in that case that it's just a matter of scale, but that's just me.
Have you ever seen the other side? Is that a matter of scale?
No, I'm talking about your hot spot, your
specular highlight.
Yeah.
It happens on a ball of any size. I mean, you can go up on an air balloon right now and see a specular highlight on the Earth.
Okay.
Owned. You just got owned.
Well, these are just lights in the sky.
They may be.
What about the stars? Are these just lights too? Or
I don't know.
Ever seen like the ones they showed NASA? Have we ever seen like something like that?
No, you've never seen anything like that. You can look through the most powerful telescope that you can look at with your eye, not on a computer screen, and you will not see anything like what NASA shows you.
Yeah, I can't afford these telescopes, man. Like, does the normal telescope work?
Normal telescopes work, but not as well as you would think.
But like when I ask the Globers, they bring up like they went to these observatories and they see the same images like as NASA shows them.
Right, they're seeing it on a computer screen because they're using optics, and what they're seeing they can't validate is what is being shown through the optics. They could be just showed a computer program of what is supposed to be there.
Oh damn.
You run software when you run like high powered telescopes, even amateur ones, high powered telescopes. You run a software in your computer that actually has those images in it, and you can go back and look at them without the telescope.
I have another question. I understand like a vacuum exists. It needs a container to exist. So what's between these lights? Like what is between the lights if there's nothing?
Does a Lucifer telescope work? Does it work, Life? Does the Lucifer telescope?
Wait, hang on. Helio, he asked a legitimate question. What's the space in between the stars?
Yeah, what is that? Like, what
We
is
don't
there?
we
Is there
don't
water?
we don't know where the stars are. We just know they're in the sky. We don't know what's beyond the atmosphere, or if they're even beyond the atmosphere. We have no idea.
Yeah, there are claims made about the distance between the stars and our position in the galaxy and our galaxy in in position to another galaxy. These are mathematical concepts that can't be proven.
In order to get the distance from us to a star and have it as vast as they have it, you first have to triangulate it, right? Using something like a sextant, and then adding the curvature in that calculation to find the distance to that object. So, like, the space between them may not be as vast as you think it is. If the Earth is flat, that space isn't very far.
Wait, so does NASA claim there's curvature in space?
No. Well, yeah, actually they do. But what I'm saying is in order to get the distance from the Earth to the star, you have to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth. It's in the calculation for as the R value or the radius. And that distance isn't more. It's anywhere between 3,000 and 4,000 miles from us to that star without the calculation of the curvature. And the distance between the two of those lights isn't as vast as you would think if that distance is only 3,000 to 4,000 miles. So the assumption of curve, the assumption of globe, gives you those vast distances that may not be there. I mean, they could be as far as from where I am right now to where you are. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. It's math magic, right? Isn't it? It's all the math and assumptions and presumptions about what outer space, if it exists, which it doesn't, because they have no reason to. We should have no reason to believe it exists because we don't have any real evidence that it does.
Okay, like, what were you about to ask? You have like a bunch of burning questions because you've been trying to get on here. Go ahead.
I understand the reality of what we observe, like a stationary plane we live on. But what if, what if we're wrong about that because we can't observe everything on this plane? Maybe we might be living on a rhombus beyond Antarctica. We don't know what's beyond Antarctica or beyond the ice walls. So, like, the reality of what exists, is it really just a stationary plane? I understand the reality of our observation, but
the reality of our observation is all we know. The reality of our existence is beyond our understanding. This is the same discussion me and Platypus were just having, and I agree with you that there are answers that we don't know. But
not just us, the Earth, like,
right?
We don't know what's complete.
We don't know what's beyond what we know.
Yeah, if the answer is I don't know, then you don't have an answer. But you should be confident with that. It's like, hey, I live on Earth. I observe it the same way everyone else does.
I don't think he has to be confident in not knowing, but empathetic too.
Sure,
there are answers out there. I don't mean pathetic, but empathetic.
There are many pathetic answers, but
well, I mean, it's pathetic to be confident in not knowing something.
Okay, there you go. All right, well.
Okay, I get it. I know if space is fake, but do you guys believe in dinosaurs?
Some obviously there were. I mean, we have dinosaurs now, as far as I'm concerned, like a rhinoceros or an elephant. I mean, those bones and that skin kind of look what looks like is portrayed on these images, but the stuff they show us are not. That's nightmare fuel. Most of those things are just amalgamations from bone piles of a great worldwide flood.
But they haven't found like a complete set of bones for one dinosaur.
No. I mean, it's hard to find a complete set of. It's hard to find a complete set of bones for a chimpanzee, and we know those exist.
But we're looking at some creatures from millions of years ago.
Right. Well, I don't know if they're a million years old. I don't know how long this world has been.
They claim it's millions and millions of years.
Right, but they're usually wrong or lying about everything.
Yeah, you're right. That's just confusing, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, how can they fake? How can they tell us and deceive us about what's out of this world? Like, space is fake. That's crazy.
They just made us wear masks for no reason for 2 years. I have no idea why they would lie or how they could continue lying. They have no conscience, and they most likely are the evils of the world.
I've been listening. Like, if you guys are taking questions, I'm not trying to be like I got you or anything, but
go ahead and get us.
I'm gonna call it your model. In your model, how does time dilation work?
Time dilation is not a thing. It's based off of what is it? Special relativity, right?
Well, it's definitely a thing. Like you're denying it exists.
Yeah, I am, because it doesn't exist. Time is a concept. And by saying time dilation, you're reifying a concept. You're making a concept a reality to say that movement through that concept does a certain thing. And when you reach back to the ground, it snaps back. That's time dilation, and it's stupid.
Sorry, what is time dilation?
Time dilation.
I'm not trying to argue with you, but basically the logic of what you're saying is you're not 6 feet tall because feet is a concept. No, it's an increment of measurement.
That's not even remotely involved with that. You know, we measure here on Earth. We can measure height of someone.
Hang on.
That's not time dilation. You know, what you're talking about is math magic, and I already brought that up.
Hang on. No, though both of those are concepts. You can describe height, width, and breadth as anything, but they are reality. When you talk about time, you're talking about measuring a concept. And dilation of measuring of that concept is a reification brought about by reification of something called space-time. There is no such thing. If you can prove space-time to me, I will give you time dilation. But I think if you really think about it, you'll see that it's flawed.
The best example to my knowledge. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, just real fast. So, I have some definitions here that I posted. So this is in the live stream voice text. So these are all Oxford Dictionary. Space-time, the concepts of time and three-dimensional space regarded as fused as a four-dimensional continuum. So what's a concept? According to Oxford, an abstract idea or a general notion. Okay, well, what's abstract? According to Oxford Dictionary, existing in thought or as an idea, but not having physical or concrete existence. So, does space-time exist in the vacuum of space, right? Where there's barely any matter or material, right?
Well, okay. So my example wouldn't be to use a clock; it would be to use something that has a constant. So, say like a radioactive atom decaying. Like,
sorry, did you hear my question?
I get the. I don't understand what your question, where it's going. I apologize.
So the fabric of space-time exists in the vacuum of space, correct?
Yes, but like it's observable.
Okay, show me. Put it in a jar and paint it yellow.
That was the example that I was giving. Like the radioactive decay of an atom is different at one place than it is a different place. That's an observation. So like it's a fact that it's different. I'm just asking for your explanation of why it's different.
That's not time dilation.
Okay, then what is it? That was my question. Like I'm not trying to be like I got you here.
How can you even prove that?
No, it's true that in some places things act differently. I agree. In some places things will act differently. Like if you go up to a mountain, things weigh a little less. If you go up to a mountain, heat works a little differently. Things act differently in different places. I agree with.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to be like, I got you by any means, man.
No, but that's not time dilation. Time dilation is where a person gets in a plane and he experiences a different time flow from when he gets into the plane as he's traveling to when he gets back. And time, because he's traveling faster than the Earth, is moving differently for him. But when he lands, it snaps back. That's time dilation.
Well, that's velocity-based time dilation. That's
right, but
that's a different one.
Okay, what you're talking about is radioactive decay and why it decays differently in different places. I mean, to use time dilation, I think is a little fruity. But
so, like you just said in a plane, that's velocity based, and I don't want to go in the math magic that's being used here. But the other side, I'm just going to call it the equation. Velocity affects it, but you can be standing still on top of a mountain, like you said, and you have the same effect.
Well, you're asserting gravity there, but you would have to first have to prove gravity before you asserted it.
I'm not asserting it to you. I'm just saying.
You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, though, right?
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
That would be the accepted explanation, is that, okay, there's a gravitational field here.
Right.
That would be
the velocity change for time dilation in that place, right? But it's not. I find if you can't assert the cause or you can't show the cause, then calling it time dilation is complete bullshit. And I mean, the time dilation as in and of itself is only there to explain relativity, and relativity is clearly not a thing.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, there's velocity that is obvious. Like, I think even you're agreeing with me on that. And I'm not saying that it is gravity. I'm saying, what's the alternative explanation for something that's not in motion, that velocity isn't the answer?
There are a myriad of...
It's fine if you don't have one.
There are a myriad of explanations for the cause, but I don't think if you can't show the cause of gravity, then you can't show that time dilation is the reason for a different time of radioactive decay. Do you see what I'm saying? The impetus is, if you can't show the cause for the impetus is no longer what you assert it is. It is a myriad of other things.
Okay, that's fair. Like, I'm not up here trying to argue for gravity. I'm asking for the alternative explanation. Like, that was my question. If you don't have one, like,
but time dilation is intrinsically entwined with gravity, correct?
Yeah, by the term, and if you go look it up in the dictionary, that's why I used it, because I don't know what else you call it. But it's observable, right? Like, I think we all agree that.
No. What they're asserting is happening because of this is observable, but it's not that what they're asserting the cause is not. That's not observable. You can't show me the cause of gravity. Therefore, you can't show me the cause of your assertion that that's the cause of time dilation.
I never asserted that it was gravity. I'm asking, what is the alternative answer, though?
I have no idea. I know pressure is the difference between what things weigh when you go up on a mountain. I know pressure is the difference between why things boil at a different temperature when you go up a mountain. I'm not sure why radioactive decay is different in different places, but I'm pretty sure it has to do with electromagnetics.
Okay, real quick. Is decay a process?
Yes. Answer, yes.
Okay. So we know for a fact that processes can go slower if impeded, correct?
Yeah.
Depends on,
just like
conditions.
Just like the flow of light will slow in certain conditions.
Yeah, different media, exactly.
Yeah.
So, knowing that, how could you possibly arbitrarily say that time is changing? Okay, the most rational thing to conclude is that there's something to do with the environment that's causing the process to take a different amount of time. Not that time itself took a different amount of time.
Totally. Like the 100%. That's exactly where I'm at. Like I just use the word time because it's the only measurement we have of what's changing. You know, something is different there. We describe it as time. I don't know what it is. I don't. I'm not trying to say I know anything here.
It's sleight of hand, dude. It's sleight of hand. So
right, time dilation is there to describe what happens when you have a stick from the Earth to the moon, and you push that stick just a little bit. Why doesn't it automatically at the other end move? It should move instantaneously, faster than the speed of light. But it can't.
Yeah, where's that experiment? Oh,
it can't. It can't because it can't break the speed of light. That's why time dilation was described.
Oh, what can't break the speed of light?
Matter can't break the speed of light.
Okay, then how is the universe expanding faster than the speed of light to fix their model of light?
Because their model is always wrong. That's why they have 90% junk math.
So I know for a fact that media and environment can impede a process's speed.
So who's the believer here? Believing what you see with your own eyes, or the believers in non-provable space-time?
Yeah, fair enough. That's exactly what I was going to say next. Thank you for finishing it for me.
All right, cool. We're all on the same page.
But anyway, if I go home right now and it takes me 20 minutes versus 30, did I dilate time? Exactly. Do I need to say any more? Or have we philosophically destroyed this idea of time dilation?
Time dilation is just a reification of a concept. It can't be dilated.
I just want to go back to his yeah, but, right? And when someone says yeah, but, it's kind of like saying, I'm not gay, but on Saturday nights I fill the blank, right? It's one of those things where you're double speaking, right? You're
I dibble dabble in the gayness on Saturday.
Right. So the thing is that this thing that we call the vacuum of space, right? It is a vacuum, right? Meaning there's no material, and if there's no material, then it's not physical, right? Like I'm knocking on physical things right now.
Heaven's door.
Right. So if you're talking about space-time, it's metaphysical, right? And when you're talking about metaphysical stuff, you're no longer talking about like science, right? You're talking about philosophy, like how many angels can dance on the head of a needle, or is there a God, right? This is metaphysical conversations.
Not at all, man. Like I completely disagree. Like all that I was asking has nothing to do with space. Like it's observable in Earth's atmosphere. And like I'm accepting that if it is true, there's a force that's acting upon it, as you guys said. Yeah. My question isn't, is gravity real? That's what they're going to say.
Right.
So what are you going to say? What is the force that you believe in as the alternative?
I said electromagnetic.
Okay, thank you. Like that was my only question. It's not like I wasn't trying to, like I got you guys by any means.
No, I understand, and that's why I threw it out at the very last, because I wanted to get out that is a reification of a concept, but the processes they use to explain it can be explained other ways.
Yeah.
For me,
for example,
sorry, go ahead.
I drive faster to get home. Okay, and then I make out a math equation to decide what happened. I could absurdly put in my equation that time itself altered rather than I just sped up. So depending on your philosophical bent, right, you could easily make up a story about how time changed.
Really
right?
quick,
Now,
Jabba, really quick. The funny thing is my explanation of gravity is exactly the same as my explanation of radioactive decay being different in certain places.
What is that? Electromagnetism?
Yeah, dielectric pressure mediation. Yeah.
Okay. So particles could be moving faster higher up than they are down at the bottom.
And it can also be affected by, how long the decay is. When you're talking about radioactive decay, I've been looking at that stuff too. Go ahead.
I'm sorry if that overcomplicated. It's just the
I understand it, and I think that Deuce Volt understands this too. And so yes, this carbon 14 is one of the slower methods, I guess. And it's only accurate up to like 32 years.
Yeah, but let's talk about the assumptions, though.
Yeah,
in order for the formula to follow,
go ahead.
In order for the formula to follow, you have to assume that the decay of a particular thing is constant, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Fair.
How would you know? How would you possibly know that for certain? You then must say it's constant. Not only is it constant here, it's constant everywhere. So no matter where I put it, it will decay at this rate. Therefore, since nothing else can cause it, the only thing, since it's obviously decaying faster, is that time itself changed. So it's built on two assumptions, and a reification, and a false formula, and a philosophical bent.
Well, to your 2 points, the first one, you would be able to know that something, like, if it's different over here than it is here, well, there's something else different about this environment, right? Because you can do it 1,000 times here and it's always the same, and you move it over here and it changes. Well, there's something different about over there than over here. And your second point, time is a concept. That's why
you could take a specimen and carbon date something. Go ahead.
It's not always the same.
Yeah, it's not always the same.
Not always the same in the same spot. Just like measuring the speed of light is not always the same.
And all the physicists agree with you on that point.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, I want to say LIGO or whatever the heck, where they spent $1 bajillion on it. They got no results for years upon years upon years upon years.
Where was that? Where did that happen? Here on Earth.
At LIGO.
Here on Earth.
Yeah,
yes,
that is on Earth. Helio,
so years after years of getting no results, they were threatened with their funding being pulled. So lo and behold, they came up with a result spontaneously. Oh, magic. Now, how did they come up with a result? Well, the tolerances of their sensitivity are less in regards to what they want to detect, which was gravity waves, than the electrical interference of the systems themselves, which means it would be impossible to weed out that noise. So what they did is they just made a random generated pattern, right, and said, I think it would look like this. And then in the random noise, they finally found one that matched. And of course, the cycles run, many, many times per second, so they didn't have to wait too long till they got one that was a close enough match to say, look, we found something. Give us our money, money, money. The moral of that story is that the tolerances of sensitivity precluded them from making any serious science or any serious anything. And so they just picked ones that were favorable to them.
Not to mention that they had run false positives 3 times before as their funding was getting cut. Thank you, LIGO.
What are we talking about right now?
LIGO. You've never heard of it?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar.
Okay. Should look it up. It's quite fascinating on their falsehoods.
LIGO? LIGO?
Yeah, I believe so.
Not hard to find. You can just Google it.
As a skeptic, I know this isn't proving anything, but why? Go. Here's your funding.
Get back to carbon 14 for a second. Number one, the dating game. We'll get into carbon 14 specifically. Carbon 14 or radioactive decay is a probabilistic event. That means it falls under quantum mechanics. You have to have a knower for that to work. So Where's the knower? Number one. Number two. This is science. Give me the hypothesis for carbon-14 dating.
Yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to get in. Not necessarily wanted to get into it, but since you're here, you can do it better than I can. Get into radiometric dating if you want.
I've done tons of presentations on it. Don't really have to get into it. If you go to Dr. Mary, I'll get the video for you, so it'll save time. Dr. Mary Schweitzer, I destroyed her, and I'll get a timestamp for you too, so you know. It'd be good for you to listen to all of it, but I'll get the timestamp for you. 1 second. Dr. Mary Schweitzer, just give me a moment.
Is this on your playlist, Quantum?
Not the numpty clips.
Okay. Well,
this is really cool. Do you want? I can record this portion if you want to do some presentation here, and then I can.
No, because Quantum has a lot of educational videos on his channel that you should watch.
No, I know that. I'm just saying, he's here now. I can record.
That's why I'm asking him, because there's quite a few of them to watch. I'm not dumber for it.
It's under this video. 1 second, I'll get you a timestamp.
Cool.
Oh, there's carbon-14. But this is in the context of dating bones, so this is context specific. Let's go back. It's going to take me a few minutes to find. This is too small too. 1 second.
Cool.
Oh, I got to listen to commercials. Wonder what asshole put commercials in here.
Get Brave browser. It eliminates your commercials.
Yeah, this is going to take a few minutes. Carry on.
No, that's good stuff, bro. I mean, just like I was saying, this carbon-14 nonsense is really weird.
It's not weird. Somebody put out, there's 3 assumptions. That was the first one. Yeah, I used to get into all the assumptions and kill it that way, but then I just kill it quickly with quantum mechanics. They're finished. And then science, give me the hypothesis. That's like trying to, give me the hypothesis for the existence of a cat. That's how stupid it is.
Is that Schrodinger's cat?
It could be Schrodinger's cat, yes.
I'll give you one of the hypotheses.
This is brilliant, anyway.
If differential rate of decay, therefore time itself changed. Oh, that's a winner.
I don't know where this part is. It's going to take a while. I'll get back with the Helio. I'll give you a timestamp.
Hey, do you want me to play? No, we'll continue the conversation anyway. You guys continue talking while QE finds this video he wants to share.
Well, I already shared the video.
Well, you shared that video. You want me to play it? Do you guys want?
No. It's just for you. No, it's almost 2 hours long.
Yeah. We can't. So.
Well, I didn't want you to begin with.
I'm just. I just. Yeah, this is really weird. Like with some of the dipshits that came in here today, tonight over the past couple hours, it's like it'd be better to actually listen to some real shit than these idiots.
Helio,
pretending.
Helio, stop. Let's not disparage people. That's not necessary.
My bad. So the people that were talking to us before.
Yeah, and the guy in here right now, he's just asking questions.
Sure.
So that certainly doesn't apply to him.
Dude, I've been an ignorant person myself. And I'm still ignorant about a lot of stuff about creation. So. Boom shalak. Right.
There's a pretty funny one. They appealed to 1 second. Hold on a second. They appealed to the rocks and the fossils, right? So, Dr. Eldridge, and who's that other numpty, his partner, was responsible for the punctuated equilibrium nonsense. What the hell was his name? Stephen Jay Gould. So Dr. Niles Eldredge and Stephen Jay Gould conjured up punctuated equilibrium, which is in the
Oh my God, that one?
Yeah. They conjured up punctuated equilibrium, which is basically stating non-change change. But anyway, I digress.
Well, that was an explanation for the explosion of the evolution theory. It was just like there was a period they couldn't explain where this happened. You know, that was
that non-explosion. That's
the non-explosion, right?
So we're back to the dating game here. This is just part of the dating game. We'll give you
dating game.
Yeah, that's what I called it, the dating game. So I think I did it in the middle of this presentation, and then I did it at the end of this Dr. Mary Schweitzer presentation. But
dude,
but this is pretty funny. Check this out. From, like I said, the aforementioned Dr. Niles Eldredge. He is in charge of the National Museum in
QE on these most of these like
now you're gonna ask me a question. I'm trying to fucking figure out where this guy from.
This is a really important question though.
Well, shit, go ahead now.
Okay, now that I've interrupted you. Now it feels dumb. Have you noticed on most of these like really inculcated scientists how they're always holding their head? Like they just can't be given, they can't be fucked with. Like they're just like, oh, why am I here today?
Did you say inculcated?
Yeah.
That's a big fucking word.
Is it?
That's right. You're just trying to flex your vocabulary muscles here with us.
Okay, indoctrinated. There you go. Is that better?
Inculcated. You got people scrambling to Google trying to figure out how do you spell that son of a bitch? Is it with a C or a K?
It was better alliteration. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, dude, that's what I was doing. Just trim work.
Well, I mean, I want you know. With the
I want to get into this for a second.
Please do your presentation here.
I'm not.
That's why I asked you if you wanted to do it. And
it's not a presentation.
No.
It's not a presentation. It's
every
just
time you're here is a presentation. God damn it!
Holy fuck, man! It's not number one. It's not a presentation. I'm just gonna show you just a little tidbit of this.
All right.
All right.
We're ready for your presentation, Q.
So again, it's from Dr. Niles Eldredge. He's like big shit. So this is what he said. Paleontologists cannot operate this way. There is no way to simply look at a fossil and say how old it is unless you know the age of the rocks it comes from. And this poses something of a problem. If we date the rocks by their fossils, how can we then turn around and talk about the pattern's evolutionary change through time in the fossil record? Right. So he's telling you in a roundabout way, no pun intended, this is circular reasoning. But I go on. This is really good, man. Watch this. So in your books, your kids are getting at school. Check this out. This is from Glencoe Biology. I remember reading this textbook back in the day, by the way. I digress. Glencoe Biology, 1994. This is page 306. And I cite, fossils in the lower layers of sedimentary rock are older than those found in the upper layers. Often the layers of rock can be dated by the types of fossils they contain. So, conclusion, the rocks are dated by the fossils. Okay, you got that. The rocks are dated by the fossils. The very next page, page 307. Scientists have determined the relative times of appearance and disappearance of many kinds of organisms from the locations of their fossils in the sedimentary rock layers.
So the rocks are dated by the fossils, and the fossils are dated by the rocks.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yes. And that's right before I'm going to give you a timestamp for the thing that I was going to give you. Indio. 1 second.
Dude, can you please time dilate that stamp for me? Because I'm in a different zone.
Yeah.
That was good. Time dilate.
1 second.
This is great. I like it.
So
I just wish go ahead.
So 4317 talks about it in general. Absolute dating with radiometric decay. So that's 437. Let me mark them down for you so you don't get confused.
Okay.
So 4317 is the general talking about. Let's get to. I don't know if you'll be interested in this, but this is specifically with carbon dating bones. This is pretty funny.
Wouldn't do that, but people who are dating that absolutely would use mix.
Collagen. Collagen.
Okay, the next time hack is 4833. That's dealing with the carbon dating of bones. 4833, and then the big one I think I do it at the end. Hold on a second, it's got to be in here. I do a little rendition of the dating game. 1 second. That's going to take a couple seconds. Very too. This is a lot harder than I was expecting. You guys still there?
Yeah.
You were really conspicuously quiet.
I'm not a heavy breather. I close my mouth.
Well, I have something to say on that. I just want you to finish.
No, go ahead. I'm going to be searching for this. Go ahead.
Well, have you ever looked at the Rate Project via ICR?
Yeah, about 15 years ago.
Yeah. And what do you think about it?
I didn't. I just killed it with quantum mechanics. It's too involved, so I kill it quick.
So it's too involved, meaning that
most people won't know what I'm fucking talking about.
Okay, cool. But do you think it was legit?
I can't recall. Like I said, it was so long ago.
Yeah, it's talking about the radioisotope. Shit, I can't remember. It was talking about radioisotope halos in granite that could only happen by instant creation.
At the creation point, yeah.
Yeah, you guys somebody else remembers it too.
I think everybody remembers it who's ever looked at it.
So
Because
the Rate Project by SCR, yeah. So if you don't remember it, QE, you should look back into it. Yeah, no, I always loved that, and I was like, "Wow, that's fascinating."
Really quick though,
and it was really, it was way before Flat Earth for me when I was listening to those guys.
Helio, would you agree that the word indoctrinate is larger than the word inculcate? Physically,
I don't know what that would
with
mean,
letters,
I guess. When I look at information, I inform myself, and then I move forward, and then I can change my mind about something, and then I can move forward with that. I mean, I just absorb information and then change my mind and move forward. But
So
I love the Rate Project. I really love that project.
Yes or no?
It's really good.
Bloviator.
Bloviator.
Yes or no?
No, bloviation is just somebody that's a bullshitter,
a monologuer. What Helio's actually saying is that, like, hey, if he puts on something when he's going out, he may be able to change his mind and go back and put on something else. It could take him an hour and a half to get ready.
The dating game, the last time hack is 1 hour.
Hey,
Hello.
All right,
Shut up,
Go for it.
The dating game is 1 hour, 40 minutes, 40 seconds. So there you go. Carry on. I would suggest listening to that presentation, the whole thing, from start to finish, if I were you.
Okay, really quick. I don't mean to beat a dead horse. It was 1 hour, 44 minutes.
1 hour, 40 minutes, 40 seconds.
Where did you post it?
Let me say it again because he started to ejaculate. 1 hour, 40 minutes, 40 seconds.
I have
what? God damn it! Where am I going to listen to it?
Jesus, on YouTube. It's the video he posted, and if you go to it on YouTube, I've gone ahead and marked everything that he said in my comment. So please calm down, Helio. There's no reason to yell like a little child.
Is he
didn't get the
in
right
live stream voice text? Because live stream voice text is what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, at 19 minutes after the hour, I posted Dr. Mary Schweitzer and the Atheist Roundtable debunked.
Okay, well, that was a few minutes ago. My bad.
All the time marks are in my comment on that video if you go to YouTube that he pointed out with the notations that he said.
And your mama is a really cool chick.
She's a nice lady.
Go ahead. That was a lot of work. You guys put me under pressure, so I got it for you.
Sorry. Sorry about all that pressure.
Well, nobody's sorry about it.
All right, so back to the young man. Does he have any more questions? Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still here.
Oh, me? I'm reading about LIGO still. I'm sorry. But to answer your question, no, I don't have any more. I was just listening, and it was from a while ago. Something made me think of that, so I figured I'd ask it.
Wow, tough shit.
Tough titty, said the kitty, right?
I did not say tough titties. I said tough shit.
Y'all niggas is so crazy. You almost as crazy as me. And I'm gonna share that project in the live stream voice text that we were talking about. And like you said, QE, it's very difficult to understand, but it's what they did through that project is it's hard for people to
understand.
It.
Yeah. Helium and zircons. Yeah, I got all that shit. So there's 3 mammoth assumptions with all radiometric dating. Number 1, you must know the original parent-to-daughter ratio upon crystallization. I'm only digressing here past quantum mechanics and my science points, so the prosecution rested back there. But since you guys brought it up, if you want to go back that far, there's 3 assumptions. Like I said, number 1, you must know the original parent-to-daughter ratio upon crystallization. Number 2, when the rock forms or hardens, there should only be parent radioactive atoms in the rock and no daughter radiogenic atoms derived from radioactive decay of another element. So that's possible to evaluate. And number 3, like he said, the decay rates must have remained constant. So that's the 3 assumptions if you want to go that route. Got it?
Are you talking about carbon dating?
Radiometric dating. Not just carbon dating.
In other words, all of it, the whole field.
Be careful, carbon dating.
Yeah, if you want to know, I just posted it. I just posted it.
Be careful. That's not. It doesn't encompass carbon dating. You have to be real careful.
Yeah, carbon dating is a local source.
It's a different. It's a different animal.
Okay, I apologize. I was incorrect.
It's a little different animal. It falls under radiometric decay, but if you try to fucking basketize the whole thing, you could get into trouble.
Okay.
Might as well just go with you might as well just go with dendrochronology at that point.
Yeah, that's right. I think I covered that somewhere. Did I I may have done that in the dating game presentation. Maybe not. It's
dating.
You like that, don't you?
I do.
I thought it was appropriate.
That's cool. So it's like, hey, yes, I mean, anyway, you do this better than Hank. Hank and you do this better than I can. I'll shut up. You got.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I'm just trying to ask questions. Nobody's doing it better, right? This isn't a game.
Hank,
We're not trying to.
He said he's going to shut up. Just leave it at that.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Game.
Isn't one of the assumptions still the same? Does the life form have carbon before it dies?
You'll get into that at the 48:33 second mark. I just utterly.
Okay.
Well, I don't do it. I don't utterly destroy it. The inventor of radiometric dating, Dr. Walter Libby, destroys it, which is kind of cool.
You're just the messenger again?
Say again?
You're just the messenger again?
I just messenger that. Yeah, that's what I did. I would tell you again. I'm going to stress this again. I would suggest watching that presentation, Dr. Mary Schweitzer, from beginning to end, and then do it again. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I've always wondered how you get blood from a stone, and this is perfect. I'm going to watch the whole thing.
Because Dr. Mary Schweitzer kind of fucked up and ended up on Steve McClown of the Clan McClown show for a Q&A. That was a big mistake. Do you know that she has never been on YouTube since?
I've noticed that a lot of actual credentialed scientists have kind of fled the platform a bit.
Well, they fled it because Cathexis, when I made the presentation, sent her a copy and the university of that specific presentation. Yeah.
Is this back in the days, Quantum Racer, when you were doing all those things with Cathexis, or is this recent?
No, I did a couple recent Dr. Mary Schweitzer on Numpty clips, but this particular presentation was with Cathexis. You are correct.
Okay.
I really
I haven't seen Cathexis since you did your science versus what is it? I can't recall. Science something.
Science versus pseudoscience.
There you go.
No, science versus scientism. I'm sorry.
Really like your reverb there, Jose. It's really good.
I gotta hang up more pictures on my walls, I guess.
So are you like lumping assumptions as all the same? Like, are you saying all assumptions are created equally? Is that like?
No, I said don't assume. Especially with the parent-to-daughter isotope ratios with carbon dating, that's numptiness. However, that is correct for all radiometric dating. Carbon dating is a little special character. You'll have to look up how they do carbon dating.
That's not something that I'm well versed on. I was just commenting on the assumption thing. Like,
do you not think that all assumptions are created equal?
Definitely not. Do you?
Yes.
Yes, they're assumptions.
they're garbage in, garbage out.
No way. Like, I can assume that someone called me gay earlier. They used gay as a metaphor. So, like, I can assume you're gay.
It's still an assumption. It's still an assumption. Now,
but I can also assume that you're a man.
The downstream after effects, I'll have to fucking raise my voice so I can finish. Assumptions are assumptions, no matter what degree they are. However, the downstream ramifications of the assumptions, that can have higher echelons of importance. How about that?
No, because there's a difference. Like,
no.
To finish the point, I can assume that he's gay, and I can assume that he's a man. Is one assumption probably right?
Oh, God.
There is no greater or lesser value of an assumption. And like Kiwi said, the ramifications of that assumption could be greater or less, but garbage in, garbage out.
You guys are being ridiculous right now.
You're saying you're not going to measure something or go find out the reality of it. Instead, you're going to assume it. It's garbage.
Not
Let me help you out, bro. Hold on. I wasn't saying that you were gay, right? I said what you did is you double spoke. You said, yeah, but. So that's kind of like saying, right? And this is just an example, right? That I'm not gay, but and whatever comes after that's probably going to be pretty gay. Like on Saturday nights, I paint my toenails, something. I don't know, right?
And just
whatever
to be
comes
clear,
after that is like, because you said but, right?
Word.
So you agreed with me. You knew that I was correct. That there's no physicality to the bending and warping of space-time continuum, the fabric, right? They show you trampolines in the colleges, but it's a vacuum. You ever seen a trampoline made out of non-material? No, it's made out of physical material.
Well, the reason
right?
I
So
said, yeah,
when
but
you said
the reason that I said yeah, but is because, like you just said, you're talking about a vacuum of space. So yeah, you're talking about vacuum of space, but I'm talking about something different. That's why I said yeah, but because
but means it's not automatically not analogous.
So you're not gay, but on Saturdays you go to the Blue Oyster. Cool.
So what basically the assumption causes, right? Everything after the assumption is a doctrine in law, right? It's called fruit of the poisonous tree.
Okay,
right? So if I assume, go ahead.
Is a guess an assumption?
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's a jar of jelly beans and we both guess, could one guess be better than the other guess?
No, define an assumption.
Well, we just did.
No, you didn't. I want a citation. Assumption.
So is your guess as good as my guess?
No.
I'm sorry to make it like I'm right here, but like I'm arguing for the point that not all guesses are the same.
Shut the fuck up. Don't overtalk me, crayon munching idiot. Go. I want you to cite an assumption. What an assumption is in chat right now. Tired of listening to your horse shit. And then put guess right underneath it and then show how they're the same. Then you can move on from that point. Not until then.
The beatings will continue until order is resumed.
Or do you want me to
John,
do it?
John, they're so mad. It's like I can guess and probably assume maybe and probably they're so mad at you for some reason.
Oh yeah, because I stopped their pretender clown horse shit.
Because you point them, point the real
it's
shit.
not rocket science.
It's not even hard.
It's not. I just hold them to the words that they spew. It's real easy. Just whenever they stop, I stop. I usually stop them within the first sentence, usually, because I know they're numpty dipshits.
This shit is funny. It's just like, what are you scared of? If you're gonna come in here and talk to us, why don't you bring the real shit? What you got?
There you go. He's typing. Hopefully, it's not, like Sally, fucking Snowflake Sally, snivel gear. Post what a guess is, and then post what an assumption is, and then carry on. Easy. The dating game. The dating game.
She said dating game or the shading game. It's like the shading game. Pull a shade.
Oh, great. He posts his laugh out loud. You're a clown. You are a fraud. That's what you are. That's it. Thanks.
Well, this playground isn't for him, apparently.
Nope. Wouldn't it be easy just to go define a couple terms?
I think he is. Oh, yeah. God, he stopped. Yeah, but just post what assumption is and juxtapose it to guess.
Yeah, just come in here and be intellectually honest. That would be a good thing for everyone here. If you don't know, you don't know.
In order for us to agree on reality, we have to agree what words are.
Exactly. How can you communicate without the agreement? You can't. Okay.
How hard is that, though?
Let's do it ourselves. Assumption. And I'll have to go with a guess is. Hold on a second.
My best guess. My best guess.
I got to cite the damn thing, right? Because I'm dealing with abject retards. But no problem.
My mother calls me special, to be clear.
You are special. I can't deny that, Deucefall.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude, you're a special person. I promise.
I appreciate you noticing it.
Yeah, I do. I do notice it. And so is QE. I think he's special too.
He didn't recognize it, but I assume he notices it. Or at least that's my best guess.
Oh, shit.
Assumption. A thing that is accepted as true or is certain to happen without proof.
Yep. That's what an assumption is. You're correct.
Thanks, robot. This is fun. What a happy Sunday night.
Here's the definition of guess, estimate, or suppose something without sufficient information to be sure of being correct.
So it has some similarities.
Is that Creation Bear doing that shit?
What's up, Helio?
Yeah, play some more, bro. Play some more. Well, what were you? You were about to play something.
The dating game. The dating game.
The shading game.
The game.
Oh, the fucking! How do we deal with these idiots, man? It's crazy.
Well, there you go. Shit. Tough shit. That's right. So there you go. Basically, what Care Bear just put in there.
There you go. Assumption. A willingness to accept something as true without question or proof.
And I believe that is what I articulated an assumption was.
Sure.
We are clear.
And as relates to shape of Earth, there's so many assumptions made about all these believers. You know?
No, it's a question. No, you're missing the question.
Okay.
Are they the same? Is a guess and assumption the same? Is the question?
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Nope. Let's try
So
another
an assumption, yeah, they're presuming that it is correct. A guess is just a shot in the dark.
So
a guess would be it might be this if this
or that.
Or that,
So,
right?
Right. Britannica, let's give a, let's go outside just one. So from Britannica, a guess. To form an opinion or give an answer about something when you do not know much or anything about it. Are they the same?
They do sound the same after reading that.
We've lost our subject matter witness. So.
They're close enough to where I wouldn't have raised an issue.
There's some subtle differences I might object to. It doesn't have proof or anything. They're accepting it, but this one's giving an opinion or an answer when you don't know anything about it. They're close, but
an assumption kind of denotes that you're not going to go back and fucking check.
Right.
A guess means you're eventually going to figure it out. Oh, hopefully.
Yeah, there's subtle differences between the two.
Yeah, I think I got it now. You're right, Huey. There are subtle differences. So an assumption is like a baseless assertion. And then a guess is just, I have to fill in the answer, but I don't know if it's true.
Man, they're so closely linked. It reminds me of like straw man and a red herring. How they could
Yeah.
sometimes almost be the same.
Yeah, Nathan has a problem with those too, man. He's had a problem for years with those two, man. You're right. Yeah, I don't think there is, but he does.
I like the analogies of the two. Red herring is when you drag a herring through a field and watch all the all the foxes go for it, and then the straw man is something you build up to beat down.
Level Up says that I think the main difference is intent. Could be. Yeah, there's a difference there. Yep. Yeah.
I think future intent is probably better. But I guess you won't know the guess or the person guessing, the guesser, if they have a future intent or not. But an assumption, you generally not. There's no future intent.
How about assumption and supposition? Oh boy.
Here's the definition of supposition: an uncertain belief.
Nope.
Wait. How are assumptions, guesses, and theories in the same realm of a theory? I guess you mean a colloquial theory, which is
you just conjured that whole topic up. That's the wrong definition of a supposition, by the way. Care Bear.
No, I'm going off of what Jabba the Fruit or Jabba the Foot.
Oh, I don't follow chat.
To digress,
okay.
Damp, muting me from participating. However, you are being intellectually dishonest if you think all assumptions, guesses, and theories are created equally. I apologize to whomever I upset with this claim to the point of removing me from the chat.
Nice.
Yeah, an assumption, guess, and theories, those are all in different categories.
Yes. Hypothesis, that's part of the theory. Well, what are you talking about? You talking about a scientific theory or a colloquial theory?
I think Carrie means a colloquial theory.
Yeah, then that's Mox next.
I like to call colloquial theories postulations because it's so ambiguous that people get confused.
It is a postulation.
It's an abject speculation is what a colloquial theory is.
I'll go with
to
that.
be specific. Damn, where'd I put the dating game?
For fuck's sakes.
Wonder where I put this little scrumptious little button here. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy how the language is being more bastardized, right? Like, not even so much to do with flat Earth, but if you also step out of the realm of, like, you know, the area we're discussing in, if you go into politics, it's happening there too. Like, you got, you know,
you can't even call a woman a woman anymore.
Yes,
they're
can't
birthing
even define what a woman is anymore. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, the culture is lost there, but
yeah, man, I'm like just like damn, like we can't even say these words anymore. Like it's just insane. I mean, I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want, but you know, there's people out there that are actually watching, you know, treading lightly over the ice.
Okay, so check this out. In Washington State, they just made the word marijuana illegal because it's racist. Now, if I'm not incorrect, Spanish is a European language made up by white people. So how is calling marijuana a racist term?
That would be unconstitutional because it's free speech.
Right.
So no such thing as an illegal word.
It is.
I don't even understand how it's even if it wasn't, even if it's the other way around, Deuce. I still don't understand how it's racist.
The person who made up that law is the racist.
Right. So it was originally done in El Paso. That was the first place in America that marijuana was made illegal. And it was because they wanted to control the immigration. So this is one of the things that really picked up after Harry Anslinger was like, oh shit, I'm out of a job. They just legalized alcohol. So what am I going to do? So he started his campaign, and then all over the world, demonized the plant.
No.
And
Hank, I'm saying they made the word illegal, not the substance.
Yeah, I know, and I'm saying the law was illegal. The word can't be illegal. The law. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The law was racist. Not that Mexicans are a race; it's a national.
That's an ethnicity.
Let's get to something more interesting. What's the difference between a presupposition and a supposition?
There's too many prefixes and suffixes. Tell you.
Okay, but you get a point for that, but that's not comprehensive.
The definition of presupposition: a thing tacitly assumed beforehand at the beginning of a line of argument or course of action.
Supposition?
Yeah, that was presupposition.
And the supposition? Hurry up, Care Bear. He's not quick on the draw.
Here's the definition of supposition: an uncertain belief.
Wrong. Here you go at 10 o'clock at 00 minutes after the hour. Presupposition, something that you believe is true without having any proof. Boy, that sounds like another thing we just went over, doesn't it?
Yeah, I got an assumption.
An assumption and presupposition are tied by the neck. However, a supposition, it has it in the fucking word. On the other hand, has the connotation that the idea or theory is testable and provable. In other words, a supposition is a tentative idea. It's provisional. A presupposition is hardcore, believed to be true.
Huh. That's actually really cool. It's really cool.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those sounds like it would fall close under science, and one sounds like it wouldn't.
Exactly. A hypothesis is a predictional supposition in the natural cause and effect relationship.
That's actually really cool. And I think I knew this at one time, and it fell out of my freaking head.
Yeah. It's very important if you remember that. So a hypothesis is a supposition.
Okay, just for the people who told me I was wrong about the word marijuana being illegal in Washington State.
Too funny, Care Bear. So you don't presume with a hypothesis.
You suppose?
Yep.
Okay, I got one. What's the difference between assume and presume?
Get him, Care Bear.
Assumption and assumption.
That's the same thing as a presupposition and a supposition.
Here's the definition of assuming: used for the purpose of argument to indicate a premise on which a statement can be based.
Yep, assumed to be true. That's a presupposition.
Here's the definition of assuming: used for the purpose of argument to indicate a premise on which a statement can be based.
Yeah, you already said that. Well, not you.
Sorry, Jose. I don't know how to spell No Mommy's Way correctly. Oh, no mammy's gay.
No
Sorry.
munchies. No munchies.
Ask her to open Flat Earth Facts and see what happens.
Boom.
I assumed that Jose was going to laugh when I said no munchies. Most Mexicans do when I say that.
No, what? You were breaking up there.
I thought I was just muted.
You did laugh. Yeah.
You're roboting, Hank.
I'm doing the dance. I'm doing the robot dance right now. Keep it up.
Best part of this is he called Creation Bear Care Bear. That was funny.
Is that Creation? I'm sorry.
It's all good, but it's not even. I mean, he's
He switched to Care Bear. So.
No, but it's cool. I think he's cool with that.
I thought it was a term of endearment. This whole time I thought it was just a term of endearment.
I did call him Care Bear, didn't I? Good catch.
How dare you?
Right on point.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, CB, man, come with them freaking definitions.
Who needs the bot when we got Care Bear, right?
Yeah, we got a Care Bear. Now it's already changed. Now he's Care Bear.
He's never not going to be known as Care Bear now.
Freaking brilliant. I love it.
It's a thing.
Oh, I got a good one that I just taped up. It's really, really short. It's like a minute. You want to try this one? Hold on a second.
My mother calls me special, to be clear.
I'm special too. Don't forget that.
Mother calls me. Fuck you, Care Bear.
There you go, Helio. Play that one.
What?
It's under a minute.
Where's it at?
05 on main chat.
Live stream voice text? I don't see your.
Oh, shit. I posted in the wrong form.
Wrong channel.
Funny when fucking Miggy walks in here and nobody says hi to him. Hi, Miggy.
Is Miggy in here?
Spartans, what is your profession?
What's your profession?
Oh!
There you go.
What's up, man?
What's up?
I messaged you the other day when you wrote you had a different name and shit. I said, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
Yeah. So hey, Helio, 6 minutes after the hour.
No, I got the audio here. Hold on, let me
Just chill, Mickey. We'll get back to you in a second, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it. Hold on. Let's see if it works. I was having some issues with the bot last night. Hopefully it works this time.
I'll say hi to Miggy right away when I see him change his name from Miggy to Migs.
Migs?
Yeah, that's what always what I call my homies that are Miguel, Migs.
Migs? That could work.
Let's see if this works.
So, Wolfie, riddle me this. Do you get a call from ground control? Ground control to Wolfie Clown Show. There There is a man observing you from a non-inertial turning reference frame. Please make micro adjustments immediately. Do you get that call, do you, Wolfie, you stupid buffoon? Look like it's drifting. Yeah, ground control to major idiot. You got to account for a not actual drift you're not experiencing.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
That's it.
I love the pizzazz, dude.
That's funny. That's funny. Wow.
Ground control to major idiot.
To be honest, Kiwi, I've been looking for that good track to steal to use on a lot of like some of my videos and stuff. Yeah, I love that.
Oh, I got another one too. Hold on a second, man. It's a short one too. Where the fuck did I put it? 1 second. Oh. Oh, it's not there. What the fuck?
No, either way.
I'll get it. Give me a sec. Wait, it might be in Nathan's. Hold on. Might be in Nathan's file. I got too much stuff, man.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, Justin. It's the ultimate circus music.
Freaking Wolfie's still around?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just in periphery though, because I don't deal with that numpty dipshit for many years. I don't know. Nathan brought him up. I think Sleeping Warrior brought him up. Sorry.
The only one I still see kind of pushing kind of hard is playing MC Tune from all those guys. I would say.
Who McToon? Oh God.
Yeah. Well, at least on Facebook, because I'm not subscribed to him or anything, but I guess we are friends on Facebook, or I don't know if we're friends or we're just in a lot of the same flat Earth groups. But he's always, every time like I'm having a debate, someone uses like his whole thing to like debate me. It's pretty funny. And then I don't mind when we do that. I just like kind of try to break it down because I know damn well that they just post shit and they don't even read it themselves. So I try to be like, all right, explain to me what of this proves what, and they'll be like, just read it. I'm like, no, I've read it. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Like, which part of this article are you referring? They can't even say, you know. It's pretty funny. It's just kind of like a copy paste. And here, I'm done.
I haven't seen Deuce Vold in like it's been ages.
I'm here. Not much. How you doing?
Really well. I came back from a hiatus, a couple months actually. But I came back to the server and I'm looking around and stuff, and really isn't much action. You got your stragglers that come in here, but there's not a lot of meat on the bone, you know. So they come in.
Yeah, I came in here like a month and a half ago, and there were like 3 people in here. I was shocked. Fuck you.
I'm gonna do that after every time you.
Justin, you're on my fucking short list of shit to do today.
No, I think QE's wolf pups already cleaned him up. Ain't nothing left, man.
Of Justin?
Yeah, there ain't nothing left for us little guys.
Little guys, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got my mic working very well.
What up, Justin?
I'm actually an AI bot now. So. Just to be clear.
My mother calls me special. After hearing your voice, after hearing my voice, you sound very similar to me. I didn't realize that until you played me back to me. How much you sound like me.
Well, this sound system that I have right now, it took me 5 days, and I was up till 5 o'clock each day trying to get it this perfect for Discord, for Call of Duty, and for streaming anywhere platform-wise.
Nice. I thought before you sounded a bit effeminate, but now if I say that,
Oh yeah,
it's not very good.
Way bad.
Nothing beats that. Remember that guy? I don't remember his name, but there was a guy that sounded exactly like fucking Riggs. Do you guys remember him? Like identical. Like literally, when he'd be talking, I thought it was Riggs.
Yeah, I don't remember his name though.
But I do have the best though. And then
Ballers run away about.
Why is Care Bear's sound system more clear? Like yours has a pop to it. You need to figure that out.
I'll have to adjust it.
Yeah.
We got any potential ballers in here?
Mm-hmm.
We got I Am Cool. And that's it, I think. KF.
Let's not unmute that guy.
Why? What happened?
He had a pretty good run.
Well, to be fair, hey, I agree with you, but then I don't agree with you. Like, because it's better than us just talking amongst ourselves. I guess they can try him out since we've had our fair share of him. I mean, if you'd like to, maybe go for it. But I'll tell you this. He will tell you when you have him cornered that we can't prove anything.
That's fine. I'd rather speak to a more relativist than.
I agree. I'm just saying, since we're not willing to do it, someone else that's willing, take the lead. Better than us just talking amongst ourselves, right?
Yeah. We can definitively prove something. Change my mind, KFX. You're unmuted. Well, that was fun.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch. We also got Mulder in here. Looks like Mulder.
Yeah, I'll unmute him. Mulder, do you believe we can definitively prove something?
You can do it, Papa.
I gotta take your open mic.
Jose, you're open micing.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Speaking Spanish to your son instead of the King's English.
The dating game.
Mulder either, huh?
Yeah, there's like no. I've unmuted 2 people.
Boulder doesn't have the boulders. Sorry, moving on.
How about I Am Cool? Is that another guy, or who we even unmuted?
Yeah, he's really cool. He doesn't know anything.
Oh, that's the guy. I thought it was KFX you were talking about.
No, I Am Cool doesn't know anything. So
okay.
You'll get somewhere with him, I'm sure.
Where is it?
So how does he know he's cool?
He gone.
He's gone.
It's just a presumption.
It disappeared.
Oh, we got me myself that just jumped in.
Huh.
Don't you think Mulder should have brought Scully as well so we can?
No. Bruh, no. Hey, me myself, are you there? Greg Brady, are you there?
Is that Greg Brady? Let me see.
Wait, who's the father? What's his name? From the Brady Bunch?
Isn't it Greg?
I thought it was Greg, but Greg feels like the kid too, so it could. They both be.
Dad's name was Mike Brady.
Mike Brady, there he is. Okay, me myself, Mike Brady, are you there? Thank you. That was Dave, right?
This is Dave. You are correct.
Okay, I was going by voice. I didn't see your thing. Changing your name will not change your attitude. That's not necessarily true. It's like getting a haircut. Could be more sassy. Me, myself, do you want to talk to us or not, dog? Oh, wow. That's a nah, dog.
No, I came here to listen. I came here to listen.
To listen to what? We're here to talk to you.
I'm playing a game, and I like it's like a podcast.
What game are you playing? What game are you playing?
Getting over it. I'm trying to speedrun it.
Getting over it. Hey, you can't speed run getting over it. How many hours have you been playing?
110.
That's really bad speed running.
Oh no! My best time is 2 minutes and 52 seconds.
No way. Post it.
You want me to screenshot?
You don't have a video of you speed running it?
No, I have the proof here. Yeah, I can send you it. Here, look in the live stream. Yeah, it's top left. Look at the top left. It says like the best. This is my best run, so it's like 2 minutes 52 seconds. .2282.
It was your best run until you hopped on here, probably.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to say that you wasted time talking to us and probably got distracted. It's a joke.
Wow.
That's pretty cool. I don't know how you speedrun that game.
Yeah, it's really frustrating because a small, thing you do can really.
The game is frustrating in and of itself. Speedrunning,
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
What game?
Getting over it.
Which game?
Getting over it.
What the heck? What's that?
It's a game where you're like, it's all
Naked man in a pot.
Yeah, but it's all physics based, where you're basically a rag doll, and you've got a sledgehammer, and you're just. It's pretty frustrating. It's one of those ragdoll physics games.
The only game I ever speedrun, and this was before speedrunning was even a thing, but I just thought it was cool because I could do it quick, was Mario 3. I don't know if you guys ever played that one, but there's like these flutes behind the black, when you end in Mario, if there's like this white tube, you can like hold down and then you go behind the, like everything. It goes like behind, like, I can't even explain it. It's like you're out of where you were at and you just run all the way to the black of the background and then you go through this little door and you get a little flute and then you get to slip to like 5 worlds with each flute.
You could go behind the pipes and all that stuff.
It really amazes me how the Mario speedrunning community is so is actually is still alive.
It's still pretty vibrant. People are still speedrunning Mario 1, Mario 2, Mario 3, and Mario 3D.
Exactly. Very, very old games.
Dude, in the 80s, I was speedrunning Mario 1 and not knowing what I was doing. I was just going through it like as fast as possible. And then I knew that you got more points for the time. So I was like focused on the time instead of all the other stuff. So I was speedrunning back in the 80s and I didn't know what it was called. I didn't know what I was doing.
Hey, me, myself, what? I'm not asking you any in-depth questions here, but what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be and why?
It's I am cool. You already talked to me.
Yeah. I haven't spoken to you.
Oh, no?
No.
Oh. Really?
I just said hi to you. I didn't talk to you, really.
A globe.
Okay. When you're ready to seriously talk about your affliction, you let us know, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Right now, I'm not in a mood of debating, so I just want to listen.
That's obvious. You can't bring a horse to water without drowning it first. Or something like
I've never heard that, so I don't know if it's correct.
that. I think I've got it wrong. I'm not very good with horses.
Let me search it up.
Such a fucking troll.
Me? What did I do?
Yes.
Kiss the sky. Is that sky?
Okay. I think it's you can make a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
The fuck I
That's
can't.
what I can find.
Hey, Helio, why you ain't saying nothing? The hell's going on?
He's not good with horses either.
Look, dude, I've rode horses. I've actually, I worked on a ranch for quite a while. So,
have you ever made one drink?
You can't make a horse drink.
The fuck you can't. Why does everybody always say that? It's like
water.
It's like a challenge.
Are you fucking serious?
It's really strong, Horses are stronger than
horses. I used to be scared of horses when I was a kid, but when I started working on a ranch,
it sounds like Cool is afraid of horses too.
They're like
No,
big ass dogs. It's like if you let horses can get away with a lot of shit because they're so big, but eventually they know that they only have. And once they're broken, you already that
they're gonna drink. I agree with you.
Yeah. So it's just like, but
riding on horses.
I'm saying you can lead a horse to water. I mean, they might sip if they're not, if they're thirsty, but you don't have to make them drink. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That's just a phrase.
Just give me a hose.
Yeah, dude. I mean, if you know horses, you're not gonna make them drink. They might take a sip and it's like, hey, take it. You're gonna like sit there next to the horse and
like
go,
riding on
drink
horses?
drink that water, drink that water.
Do you like riding on horses?
Yeah, horses are great.
I do. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
Yeah, it's awesome.
They're real.
If you're gonna keep on talking, I'm gonna start questioning you. I'm not kidding.
You can slip a question in between.
Okay, so what's your best evidence? Your best direct evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Direct evidence?
Yeah.
If you take a gyroscope, okay, even those really precise laser gyroscope, those even work better. So, you can see, they work by detecting which they have two lasers, and they detect which laser comes first. Because if there's a movement, the path of the laser is going to be disrupted.
Yeah,
so one of them is
interferometer. Yeah.
So if you have those, because the Earth is moving around, you're going to be able to detect that movement and that change between the lasers, and you can detect one moving faster than the other.
Okay, so you're going to look up to the sky to see if the Earth is a globe?
You don't have to look up to the sky, but you just
well, okay. So your direct experience is that the Earth isn't moving; the sky is moving, right?
Yeah, my experience as a small being on
right. And let's not talk about scope or scale, but your direct evidence, what you see outside, is that the sky is moving, correct?
Yeah.
So you take this interferometer and you say, well, its measurements means that the Earth below me is moving or that the sky is moving?
No. When you're talking about movement, if you're just only putting 2 points and comparing them to each other, you cannot tell which one is moving. But
really?
If you add another point...
So if you're on a sidewalk and you watch a car go by, you can't tell what's moving?
So let's say now you're on a sidewalk and you can see a car moving.
Right.
And now you only talk about the distance between you two. The distance was 100 meters, and then it's 90 meters, and then it's 80 meters. Only by these things you cannot determine which one is moving. But if, let's say, you add now the distance you from the ground below you, and you see that your distance isn't changing, but the car does, you see that the car is the one that's moving, and not you.
Right, because the Earth below you is not moving, right?
No, it's not just about that. Even if it's two random spots, you can't tell which one is moving because they're both getting closer to each other.
Hey, he's got a speaking spell or something, man. I can't hear what he's saying. Me myself, roboting, man.
Oh, am I roboting for you?
You're roboting for everybody.
Oh. Okay.
Would you like to play a game?
No,
you're still messed up.
Hey, disconnect.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
No,
we can hear you. Just roboting still. Disconnect or reconnect.
I have, for some reason, I have 200 ping. Which servers are these on?
Okay, you're good now.
Disconnect and then reconnect.
He's good now. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Hello. So can you hear me now?
Yeah.
70 ping now. That's good. Now I have a normal. Okay. So you agree with me that if you have 2 points and you can only see the distance between them, not comparing them to
You're talking about relative motion. I understand.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. So when you talk about that, what's moving, you or the sky, like you can't really tell because it's only 2 things. You need to add another thing to know which one is
You
moving.
can feel the sky moving about you when the air brushes through your hair.
Mhm.
That's part of the sky, right?
Which part is the sky? Do you count the sky as everything that's not the ground? Or
Anything that's not attached, bud.
Okay.
Everything in the sky moves. Everything.
Yeah, things in the sky move. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so you agree with me that the sky is moving.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And you agree with me that things around you are not moving unless set into motion, right?
No.
Really? So they're moving?
Yeah.
But
And
unperceptible.
I even think in the flat Earth, in a flat Earth, it would be more plausible that the Earth would be moving even in a flat Earth.
I don't think that's true. I think you might have a
No, because then you could make one model. But then you can make 2 models, one for day and one for night, one for day and one for a summer, winter, and all those things.
I wouldn't have to. I don't need to explain it by that.
Yeah, I know, but I think it would make more sense.
Really quickly to me, explain the motion that you think. Explain the motion. Explain the motion that you think the Earth is in.
The Earth is in a few motions. One is in the motion around itself.
Okay, let's just take that motion really quickly.
Yeah.
Would that be a circular motion?
What do you mean by circular?
Would you be going around?
If you're on the crust, you'd be going around the center.
I don't know where else you would be. Okay. You yourself are going around the center of this supposed Earth, right?
Yeah.
So you're going in circular motion, correct?
Yeah.
Hang on. Yeah. So you're in a state of constant acceleration, correct?
No, not constant acceleration.
I disagree.
Because the Earth is moving at 15 degrees per hour.
That's constant acceleration. It's not an agree or disagree issue. If something is rotating, that is, i.e., has an angular velocity, it ipso facto is accelerating every fucking second.
You do feel the
Shut the fuck up. What's your best scientific evidence for a spinning ball space monkey religion? Quickly.
Like I said, if you want a reason to believe that, like I said, that you could
We're
do
not
it with
into
a
beliefs.
gyroscope.
No, we're not into beliefs. We want scientific evidence for the spinning ball space monkey religion.
Gyroscopes.
Gyroscopes, really? Okay, observe natural phenomena, please.
You're going to put a gyroscope. Okay, yeah, any kind of gyroscope has...
Observe natural phenomena, please.
What do you mean observe natural phenomena?
That's your dependent variable. You don't know what science is, do you? No, you don't. You don't know what a hypothesis... What is a scientific hypothesis, please?
Hypothesis is an idea.
Wrong.
It's
Incorrect.
So what is an
Incorrect.
hypothesis?
You'd fail 5th grade general science.
What is an hypothesis?
A predictional supposition into natural cause and effect relationships.
Oh, so I didn't say these exact words.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You're a fucking clown.
Well,
Go back. Here's what you do. Here's what you do.
Bro.
What?
Relax. He's a kid.
He's a kid.
Just teach
Really?
him. Just teach him.
He's a kid. What the hell's a kid doing in here?
Just teach him.
Don't tell me what to do. What the hell is a kid doing in this VC?
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big fucking deal.
We're here to learn.
Yeah. Well, I'm not here to teach kids, and kids shouldn't be in this VC. What's the cutoff age?
13. Kiwi.
How old is he?
Old enough.
Not you.
17.
How old are you?
17.
So you graduated high school or close to it.
I have.
All right. So you already have. Okay, that takes the kid away from him. You don't know what a scientific hypothesis is. Where did you go to high school?
I've gone to different places.
Different places. Well, you need to contact them. Did your parents bribe them or something? You don't know what a hypothesis is.
Because I didn't use your exact words.
It's not my words. It's what a hypothesis is. Scientific hypothesis. You weren't even close. You said it was a fucking idea. Okay, I got an idea. You're a moron. Is that a hypothesis?
No. Yes.
No, it's not. So
you observed me being a moron. You observed me being a moron, and then
I asked you, diary of the mouth, know nothing, shit for brains. What is your scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion? You said gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are man-made. That means it is excluded from all scientific inquiry. It's not natural science. So you fumbled and bubbled right away. Immediately. So I'm going to ask you again. Scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. Go.
I have a question. If I'm calculating, say...
Oh, fuck off. Go find a calculating forum. That's not science. Mathematics isn't science. Do you understand that?
Mathematics is philosophy.
Mathematics isn't philosophy either. Good God. What else you want me to do with this numpty? Teach him? He doesn't have a teaching. He doesn't have a teaching attitude. He's telling us. Follow?
Yeah, if it brings a different perspective, this is the same guy that, a couple of weeks ago was trying to tell us that nuclear weapons prove that the Earth is a planet.
There we go. So do you want to entertain this? I got a question for him. How about that? You want to try that? I'm going to prove the flat Earth to you, right? Is that okay?
Prove in science.
I didn't say this was science. And proof is all science does, clown.
No. By definition, it doesn't.
Good. That's a good fucking... Just shut the fuck up. You don't even know what a hypothesis is. How can you tell me what science does?
Science tries
Fuck off. I ain't even gonna just entertain you. I ain't even gonna give you the fucking common courtesy of a flat earth proof. This is what you do. You go to a preschool and you put out your arguments. When they stop fucking laughing, then and only then can you consider coming back in here. You got me, sunshine? Yeah?
What? No.
Thanks. No. Good. Bye. Nathan Amigo, too front. Oh, sorry, I wasn't on mute. Carry on.
So, who's next?
You want to hear something funny?
Go.
Hold on. Can I copy this? I can't find it in my damn. All right, carry on. Give me a couple minutes, for goodness sakes.
Vardouche, how long you been here, bud?
Quite a while.
Yeah. Do you think it's people's responsibility to teach somebody things?
No, I just think that we can persuade people.
I think you're right. But is it somebody's responsibility to do so?
No, but I heard how he was arguing, so I felt like we could have persuaded him.
Why would we have to persuade him? I said that
On some
when you go around in a circular motion, you're at a state of constant acceleration. He said no. At what point do we have to persuade him? You see my point?
That's a good question. I know. That's a good one.
Okay.
Who is Vardouche? I haven't seen Vardouche in this server. Is he a new guy?
No.
He smells new.
But no, I just came back from one ride. It felt a piece of work.
Yeah, I don't know if you know. There's a certain way we operate in this forum. A lot of the OGs have been here a long time. We've been around the argument, and we know exactly how to conduct ourselves within the forum. So, yeah, just take notes. This is how it goes down, man. I mean, people that come in here are challenged, and just like Deuce was saying, you know, we don't have to go into explanations. People engage, and of course, there was a bit of terminology that was used before, like they presume to know the truth. So when they engage, it's almost like, you know, nobody forced them in here. They came in here of their own volition, and you know, because of that, now they're in a forum where these intellects are going to engage them, and so you can't come in half cocked, man, or think you know what to do.
And really quick to Jabba, he said, how do you justify yelling at somebody that's being respectful to you, though? Once you deny reality, you can be treated as a hostile witness because you're denying what is reality. Do you understand?
My advice is treat this place like a 2000, for anyone that's a gamer, treat this place like Call of Duty 2010 when all the mics were open. You know, if you can't tough it out, you know, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It really is a free fall, gentlemen. When someone comes in here, it's not our fault if they're not armed or ready to go, especially when they say you can't know anything. How does he know that he got yelled at?
Jabba, we were born ass clowns. I don't think you can tell us not to be ass clowns when we were born ass clowns.
Respect.
But when people come in here and they can accept reality, it's different, right? Like if you can prove things, and then, if you're the type of person to say math proves things, and then we look at the radius, right, and then we compare it to the Earth, the real Earth outside, and it doesn't match up, right? And they go, oh yeah, that's weird, right? Okay, I want to go do it now. Let me go try, right? That's what's supposed to happen, right? Because if your belief is math proves things, then you want to go outside and test it for yourself. But if they're like, nuh-uh, everything you say, just nuh-uh, you don't know anything, I don't know anything, then I don't know.
Hey, clown fuck me myself. Did you just get your ass spanked again who didn't know what a hypothesis was?
I do know what a hypothesis is.
Yeah, you do now. You just got your ass spanked because the proving thing. You said that science doesn't prove things. It's not giving me a time, is it? 42 minutes after the hour. Remember, you said science doesn't prove things. So this is from Courses Lumen Learning. Biology for majors. When conducting scientific experiments, researchers develop hypotheses to guide experimental design. A hypothesis is a suggested explanation that is both testable and falsifiable. You must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true or false. You're dead right there. We can continue. Genome Research, 1999, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Students are taught that the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove their theory. This has prove or disprove 3 times in 2 short sentences, by the way. From... who do we got here? Hypothesis, limited, research. A hypothesis is a tentative answer to a scientific question. Hypothesis can be either proved or disproved. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. Requirements for a testable hypothesis. In order to be considered testable, 2 criteria must be met. It must be possible to prove that the hypothesis is true. It must be possible to prove the hypothesis is false. Let's pile on. McClellan, Kristen, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. Experiment. Once a hypothesis has been established, it is time to test it. The process of experimentation is what sets science apart from other disciplines. Ooh, maybe because other disciplines don't prove shit. And it leads to discoveries every day. An experiment is designed to do what? Prove or disprove the hypothesis. And remember, you said science doesn't prove things? That was your main statement that just got fucking flambasted? Listen to this, sunshine. Dr. Craig Venter, Celera Genomics, National Institute of Health, Arizona State Origins Project, 12 February 2011. You know, there's some things in science in terms of proving certain things in life we discover. You're fucking toast. What do you got to say for yourself?
All of those.
Yeah, fuck off. Sorry, continue. That's it for that numpty dipshit.
Welcome, Chocolate Saiyan. How's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. Feel like you're not even in chat.
Yeah, he only comes on Black Friday now.
Wow, it's Sunday, you racist.
You guys can't prove Chocolate Saiyan's in chat.
It's because he had a chocolate sundae today. That's why he came by.
Okay.
We got Snozbag that just entered the chat. Snozbag, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. There's a lot of muted people, so I just thought I'd join.
Thank you.
Why are you a globe earther?
Freaking dude.
Me?
Yeah. Why? Why do you do this?
Because I ain't here trying to make no people upset.
Well,
last time I
yeah.
argued this point, I had like 15 fucking DMs.
Man, I'm not going to yell at you. Just tell me.
It's not you that I'm worried.
Why are you?
He won't, but I will. I'm just kidding.
Hang on. Why? What? Okay, what's your best evidence that the Earth is flat? What really made the Earth flat for you?
Counter argument. I just don't care. I don't care.
That's not the answer. Hang on. That is not the answer to my question. The answer to my question is, what is the best evidence you have directly that the Earth is a globe?
Because fucking, if the sun was above us on a flat Earth, it'd be visible.
Is the sun above you?
How the hell is that evidence for a globe?
See, this
Hang
is
on.
why.
No, I know what you're saying through your 3 or 4 beers here.
Yeah, man, I'm drunk as fuck.
Can he say water gas for us?
What a gas?
Water gas.
Water gas. You mean like propane?
Propane and propane accessories, exactly. Thank you.
Propane and propane accessories. God dang it! I'm telling you, the Earth is round.
What the hell, Bobby?
The Earth.
He's more of a Hank than you are, Hank or Larry.
I can do a pretty good boomhauer too.
I thought you were doing Boomhauer the whole time.
No, you can kind of understand what I'm saying right now.
No, I can. You're right. You know what? I'm going to leave you alone because you're a couple sheets in the wind or to the wind. So I'm not going to pick on you. But you are going to tell me eventually why you do this.
I mean, it's kind of like one of those things. Like,
hang on, you the only thing you're saying is your observations. Your observations is that the Earth is flat and motionless. The sky above you moves, and the things in it move. Other than that, what else do you have? Everything else is a trick, or you've been told differently.
Well, that's the thing about life, man. Is people are going to constantly try to convince you that they're right and you're wrong. So I don't listen to nobody.
Well, if you didn't listen to nobody, then you would follow what your senses say, and the Earth would be flat. This wouldn't even be a fucking discussion.
No, my senses say the Earth is not flat. It makes sense.
Your senses say the Earth is not flat?
Yeah.
Are you drunk constantly?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Earth is constantly moving around you, and you're always going downhill.
Every time I close my eyes, it feels like I'm spinning. So
Okay.
You got to hand it to him. If that's truth, then he's not going to be able to determine what's real and what's not. He's got a swollen brain right now.
At least he's logically consistent.
Yeah, you got to hand it to him there.
I mean,
yeah, that's true. But if you were sober, if you were to slowly sober up, I don't want you to die. But if you were to slowly sober up after 3 days of being sober, and you didn't die, because we don't want that to happen, you meditate in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights, you would know, right, from firsthand experience, that the Earth is flat and stationary. Right? You would know that it's not moving because you have a vestibular apparatus in your inner ear that's really good at doing what? Detecting motion. Right?
Well, that, I mean, just looking up.
What do you mean looking up?
Okay.
Hold on there, cowboy. Are you going to get your boots measured? When you go to get your boots hold on there, cowboy. Are you going to get your head measured when you get a new pair of boots? Yeah, I'll get it right in a second. Do they measure your head when you get your boots specially made? No, they measure your feet directly, don't they? Why do they do that?
I do have a very large head, and it seems to surprise a lot of people. So if they have a measuring tape, they're probably going to measure my head.
I don't think you got what I was saying. If you're going to get a custom pair of boots made, don't they measure your feet?
They sure do.
Why don't they measure your head?
Because you don't have to measure it to say it's big.
All right there, Gray Matter. Calm
Hank.
down.
Hank,
I got.
you don't look at the pool balls to know that you don't look at the pool balls and say, "Oh, the pool table's a ball as well."
That's right. So why would you look at the sky to tell the shape of the Earth?
Because like, listen, I mean, if the Earth was flat, the sun would be like a spotlight, right? Why is there there's a horizon and the shit goes past it? And I know this, you guys are gonna get.
Do you think you got owl eyes?
I am. So if you start doing like this whole, fog diffuses light in different directions, and that's why it looks like it does, I'm not gonna get it.
There's a horizon for the same reason you can't read a book from a mile away.
Boom.
Yeah.
I think he's doing boom Harry now, isn't he? Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, if there's a book about how the Earth was round, I might be able to get the binoculars out. Fuck, I'm nearsighted. All right.
You done played too many video games and done read too many beer labels.
Yeah, man. My face is like 3 inches from the screen.
So if you're a good old boy, you're supposed to be one of them. Show me. I don't believe it till you show me. If I can't see it, I don't believe it. You're supposed to be a good old boy. Now, I'm detecting maybe you may not be what they call redneck. You might be what they call.
What is that?
Bro, no. You're not a redneck. I think you're a hick. You're a pretender, a wannabe, right? Because the hick ain't really a redneck, right? They don't have a hitch on the dually. Dodge dually diesel.
So you're making assumptions on the way I sound.
There you go. There it is. There's the redneck in you. You're making us to show me, right? You want me to show you. Somebody makes a claim, show me. You're making an assumption. If I say you need a tie rod, show me, right? You need a tie rod on that pickup truck, boy. Oh, I just came here to get alignment. Well, show me, right? Don't you want to see it?
I'll still put
Don't. If you don't need it, you don't. So the point is, you need to go out and look for yourself.
No,
you need to go on down to a large body of water. Go ahead, bro.
Hank, what you're missing here is that most people don't want to be shown anything. They just want to be told what to think. And while our good-natured Snoz here may think he knows, but has only been told what to think, never shown how to think. And Snoz, if you honestly took a serious look at around the world or around about your world and said, what's out there? What can I prove it is? And took this just a little bit seriously, you would start to question what you're told and start to question how to think about it.
Well, that's the thing, though, because I personally don't know shit.
Right, but then you say you don't care, but then you're here. So those things are incongruent. They do not match. They don't match your actions. What you say don't match your actions because you've been here before. So,
yeah, just because people talk to me when I'm drunk, I get lonely.
Right. And there are millions of chats to go on Discord, but you happen to go to the Flat Earth one.
There's a bunch of like kids in the other ones, and they're like kind of annoying, and they keep saying the N word over and over again.
I'm about to say it right now.
Well, I mean, I can tell that you're a mature person.
I'm not. Don't ever put that shit on me. I don't even know what it means. I take care of my responsibilities, but that doesn't make me necessarily mature.
I mean, it's more mature than these like 14-year-olds everywhere else.
Regardless, you're here. You don't have to be. There are a million things you can do to distract yourself.
I know, and that's my thing is like, listen, we can disagree on stuff, but it doesn't make you.
No, we can't. We can't disagree on reality. If we disagree on reality, it's because you're denying it.
I mean, I used to think that like the moon landing was fake. And
it obviously is fake because. Let's not get into that. Let's stay with what's beneath our feet here, Snoz. Go out there tomorrow when you're clear-headed, and I want you to honestly question yourself. And what I'm looking at, is that flat? And what I'm standing on, is that moving? If so, what does that mean? And start to think about what you're being told to think as opposed to how you should be thinking about it.
All right, let's say hypothetically, like
No more hypotheticals. I've given you a little project. I want you back here tomorrow. I want you to tell me.
If I did and I found out, and I was like, man, shit, I don't know why I thought this whole time.
What would it change, right? What would it change? I don't know. In one view, you're insignificant little speck of dust flying through space on an insignificant planet in an insignificant solar system. And in the other one, you're in a special place created just for you. You are special. So your actions mean something. If you don't want your actions to mean something, I get why you would deny it. But don't sit there and tell me that reality isn't reality. What's out there obviously is flat, level, and stationary.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like the whole like religious debate. Like,
No, this isn't a religious debate. The thing is you've been told you're insignificant from the same people who told you were on a ball. So if you find that religious, then that's maybe something you should be looking into yourself as well. You see what I'm saying?
I mean,
you see what I'm saying. I know you do.
But
it's like when Washington State calls the word marijuana racist. They're the racist for calling a word racist.
Yeah.
You calling this discussion religious is because you see it as if you accept reality as it is, then you live in a world in which religion means something to you.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not comparing it in that way. I'm comparing it in the way that like everybody thinks they know what's going on, but they don't.
Nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah, you can't be an atheist and.
But objective reality is objective reality. Correct?
It is until it isn't. I mean, there's things that we used to think were factual that we were like, oh shit.
Like what? The earth was flat?
Oh shit, you're right.
Don't bring that shit over to me.
Sorry. I mean, there has to be other things like germs didn't exist.
Oh yeah, nobody thought to wash their hands before some idiot figured out germs were a thing. No, we washed our hands before then. It's in the frickin' Bible.
Well, I mean, no, we washed each other's feet.
We wash our hands too.
Oh,
don't believe the bullshit.
But I mean, we do have like every day we have a better understanding of like. Shit.
No, we don't. We can't because we're all of our.
I'm gonna say you're smarter than every person that was alive 100 years ago.
No, you're wrong. All of our knowledge today is based on falsifications, false assumptions. It's based on bad math. If we live on a globe, or if the Earth is flat, then all of our globe math is wrong. It's bullshit.
I didn't take that class. I took
because they don't have that class.
Oh.
They should.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I'm not here to change your mind or nothing.
And don't tell me I'm smarter than people who came before me because I'm clearly not. Those people were geniuses.
Let me ask this dude something real fast.
Yeah.
So, did you go to school? Did you graduate? It's not really important, yes or no?
Barely, but yeah.
Okay. All right, you did. Did you take one law class?
In high school? Wait, are we talking about
any part of your government education? Did they teach you law?
Nah.
Now, why is that? Ignorance is no excuse. Do you think they want you to be ignorant?
Well, I mean, I completely agree with that. I think their education system is like fucked up.
But how hard did they shove that globe down your throat? I mean, ever since you were a baby in the cradle, right? You have that mobile above your head with the sun, moon, and stars, and the music, right? And the lights, right? And then you get a little older and you turn on Sesame Street. Globe, 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 globe. Right? And then you get a little older, it's on Universal Studios. Every time you turn on Universal Studios. Right? And then you start going to school, they're teaching you like cosmology. You ain't even figure out how to wipe your butt. You're 5 years old. And then paleontology. Here's the dinosaurs. Right? And then they start teaching you about this, Big Bang stuff, which is completely theoretical postulations. There's absolutely no science involved in cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics. But they
presuppositions, even they're presuppositions.
Well,
Go
I
on.
get that. Like my whole entire life, like they were saying, like the sun is a ball of hot gas. But I'm like, fuck, how do you know? You didn't dip no fucking spoon in it.
There you go. There you go.
But at the same time,
Now you're starting to act like a redneck again. Now I know you got a hitch on your pickup truck.
I do, but I wouldn't pull nothing. My fucking bed's so rusted out.
Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
But yeah, my argument goes for both sides. Somebody trying to convince me that the globe is a globe or the earth is flat, I'd tell both of them. Like, why? You don't know.
It's the lack of evidence, Nas. The lack of evidence.
Yeah, there's lack of evidence for both sides then.
No. Incorrect. So if somebody tells you the burden of proof lands on the one who makes the claim. So the one who made the claim told you that the earth is a globe, and they taught you that ever since you were little, right? So the claim is that the earth is a globe. Now they have the burden of proof. They have to prove it to you that it's a globe. And so it's upon you to ask them, how is it a globe? Like, show me the evidence. So whatever they've done to you to get that in your head created so that you now are a believer in this idea, well, that's the thing that you have to question. So it's not that you've heard both sides and you're like, well, I haven't heard evidence for either one. You haven't even, there's nothing that first of all, Deuce Vault was the one that told you what to do. So he gave you a little project that's something you can do to go test that for Flat Earth. But let's put that aside for a moment.
Was that a test or is that like?
Yeah, let's put that aside.
I just want you to look, bud.
Yeah. Let's put that aside for a moment. So now we're going to talk about the globe. So ever since you were in school, and they're telling everybody, not just you, but the claim is that the Earth is a globe, and the size metrics and all that good stuff. They didn't give you the information of how to do it. They just told you that it is. They showed you pictures. They told you about the planets. They showed you other things, and voila, you, without a question, because you've been indoctrinated at such a young age, you didn't question it. There was nothing that in your critical thinking mind you ever challenged the idea. So here you are.
If this were true, that the Earth was flat, that would mean that a third, like everybody that is in the field of research or like space travel or blah blah blah, like they would all have to be on the same fucking lie, and there has to be a purpose behind it. That's millions of
we're talking about motive right now, though. See, that's not what when you start thinking like this is about the motive. Okay, so you're starting to think like, why would all these people that don't even like, you got to put all that to the side for a moment. You got to stay clear-headed, stay focused. You got to look at the evidence, right? Because obviously the claim of the Earth being a globe is of a most paramount understanding for you. You got to figure this thing out, man. If they've been pushing this lie on you for such a long time, guess who's going to be upset when they figure it out that it's not? You are. But it's not like we can only show you the door, man. You got to walk through the damn thing. So here's the thing. Here's the deal,
that's it's like telling me to like go to a coffee shop and ask them if it's coffee. I don't care if it's coffee.
No.
I'm not going to learn how to make coffee.
Here's the thing, though. Being indifferent it's not going to fly in this forum. So if you say, well, it doesn't matter to me it does. You know why? Because every human being is curious. So we all want to know what truth is. Every single body. If people are a damn liar if they say they don't. So everybody wants to know what the truth is. And the truth is, right, you have been taught something that you don't know has any evidence or not. So it's not about being indifferent I don't care either way. Yeah, you do, because we're telling you that you can actually ask these people whoever's told you, go to those people and say, look, you've been telling me that the Earth is a globe and there is no evidence for it. Where is the evidence? Show me the measurements to the Earth curvature. If there's any measurements, I can go test this for myself, or at least you can tell me somewhere I can find this information where I can go repeat it. Now, and that's the thing, right? That is
If I did that to everything that I didn't understand in my life,
that's a cop out. That's a cop out. We're not talking about every other thing. We're only specifically talking about this one very specific
I
thing.
understand it. I mean, I'm gonna leave this to people who like feel importance to it.
Hang on. No. You don't leave. You don't leave the nature of your existence to other people. You figure it out for yourself. There are better men out there doing less.
Yeah, but
this is the least you could
my
do.
existence is important to me.
Yeah, it is. It's very
You're
important.
telling me what's important to me, though.
Yeah, on this I am.
Well, it's not. I'm sorry. I mean, I love y'all.
Well, then there's no point in talking to you, and there's no point in us wasting our breath.
Yep.
Mute yourself.
All right, love you.
Sorry, Mickey.
Nah, we're
Snozbag. I'm sorry, Meggie. Snozbag. Isn't it strange? Awesome ends with me, and ugly begins with you. Just wanted to know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the globe or just the way people have been taught, but the fact that they're indifferent when they're in here, it irks me something awful, man. I don't like that. I don't care either way. Globe or flat. I was like, then why the hell did you come into this forum?
No, Mickey, he didn't say that. He said the nature of his existence didn't matter.
Oh, his nature. Well, that's worse.
Yeah, it's a sin against everything.
That's terrible, man. What an existence to be in this world and have that mentality.
But all those researchers, Meggie.
Yep.
That stand in direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. All those researchers, boy.
They're keeping that gas pressure in.
Yeah, at a minimum, the second law of thermodynamics. It's the elephant in the room. That's why I put it out front. Because all he's got is pictures from space, or what he thinks are pictures. That's all they got. Once you boil down to every crayon munching, ball tart spinning space monkey, all that bullshit they have out in front, that's just a smokescreen. All they got are alleged photos, which aren't photos, from a fairy tale vacuum. That's all. That's it. That's what it boils down to, I'm telling you.
Now, what I'm saying is, man, like what you believe doesn't upset me.
No, I don't believe anything.
I'm not going to get upset if you
I don't believe anything. Stop talking through me. I do not believe anything. I know it as absolute fact. So don't put your horseshit belief on me. You believe. I do not. Got it, sunshine?
I got it. Calm down.
Yeah. So change your verbiage. Because remember, awesome ends with me, but ugly begins with you.
How did you know I was ugly? That hurts my feelings. That you knew.
Your sister told me.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I didn't know twins could look so much alike.
I just, you know, I'm gonna keep things like.
Well, Snozbag, let's just make it simple for you. Can you show gas pressure without a container?
No.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left.
Point proven.
DJ's spinning request.
My entire life has changed.
Yes, it should have. Mine
Glad
did.
you're keeping that alive still. Love it. What's up, yo?
What's up, man?
We almost have the whole crew in here.
At 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Where's
That's weird.
Witsit?
On a Sunday?
Yeah.
On a
Where's
Sunday?
Witsit at? Witsit,
he's
get
not
your
coming.
ass in here.
He was on Glowbusters today. He's not coming. He had to wake up early.
He's on Glowbusters. Why is he wasting his time there?
Freaking QED.
Because they're friends.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Witsit. Glowbusters, they still got a
Are
channel.
you apologizing because of what you said or because they're friends?
Because they're friends. I'm sorry. Does Glowbusters still have a channel?
Yeah, they still have a channel.
All right.
It's still popping.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
Actually, their conversation was pretty good today. I didn't mind.
You listen to them.
I listen to you too, so don't get jelly.
I'm not
You know,
jelly.
Kiwi has a good point.
What was their point today?
I said you got a good point with what you said.
Was it NASA photos again?
No. No, it's about
downward bias,
energy flows, magnetism.
Energy flows and magnetism.
Yeah.
Really?
It was honestly pretty good.
Really? What's that mean?
Basically, it was pressure mediation.
Pressure? What? Shark bite pressure?
I know you know what I'm talking about.
I don't. I'm sorry. I know it sounds facetious and sarcastic. I fucking doubt.
Just like magnetism, electromagnetism.
What is electromagnetism?
A spectrum?
Really?
I think so. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Okay.
A spectrum. Are you talking about light?
Light is on the spectrum.
How in the
Spectrum of
fuck?
electromagnetism.
How in the can you? Okay, riddle me this.
Okay.
Riddle me this. How the fucking light, which is made of photons, which are neither electric nor magnetic, be electromagnetic, please?
Well, I think you'd agree that they're a wave before they're a
A
particle.
wave.
At the same time that they're a particle.
That's fucking contradictory horse shit. Nothing could be a wave and a particle. A wave is not what something is. It's what a medium does.
Yeah, I agree. So now we're into the luminiferous.
No, we're not. We're not into no fucking
in which you're going to
ether.
start yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm saying, how can light? You just said light was a spectrum, and it was the electromagnetic spectrum.
On the electro.
Tell me now. We're into the fairy tale paradigm. I want you to provide citation that shows photons being electric or magnetic right now.
Oh, I can't do that.
Yeah, you won't be able to. So how the fuck can light be electromagnetic when it's neither electric or magnetic, please? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You got it. There you go.
What is light?
I'm asking you.
Are you?
Yeah.
Sounded like you were telling me, so I'm asking
Yeah,
you.
I was telling you because you said it was electromagnetic. Where'd you get that from?
I was taught it in school.
You told me. I told you that light is photons. Right?
Yes, you did tell me that.
I did tell you that. You said it was electric or electromagnetic when you already admitted they're neither electric or magnetic. That is correct. So how can something be electromagnetic when they're neither electric or magnetic? We talking turkey squirrels here? Mickey's back in the back laughing.
I need to mute myself. Hang on.
Shut up, Miggy.
Then you said there are waves. Well, is light a fucking medium?
No, light
Really?
goes through a medium.
Oh, but it's not a medium. So
It
it
flows
can't be a
through a
fucking
medium.
wave because waves, it can't be that.
It can't be what?
It can't be a fucking wave.
Oh.
Because wave is not what's up. Listen to this closely.
Okay.
A wave is not what something is. It's what a medium does.
Got it.
So, if you're saying light's a wave, then light must be a medium. Do you follow that train of thought?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see where I was wrong there. Light is transmitted through a medium.
No, it can't be a wave. I'm sorry I violated my I had a refrigerator rule that I put into effect. It's got to be over a year now. I don't talk about light with flat earthers. So you're going to have to get a baller in here. Sorry.
Kiwi, we've never agreed on this, but either way.
That's not in the case of agree or disagree. That's where you're wrong. You're in the
Ballers run away about.
Yeah, it's not agree or disagree. That's where you're wrong. You're wrong again.
Okay.
Are we still good? We still buddies?
Yes. I'm not hurt at all. I'm just saying I was taught that light was.
I fucking gave you plenty of references to review that I showed you.
I know.
That
I know.
provided.
When you asked me, do you have any questions? I had a ton of questions. I still don't freaking get it. And every time I think I get it, I don't get it. I'm either hard-headed, too stupid to understand, or I have a disagreement.
No, that's not it. That's not. You're not too stupid to understand it. You've just been inculcated with.
Yeah, I've been inculcated for sure. I know that.
That's a good one. Inculcated. Yes.
There you go. Visible light, the electromagnetic spectrum, when photons are neither electric nor magnetic. There you go. Reconcile that shit.
Right. This is what I'm dealing with. I understand that it's
right. I mean, they're going by. This is we're talking in the secular community, right? There's ballbusters. I'm sorry. Boy, I digress. Glowbusters, did they put this out?
No. They were just discussing with somebody. They were discussing a video about electromagnetism. I don't even think light was really that much part of the discussion.
Okay.
But I'm just saying it was pretty good.
Pretty good. Well, thanks for the adjectives, man. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. By my estimation, I'm telling you.
I love the excruciating attention to detail. OCD like.
From who? From me or them?
Yeah, from you and them. Yeah. Yeah, my wolf pups are hungry. You're right, Rookie. They're eating fine.
Do you actually have wolf pups?
Yes, I do.
What percentage are they?
It's fluctuating because of the trans panda rats.
You say that one more time. I want to get that recorded.
I know you do. That's why nobody's saying it.
So if light isn't electric or magnetic, what is it? Photonic?
Yeah.
Well, how would you describe light? It's its own thing?
How would I describe what?
How would you describe a photon? It's not electric or magnetic, so what is it?
Photon. It's I can't do it, Hank. I'm sorry, you're a flat earther. Get a ball tart in here.
Got one right here.
Okay.
You got Pro Globe.
Okay, where?
It's a transmission.
You got Pro Globe just popped in here. Pro Globe, you there?
Invent them to talk about light, and we're in business.
Yeah, so that was the first question I was going to ask. So I'm going to skip globe Earth questions. We're just going to go straight to light.
We'll DM you the questions.
Yeah, well, yeah. Keep your DMs open.
DM you the questions. Well, bring them in here. Listen, I'm sitting in here. It is getting late.
Yeah, I know.
I'll tell you what. Make an appointment with one of those Glowbusters. I'm tired of playing this fucking game. Come Go ahead and get him in here, and then we'll have a little discussion. We'll see how it turns out. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, Bob is still in the server, so I think we might be able to get him in here.
He ain't gonna speak to me.
Not at all?
Nah, he's not as dumb as he looks.
Well, you want me
Yeah.
to
Nah, they know better than that. Witsit will. Get Witsit.
I've heard Witsit talk about it with you several times.
Yeah, Witsit will.
Well, I'll try to DM him, see if he's...
All right. You better make it quick because, like I said, it's getting a little long in the tooth. I got a mission tomorrow.
I don't even know if he's on. Kind of a mission.
I have my new sexy bow beast.
I saw that thing. What are you going to zero it out?
I already did. Now it's courting time.
Going to go to the range or are you going to shoot at home?
I got a range at home.
So both. If there.
It's courting time. I think tomorrow will be courting, and then Tuesday will be the consummation.
I don't even have Austin as a friend.
Uh-oh.
So that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Is he still coming on? Is he still coming on Flat Earth, whatever, with Nathan?
Is who?
Is Austin? Does he still come on Nathan's show?
Nathan who?
Nathan Oakley.
No, Austin hasn't been on Nathan's show in at least a year and a half, 2 years.
What? I thought he was a good fit after the first foray, after all the name calling was done.
There was a small debacle about was it gravity? Kiwi, I don't know, was a topic that they
downward bias.
Downward bias. Yeah.
That was the first show though, and it was all like skittery, and then he came back on, I thought.
He did. He came on Ballbusters because I invited him specifically.
Oh, okay. I thought he handled himself well. I mean, obviously he was trounced, but he still kept his composure.
Well, +1. Witsit's a good man. He's good representative for Flat Earth. Little misguided, but I like him.
Very smart.
Always did.
He's a good guy. He's got hands.
But we're not into good or bad guys. That's not the point.
Good or bad guys don't actually exist. Got good moments and bad moments.
Speak for yourself.
I just did.
Shout out to Witsit and Kai, by the way. That it just rocks. I love that. Perfect
He hasn't
match.
been in here in a while either.
It was a few weeks ago. I think like 3 or 4 weeks ago. He was in here. He stopped in. Yep. Like I said, he's a good man. I like him. Always did.
You know, I gotta say, if Witsit really is gonna, stand up for himself in the court, he's probably gonna have a little bit of jail time. I don't know what the jail time is in the state, but some states you can have contempt of court for 30 days or longer.
No, we got the shithouse lawyer and Hank. Are you like majoring in shithouse lawyering now, or what?
I've been studying God's law, and God's law led me to learning the difference between legal and lawful. So yeah, I've been doing a little bit of studying.
Helio, you're back. I see you in the chat, man. You want to play something funny? I think I got it now.
What do you want me to play something funny?
Yeah.
I want to confirm what you're saying about Witsit. Witsit was on Globebusters earlier today, and That was great. You know what they said. Even though a lot of us disagree with what they were saying,
Agree and great.
Sure.
Yeah, those terms don't fit inside this discussion.
Anyway, and if you didn't listen to it, then you didn't. You know, that's all. That's all.
It was
well and good.
I was shocked they still have a channel.
Anyway, but yeah, Witz is as a valued member here, so we want him to be here.
Did somebody say we didn't want him here?
No, nobody said that.
All right.
It sounds like Hank just said it.
What, Hank? You don't like.
You just said we want him to be here.
I'm rebutting. Objection, Your Honor. I see no evidence for the court.
Helio, I put that in there 28 minutes after the hour, man.
You want me to play that?
It's only 15 seconds, dude.
15 seconds? Holy
yeah. It's well worth it.
Unlock this
retardation.
Is this like a do?
I don't think so.
All right, let's see.
Nope, that was me.
Nope, that was me.
I thought that was obvious, but I was shocked that Hillary didn't understand it was you because there was popping during it, Justin, the whole time.
Let me
capture
the fucking link and play it. 15 seconds. Here we go. God damn it. Here we go.
If you want to blame somebody for my shithouse voyeurism, go ahead and blame Issa. Because he's the one that kind of opened my eyes up to that shit.
You figured. Fucking Issa.
All line to the horizon spent, Jose. Yes, Nathan, that's right, amigo. It's a big line.
Do it again.
Shit, again. All right. Yeah, we were kind of interrupted there.
Jose's not even here to defend himself.
What the hell? All right. Nobody say anything. Here we go.
Your line to the horizon spent, Jose. Yes, Nathan, that's right, amigo. It's a big line.
I heard that shit the first time, man. I was on the fucking floor laughing. My wife came in. She heard it. She lost it too.
That's insane, man.
That's not Jose Mesa, folks, by the way. That's Jose JG Retard.
No, yeah, we know.
Also known as Jose Mesa. Just kidding.
AKA, yeah.
Hey, I'm setting up just in case anyone gives a shit. I'm working on doing a talk with
we don't
Professor Phil. I'm gonna roast his ass, because he keeps fucking harassing me, and I'm setting it up on Michael's Discord. So we're gonna do that.
Michael's,
yeah, Michael Smith.
Michael Smith, what the fuck? Where's he been?
Well, you're a mod here. You should understand what's
I have no idea where he owes me.
Explain yourself, Helio. Why'd you ban him?
I didn't, of course. But anyway, I'm gonna, I'm gonna have it out with Professor Phil.
Okay, now let's roll back for a second there, Helio. Now, when I said Michael Smith's Discord, that should tell you right fucking away that I didn't know that he had a Discord, and you should probably post the fucking link.
Oh, well, he does. Yeah, of course. But, yeah.
And why does he have a Discord, number 2? And number 3, where's my fucking ammo at? It's already April. He owes me 200 rounds of 5.56.
Holy shit.
I mean,
That's like
you're pretty close to him. You can
$400,000
just
on the
drive up
open
to
market right
Michigan
now.
and meet him. You can drive to Michigan and meet him.
Why would I fucking drive to Michigan?
I don't know.
I'm not fucking communist.
Why does he owe you?
There's no fucking whys. That's personal information.
Okay, then, goddamn it, it's just that's just the way it goes.
That's not the way it goes. Post the link.
Wait, you don't have the link to Flat Earth Reality? I'm pretty sure it's.
I don't.
Here,
I'm pretty sure I have the link in my.
If you can't post it in here, then post it to me in DMs.
Yeah, sure.
I want one too, please.
All right, yeah, let me get it.
For God's sakes.
I'm
Just
pretty
give him
sure
the
it's
link.
already in my every
Why did
video I put out.
I haven't seen him here. Did he leave because he owes me 200 rounds?
I think that's it. I think he's trying to skirt it.
That's probably it. That's probably.
I'm thinking that's it. He's been in here for 18 fucking years. I need 200 rounds. My end date was March 29th. I haven't seen that motherfucker.
That's probably
wrong.
Yeah, he's scared of you.
I'm not saying he's scared of me. I'm just saying he fucking left because he doesn't want to give me my rounds.
That's not it. But anyway, we don't have to talk.
If you think about it, Helio, it sounds like it's probably it.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'm going to talk to Professor Phil sometime this week, and then I'll put that up on my.
I'm sorry for your losses.
And Mike's gonna moderate that talk.
Mike's gonna moderate. He better be making my 200 fucking rounds.
While he's moderating.
Holy shit! Hey, you're gonna have to get a hold of him on that.
Colonel Sanders is going to give you the runaround, Helio. He ain't gonna.
No, I know. That's why it's like he keeps harassing me, like sending me messages all the time.
He's a dumpster fire.
I know. That's why I'm just gonna roast his ass.
Here's some meat for you.
To Flat Earth. We're partners with this server, so should be.
I still haven't seen any DMs pop up.
Bro.
There. I put it in the live stream voice text.
Thanks.
You got it? All right, cool.
That's probably the best Flat Earth chat in all of Discord. Everybody should join it.
What?
It's way better than here.
Well, every time I go over there, nobody's talking. So
That's because I haven't been there yet.
Well, it has owner King John. I guess that's me.
Maybe.
How the fuck do you get in here? He's in casual talk right now. Hold on, I'm gonna go on mute.
Broadcast.
QE's going over there. He's talking to Battle Mod right now. Apparently,
yeah. Bill, is that what you're gonna do? When tomorrow, Helio?
No, I haven't scheduled it yet. But he lets Phil on his server, so we can't let him in here because for obvious reasons.
Wait, we can't let BattleMod on?
No, Phil. Well,
why can't BattleMod be on here?
Well, you're gonna have to talk to the admins about that one.
What's an admin?
What's an admin?
Am I not an admin?
No, you're not an admin.
Well, make me an admin. I'll talk to myself.
I can't.
Why not?
If the reason's not obvious, then I'm not going to answer that question.
All right, I'm going to mute you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just kidding.
No, No, sir, sure, but yeah, I'm sick of Professor Phil fucking just.
I didn't know he was
spamming my shit, and I'm tired of that dude. Yeah, we're gonna have it out. No, we can't do it here, but I'm sick of that motherfucker.
Why?
Man, don't let him get away, man. He's gonna try to weasel his way out of the conversation when you're having it out.
Why are you sick of
dude,
him?
That dude's thirsty as 1,000 prisoners, man.
And he's begging to get roasted. So yeah,
You're just the guy to do it.
I went into his server. He's in there. He's hot micing. He's talking in the background and not fucking listening.
Oh, for God's sakes!
He's in the casual. He's in his casual text. I'm like, where's my fucking ammo?
No, sure. Don't worry about that, QE. I mean, everything I'm talking about that's going to be a scheduled kind of thing. I'm going to record it and I'm going to put it up on my.
Worried about your Phil Bell horse shit?
He wants his ammo. I thought
want
that was
the damn
pretty obvious.
ammo.
Oh,
And
there you go. There you go.
And his $1,000 from Zanuck.
No, $2,000.
Dude, yeah.
That wall just got 10 feet higher.
Well, shit, and you missed Zanuck. He was in here a couple days ago.
Listen, next time he comes in here, I'm gonna ask him for it. One of us is gonna catch him.
No. Anytime he's in here, it doesn't matter who is here. Somebody has to ask him, where's QE's 2,000?
Yeah.
I might even give him a price break.
Miggy, did you see my sexy bow beast?
The new one or the one that you're using in that image?
The new one.
No.
All right. Keep a weathered eye out. It's coming at you.
You're breaking it in?
Yeah, sexy bow beast right there, man.
Oh, shit. No, that's nice.
Yeah.
How much did that set you back?
My sister bought it for me.
Damn cute.
Aw, that's nice.
That was really kind of her to buy you that bow.
Well, she's rich. They didn't even budge on her.
It doesn't matter how much she has. It matters how much she gives, and that's nice. She did.
She loves me. Who wouldn't? Now I digress.
Who doesn't love Quantum Eraser?
I love how he just skimmed past it. He asked the question, didn't let anybody answer it.
Answer what question? It was rhetorical. Now, this sexy Bobby, that picture doesn't do her justice. I'm going to tell you right the fucking now. But that's the fastest bow, compound bow, ever designed to this point.
How's the drawback? Feel good? Natural?
Draw is smooth. However, if you go to the speed, you can flip the disc on the mods on the Bowtex and go to performance setting. Performance is a little rough, but not undoable.
Now, if I get it right, you're not a game hunter, right? You just for sport, for fun.
I don't shoot fucking Bambis, dude.
Yeah.
Why not? They're delicious.
Like, seriously delicious.
No, I really want to understand why you don't actually hunt.
I think you guys don't understand. If you're hunting humans, you want to be silent but deadly. And QE knows the shit's going to hit the fan one day. He wants to be able to have the skills to take the motherfucker out at 100 yards away.
That's why you got to hunt Bambies first.
Hey, fucking Bambis, dude.
We know he can take somebody out at 100 yards away, but he'll give away his position.
He's quiet as a church mouse.
Yeah, you ain't gonna hear nothing.
Just a whip. No, it's nice, man. I like it.
Yeah, you should feel her in your hands, man. It's fucking sublime.
You become one with the bow.
I'm courting her tomorrow, and then we're gonna consummate Tuesday.
It's happening, huh?
Yeah, It's the SR350. It's my sexy bow beast. The SR stands for Sexy Rachel.
Oh, it's got a name.
Every one of my bows have names.
For fuck's sakes.
You're not the only one that said that.
Jabba, why don't you just unmute, man? Is he deafened?
Yeah, he's definitely. I'll get him.
Freaking guy. Hey, can you believe this guy? Hey, Paulie.
Jabba, do you understand Archimedes' principle? Oh, he's not even. He can't even hear me. He's deafened. For fuck's sakes.
Tell him to come off deafened. That train wreck. Gravity would explain. Gravity doesn't explain, you numpty dipshit. Number one, gravity doesn't exist. Even if it did, it couldn't explain. It doesn't have fucking vocal cords and aerobic respiration and a tongue.
Here's how you do it. This fucking guy. I mean, what are you gonna do? This fucking guy.
Hey, Guido, take him out bad. Show him, beat him up.
Yeah. Beat him up. Who's fucking friend requesting me?
Could be anybody, Elijah.
You just butthurt because of the electromagnetic spectrum, man.
I'm not hurt. I honestly do. I do want to understand it. I'm just.
Well, they're full of shit. Is basically.
I really wish you'd rip into the argument, because I'm not going to take it personal, because I have no dogmatic approach when it comes to light. At this point, I know that I'm not smart enough to completely understand the shit, but I want to hear everybody's story so that I can build a better understanding of what everybody else believes.
Huey has about 4 to 5 videos explaining exactly what he means in explicit detail. And for some reason, every time I put it into my hard drive, it gets overwritten.
It's overridden.
Yeah. Well, every time I I'm like, okay, I get it. And then the next day, I swear to God.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. I'm tracking. That happens. It happens.
I had to get a beer.
It's not that you're not. It's not back to the previous comment. It's not that you're not smart enough. It's not all that complicated.
It doesn't seem all that complicated, but as soon, I get what you're saying, but I don't understand the mechanics. I need to be shown, I guess, and I'm not being shown. So I have to conceptualize it.
Just go under one of my videos, right? Go in the description box.
Okay.
Let's pull one up. I haven't
done because I've been listening to it off my phone. So
I think they're under every video. Hold on a second. I'll just go to Professor Phil Bellin Crackerjack box because I had that one up. I sent the Helio. Show more, numpty dipshits. If you go to light as a particle, I'll snatch that one for you. And they'll show you. How about that? Is that good?
Yeah.
Copy link address. I don't think it's that long either. It's a short one. Oh.
So you're going off the photoelectric effect, light as a particle, but it has no mass.
Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Stop that shit right now. Who said? What the fuck is mass?
I don't know.
Okay, let's not muddy the waters. Let's not muddy the waters first. Let's get to what he's saying.
Now, hold on a second. That's not the video I was expecting to pop.
It's a bit nutty.
Hold on a second, folks. 1 second, and I'll get right back with you.
Well, I can tell you what it isn't. It isn't the amount of stuff. How about that?
Oh, the video is within the video. Go to go to 1 second. Go to 209. Two minutes, 9 seconds. Then that video is embedded within my video. Sorry about that. I forgot.
Which video is this again? I just want to make sure I'm on.
I just posted at 11:46 in main chat. Am I in?
You're in the wrong chat.
Holy fucking shit! All right, let me delete it out of here.
QE.
What you want, Meggie?
I said you're still doing that back in the
Yeah. I've done it 3 times tonight.
Damn, dude.
I'll tell you what, Chewy, I'll let you mute me and call me a pretender phone.
You can watch the whole thing at some point, but if you want to go quick, 209. What I think is the premier physicist that ever lived. I'm at that point right now.
Okay, and this is the quantum eraser experiment.
It's not.
Okay.
This is showing photons as particles. It's of course they've known this since fucking 1801. This is Anton Zellinger. If you haven't heard of him, then I know you're a pretender clown. Not you, but the general you. If you haven't heard that name before, you're a fucking retard and never been within the topic. You've never gotten within galactic vicinity of it. Just to let you know. His name is Anton Zellinger. And I think this was with Morgan Freeman. So Morgan Freeman had a fucking clue. Why don't you? I know why. Because you're pretender clown, numpty dipshits. How you like them apples?
I'm not sure if you're talking to me. I'm still watching the video.
No, I'm not talking to you, man.
Oh, okay.
The general you.
The general me doesn't know either.
It's real fucking simple.
And okay, this is the part because like I've been looking at the double slit since I was a little kid, and I always thought that it was consciousness changing.
Don't worry about that. We're not concerned about that. Right here, we're just worried about what is hitting the fucking detector.
Right, particle, because it's being observed.
Yeah, it's whacking it, right? In discrete chunks. Right? Discrete.
Yeah.
Like pebbles.
Fully agree with that.
Right. That's how light works. That's what it is.
As long as it's observed.
Say again?
As long as it's observed, right?
You're going to observe it. Yeah, you're getting into another subject. We don't have to be concerned with that.
Okay.
We're just on the particle. Whether the thing... Listen, something's either a particle or a wave, right? And we already discussed it can't be both. That's a contradiction. It's like a married bachelor.
That'd be like quantum physics.
Quantum physics. Quantum is
like Schrodinger's cat is what I meant.
No, you can't be general like that. See, quantum means discrete chunks, right? So, photons are discrete chunks. You get it?
Okay.
So, quantum mechanics doesn't just deal with light. Everything acts the same fucking way. Same thing. I could shoot proteins through that fucking double slit. Guess what they'd do?
Not make a wave.
Same thing that you see right there. I think the largest one, I think there's a world record. Hold on. I haven't looked at this in a few years. There might be something different. Because people say, oh, they're so small, things that they're sending through. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. What is the largest particle they sent through there? Let's see what it was. And I think it was Anton Zellinger that did it, by the way. That's why I said if you don't know that name, you're a fucking pretender clown. You haven't been in the subject at all. Zero. Just parrot and fucking wiki horse shit or evolutionary dumbasses. Where'd you go? I'm gonna get it at some point, hopefully. World record holder. No. I think we're getting close. As far as you know. No. Shit. Pilot waves, decoherence. Nope. Wonder where I put that. Anyway, it was like a basketball going through the fucking double slit, essentially. And it still showed the same exact behavior. And I think it was done in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. So I haven't looked recently. Maybe I should probably do that tomorrow. Nope, I'm not doing that. I'm courting my new sexy bow beast.
I don't understand why you don't hunt deer, though.
I don't kill Bambis, dude.
Bambi was a little baby. What about his mother?
It's the same thing. His mother or his father. It's the same thing. You're not getting the genre. You know, you want to know what's ironic?
What?
It was 2 weeks ago. I'm firing at my target. Do you know what my target looks like?
Does it look like a deer?
Let me give you a visual. What do you think?
I think it looks like a deer.
It doesn't.
Do you hunt elk?
I
Does
don't
it look like a numpty ball top?
hunt
at all. Is this
No!
bull for people?
There's
Does it
my
look like a
target.
globe?
Hopefully you put it in the right chat. This.
Did I?
You put it in the wrong chat.
Son of a bitch! Why am I? Oh, I was over at that other. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Yeah, that was a reasonable mistake. I can live with that.
You put it in Michael's chat.
Yeah. There you go. So, the ironic thing I was talking about while I'm shooting at my target, right? You see the woods behind it?
Yeah.
So I'm shooting, right? I'm like, everything's real quiet. The wind's kind of calm. And I hear this rustling in back of there. Behind it, this is about 100, the width-wise, it's about 100 yards in depth. And then it turns into a big old cow pasture.
Yeah.
And I heard some rustling back there. I was shooting. I said, the fucking cow in there?
This is Bigfoot.
No, it was 6 deer. While I was shooting, they all stopped, right? I seen them turn around, and they were like, I don't...
We're done for.
I don't fucking think so. And they all took off. Yeah. Too funny.
Let me ask you, why don't you hunt? I'm not trying to harp on this too much, but like...
I've never hunted in my whole life. All my friends were hunters.
Yeah.
I've never hunted in my entire life.
Have you ever raised game? Like chickens or cows or anything like that?
I haven't washed myself in like 2 months. Is that raising game?
Yeah, pretty much.
Animal husbandry.
Make sure you fucking Clean out that
That's a
gut
lot of
cavity.
Famunda cheese.
Too funny.
Take that to Wisconsin.
So that's my target. I put it on a big squat rack, threw the
Mhm.
target up there, and just getting it.
Yeah, those are good shots.
Well, those aren't my new sexy bow beast, so I'm gonna have to get used to her a little bit. That's why I said courting times tomorrow.
So this is just for competitive.
I'm not competing just yet, but that's the plan.
Okay.
Dude, I picked up my first compound bow at 58 years old 6 months ago.
I was gonna say,
That's when I picked it
last year.
up. You're not listening. That's when I first picked it up.
That's the first shot you've ever done with the bow in your life.
It's the first fucking time I held a compound bow in my hand.
That's really good, especially for those old ass eyes.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah. In fact, I picked her up upside down and backwards.
You shot yourself?
No, I picked it up upside down and backwards. There wasn't
okay.
a fucking arrow in it. Now, at this point, you know how I am. At this point, I consider myself a fucking subject matter expert.
Well, more than most, more than most of us. That's for sure. I mean, if you're shooting like this, that's really good. Even if you've been doing it for years on end. But I mean, those are good shots.
Well, I do have marksmanship skills.
Military?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I cheated a little bit. There is some crossover. Some. Not everything. There's some crossover. So that helped me a little bit.
Honestly, marksman, just the marksman ribbon, it translates to a lot of things.
I don't got just a marksman ribbon.
You got expert marksman in sharpshooting?
No. Sharpshooter is not expert. Sharpshooter medal is above marksman.
Okay.
Expert is above sharpshooter.
Okay.
So I've got expert at least 75 fucking times. That's only with one weapon.
Which weapon?
Obviously M16, A1 and A2. But there's multiple weapons. How do I go about doing this? So, how about, do you know what the expert infantryman's badge is?
No. I was only in the Air Force, sorry.
Oh, you're a fucking... I'll tell you what, you got some good chow, though, man. I'll grant you that.
Best in the world.
Yeah. Fucking Air Force, man. They could cook their asses off. We used to go out of our way because Air Force and Army are sort of connected, and Air Force bases are associated. There's sometimes you get them close to Army bases.
At least in the same town, so
when I was in Berlin back in the day before the wall came down, we were doing wall patrol. I used to do wall patrols. Funny how that sounds now. However, there was an Air Force base real close. JA711. I see your dumbass up in there. It's been a long time, motherfucker. I'll compromise your ass here in a few seconds when I'm done with my story. So back in the day, man, our wall patrol used to go near Tempelhof. You heard of that airport before?
No.
Tempelhof is Berlin, Germany.
Was it decommissioned?
Tempelhof, it's a huge fucking airport. In fact, it has like 50 floors beneath ground, and they're all flood. The Germans flooded them out at World War II. Tempelhof is a huge fucking airport.
So it's
where
been there a long time.
Remember, have you ever heard this term, Berlin Airlift?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've heard that. That's happened there at Tempelhof. However, it's a big fucking airport. Anyway, then the Air Force Base was there. But on one of our routes, wall patrol routes, it went past Tempelhof, so we would leave early. So we could hit the Air Force fucking chow hall, man. That's my story.
I gained 20 pounds in the Air Force.
I'm telling you, you will. Their chow is so fucking good. We walked into that chow hall. It looked like they had personal chefs. We were like fucking beside ourselves, right? We're just army pukes. They just throw some slop on the plate and you suck it down and move out. These guys, they had fucking hats and shit. I said, holy shit. Yeah, like an omelet. They asked me what I wanted on, and I said, really? You're asking me what I want on that moment?
Oh yeah, that's how they do. At every base, it's always like that. I used to in boot camp, I would get people would pay me $20 to take their KP duty. I made so much money.
Oh, KP. Oh, that's a little different anyway.
No, because you get to eat every time you're not working.
Yeah, I bet. I was really shocked. I did have KP duty. It wasn't more than 3 weeks in when I first joined. It was fucking horrible. All I can remember, this is Fort Benning, Georgia, was standing outside on the back of this huge fucking building. And there was like these big vats of peas. and guess what they did? They threw them all away. I remember asking myself, there's so many people starving in the world. I went back to my parents. Why didn't we finish all the food on our plates? I went back. They threw there was like so many peas. I said, this could feed a fucking city.
Damn.
Yeah, but that's what I did. Sorry, I got off on a tangent. We'll get back to where's fucking Jay? That motherfucker take off.
He left as soon as you said you're going to take him to the woodshed. So.
Oh, son of a bitch! I know better than that. I should have shut up.
Maybe you shouldn't telegraph your move.
I thought that they had more of a fucking spine than that.
Maybe you just didn't want to hear about the peas.
It could have been. Oh shit! It's 12:05. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Jabba is talking about fishing.
Fishing?
Yeah.
That's old news, man. We're talking about fucking archery, dude.
Yeah, you fish though, don't you?
What about bow fishing?
I did no, we're not combining them, motherfucker. I did for many years, ever since I was 5, when I first started fishing on my own, by the way, down by the river, until I was 52. Then all of a sudden, I just stopped.
Why?
I don't know.
You don't like to eat fish?
No, it's not that at all. I love catching them more than I like eating them.
Really?
Yeah.
I like eating them more than I like catching them.
That's why we have issues, me and you.
Oh, really?
Too funny. No, I love fishing, man. Always loved it ever since I was a kid. I was a crazy sumbitch, too. What I would do, I was going out to an area, right? I would just go by myself. Nobody with me.
At 5 years old.
Yeah, not at 5. No, I went down by the river by myself. No, this was when I was a little bit older. I would just go. No they didn't have cell phones back then.
Did you get in trouble for staying out too late?
Oh, the worst thing was getting grounded.
I got beat once because I was fishing for
I'd take
until
the
like 11.
No, fuck it.
11 o'clock at night.
No, the beating, that's nothing. It's the grounding that was the most painful in my childhood.
Why? You didn't like to read?
No.
You sound
The
like you
grounding.
like to read.
No, fuck no. No. Grounding was more painful. I'd take the whooping anytime. I just put washcloths down my drawers.
My pants always came off. They were beating me bare ass.
Well, that was a definite memory right there. That was in school. Board of Education, Mr. Cesaretti. If you're out there. No, he can't be out there, man. That's way too long ago. Mr. Jaworski and Mr. Cesaretti. They shared the Board of Education. Of course, they telegraphed their move, going back to what your statement said before. So that gave me time to put washcloths down there.
It helped. Was it a ruler or like a breadboard?
No, it was Board of Education. That means they had a big-ass wooden paddle with holes in it that said Board of Education. Yeah, that's when I was in grade school. That was right around 74? Right in that 74, 75, right in there. They don't do that shit anymore.
They stopped doing that, like, what, 76, 78?
No, I don't think they stopped that then, did they?
Yeah.
No, I was in school in Texas getting paddled in kindergarten classroom. We didn't have to go to the office.
No, in Texas, I got corporal punishment in 3rd grade, but from most of the country, it was gone by then.
Texas, I was in Pennsylvania, and that Board of Education was there at least until 77.
Yeah.
I was still getting paddled in high school, 2001.
No way.
No, I'm not joking.
2001, you were in high school? What the fuck?
I was born in 82.
You sound...
You were born in 82?
60 years old, Hank.
Yeah, I was born in 82, bro.
I graduated in 82.
I know, you tell me.
Yeah.
I don't understand how a fucking 60-year-old is going to school in 82.
What?
I'm not 60.
Yes, you are, Hank.
Yes, you are.
No. No, I'm 39, man.
No. You're wrong.
Look, they called me Tenderheart Bear when I was a kid, okay?
Because you sounded like a 60-year-old when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah, is that what it was? No, man, I remember being 12 years old and a grown-ass woman at the pool, she said, "You're a grown-ass man. You don't know what that word means?" I was like, "Man, I'm 12. So, yeah, I've always...
Sorry, Hank, man. I just got to say goodbye. It's way too fucking late for me.
All right, brother. Good night.
Yeah, it was good talk, man. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Hang in there, guys. We'll catch you on the flip side.
You too. Talk to you later, bud.
Yep. Later.
I already seen that video in the public. I don't disagree with any of it. Photons, yeah. Particles, yeah. But momentum, how do you have momentum without mass?
Dude, I don't know. Okay? This is like the 15th time I've gone over this shit, and I still don't fucking get it, because it's... Okay, this is the problem for me. It is the cross between... Consciousness has something to do with it. When he keeps on saying, well, no, we can't talk about that right now, we're talking about consciousness collapsing a waveform. And that waveform is the particle. Or the collapse of the waveform is the particle. Without consciousness, it doesn't work. So I don't know. And I keep on getting fucking confused on it. Because the resting weight of a photon is 0.
So you know how everybody misconstrues everything on purpose, and everybody's arguing light particle duality
without consciousness.
I say, well, no, light particle duality. Wave particle duality. Sorry. Yeah. So that's a bunch of bullshit. I don't care about any of that. So this is the actual results. A knower of the witch path information. Meaning, if you try to see which slit it's going through,
right?
This collapses the wave function.
Right. This is the double We're just talking about the double slit, not the quantum.
Yeah, this is the first one.
Okay.
Right. So the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. So how does the light know that there's a fucking knower? Right? And then they were saying that, well, what's happening is the guy doing the experiment, he's manipulating it. So then they do the delayed choice quantum eraser. Right. What that means is the scientist or the guy or the woman, they don't know what the results are.
No woman has ever done a quantum eraser, but go on.
Okay, so the scientist doesn't know. They flip the switch on, they walk away, and the machine doesn't know until the very last second, and then it goes 0 or 1 or A or B or whatever.
Right.
And then the same damn thing happens. So that removes the scientist from the equation because it's delayed choice. Right? The machine doesn't choose until right before it happens. So the same result.
The same result happens because it goes, the wave collapse goes back in time.
I don't know what you mean by back in time, but it's just my thing is
because it knows beforehand what's going to happen. Because consciousness it has to do with consciousness. I guarantee you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's the same thing as a fucking a blank disk drive, a blank bare metal disk drive, right? It weighs less than a disk drive you fill up with information. It's the same thing. I mean, I know it's not the same thing, but it's the same concept.
Yeah, so
it's maddening because it's counterintuitive if you're trying to look at the material world, and all of a sudden you're in the fulcrum of the material world and the esoteric world, the spiritual.
That's what people say, that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't. Right? This is what they're talking about, because nobody understands this shit. So what they do, instead of getting people arguing over the correct thing, they move people towards the the wave particle duality, which is like not even really important as far as I can tell. We all know that it's a particle, right? Especially if you watch Huey's video.
Do we? I mean, because that's what I'm having trouble with, because it can't collapse a waveform if there was no fucking wave, Hank.
So the wave function is a lot like it's like a lot like a point in math, right? It's just a concept, right? So the wave function, it's acting like a wave.
Right.
Right. It's just a function. So it's a mathematical function. So when you hear that, don't think like physicality. Don't reify the wave function.
Okay.
So think about it like it's a concept. And it's a
but
concept.
It's not because but it's not. It's just simply not. It's not a concept. It's energy traveling through a medium. It's just simply not a concept. It can't be a concept.
Okay, so when people are at the stands and they do the wave, right, it's really not energy traveling through the medium. The people are just pretending to act like a wave. So the particles are acting like a wave, but they're actually particles. Because I don't know if you've ever seen that thing that I post, but it's like it's like a green thing, and you can see the two slits, and you can see the light particles going through it. And when the particles interact with each other,
right,
you can see it, but they're still particles. It's just they're acting.
Okay, like why do we have an interferometer pattern? Why do we have that interference pattern between the waves?
Because they're acting like the particles are acting like the wave.
They're acting?
Yeah, they're acting like a judge.
What the fuck? No. No, see, this is wrong. This is where I have the problem.
No, this is wrong.
This is where I keep on coming up with the problem that keeps on just like deleting this shit from my fucking memory.
Well, hey, I'm no expert on it, obviously.
Me neither, but at least it's good to at least have an argument with somebody about it, because this isn't going to make sense to me until I.
Maybe it's just one of those things that isn't supposed to make sense to us, And that's why they set it up to just get people to argue over the wave particle duality. So there is a wave function.
Yes.
But it's just a function. They're still particles. They're not. It's not like light is a wave and not a particle. That's bullshit. Because those wave patterns are particles creating the wave pattern, right?
No.
Particles are running into each other, causing the interference pattern.
Particles don't cause interference pattern. Waves do.
Well, particles can if they're acting like
they don't act.
Wave. Okay. So what about mechanical waves, like in the ocean, right?
Sure.
So let's say there's
those are
two
particles.
waves. Right. There's two mechanical waves, and they run into each other, and they create one of those super waves, right? So
generally
you got
not,
the energy,
but yeah, I know what you're saying. Go on.
A rogue wave. That's what it's called.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So you got all these particles, and the energy is moving through, and then one wave slaps into the other wave and creates like a rogue wave, which is like a suit. That's what capsizes like really big ships. So the whole time it was particles acting like a wave, right?
Yeah.
So if light is a particle, can it act like a wave? Just
Not
like
unless the light is moving through the medium in which it's. If light, the particle, is the medium in which it's moving in. Now we're back to the luminiferous ether. As soon as we get to the wave function, we get back to the luminous. Well, fuck me. You know what I'm saying?
So the question is, can you put light in no medium? I mean, with a luminous
There's no such
ether,
thing as no medium. We can't create a perfect light.
So with luminous ether, you can never disprove that there is nothing there, right?
I have a thought for you. Does light travel the same speed in both directions?
I mean, it has to if it collapses into a waveform based on whether or not you observe it or not.
Why does it have to be the same on both sides?
Did you not hear what we were just discussing? Javeth.
You can't measure light both ways.
He's got a point there.
No, but it would have to happen instantaneously, faster than the speed of light. You're right, Javeth. It would have to happen faster than the speed of light in order for that wave form or that wave function to collapse on the quantum eraser.
I'm going to use your own words and I'm going to shut up. You're making an assumption.
Yes. I'm making an assumption because
none of this is dogmatic right now.
I have
if you're
no
dogmatic
idea.
About light, if you're dogmatic about light, you got a lot to learn. Because the physics of light is not so cut and dry. Yeah, none of this is dogmatic.
So what's faster speed of light or speed of darkness?
It's the same thing. The speed of darkness is equal to the speed of light because it's just the absence of the speed of light. Or the light being sped in. Anyways. Jabba, you're not discluded from this conversation. You're still more than welcome to chime in here. There's no judgment on this one. Unless QE's here, and then he'll put us in our place. My favorite is the comments on his video of photons or particles. Oh, that wasn't a personal attack. I was rephrasing what you put. You put, I am good ATM. Jabba, answer me a question real quick.
What's up, man?
What made you come here?
Someone from, I don't know if you've heard of Tiny Chat before. They were talking about it, and they invited me to come over. I don't know. They're like a complete troll, though. To be honest.
There's a lot of those out there. Where did they?
Love it
Where
when
were you
trolls bring us somebody who's actually worth talking to.
Where were you when you when he got you to come over here?
Conspiracy Chat.
Okay. I'm just trying to see the connective tissue, and that makes sense.
Yeah, I think there's a couple people in there that frequent. Well, I don't know. Frequent's probably the wrong word, but they come here occasionally.
I don't know why Glatt has deafened himself. I find it upsetting seeing him come in chat.
Hey, Deuce, I got a stupid question about light. 'Cause I don't know shit about it. My mic working. Why does light have to have a speed?
Light doesn't have to have a speed, but if it has no speed, then it can't be a particle because it has no mass.
He's fucking with you. He's fucking with you, Dave.
Am I wrong, Hank?
I don't think I would have answered the question that way. I can't say for a fact that you're wrong.
Like I say, I don't know very much about this subject, so I won't chime in much. But to me, it just seems like it's like an instant action. It's not necessarily traveling from A to B. It just is.
It has to, because it's clearly a transmission of some sort.
Maybe.
I mean, because you can make light and shine it on something. You can transmit it from one area to another. It's a transmission, which would mean that it's a wave, but then that falls apart as soon as it becomes a particle.
It's an interesting subject. It might be one of those things that we just may never figure out.
No, we're gonna figure it out. I think if any chat ever to come up into this world is going to figure out this subject, it would be us.
Yeah.
I mean, because besides God, this is the one that I think we all get hung up on quite a bit.
Well, to be fair, a lot of people are really dogmatic, and I think flat earthers are some of the most open-minded people on the planet, because we were, capable somehow of breaking. You know what I mean? We were capable of breaking out of the mold somehow. So we could figure it out, but we just got to put our egos aside and follow the data. I think a lot of people can't do that in academia.
And I think you're completely right, because I don't think I would even come close to understanding this if I was unable to put my ego aside. Like I clearly was tonight, putting my ego aside, because I really want to understand exactly what he means. And I do sometimes.
I think he just means that it's a particle. Fuck off. I think that's what he means.
I don't know that that's true. I mean, maybe, but then we get into the consciousness thing. Okay, let's get into the consciousness thing real quick, right?
We're outside of the realm of science now. Before we were talking science, right? Because we were talking about the results, the knower of the witch path information. Right?
You said the knower,
the wave function,
the observer.
Right, no,
that's the consciousness.
The observer. That's right.
It's it's not possible without a consciousness.
Well, the light.
So we're not outside of the experiment. We are not out. The cameras and sensors are a delayed consciousness.
Okay, that's true, but
that's why I said
the results on the computer for 30 years. The results are still in there, like Schrodinger's cat, right?
I agree.
I'm fully with you on this, but the observer is still there. The consciousness is still there. It collapsed the waveform, or else it would have made an interferometer pattern.
All right, so here's my thing. When we're talking about consciousness, science has got like nothing, as far as I can tell. So I think we're completely in the realm of philosophy now when we're talking about consciousness.
We don't when it comes to this experiment, or else this experiment is not possible. You're wrong. This experiment proves consciousness, point blank, period. I don't even think it has anything to do with light. I think light is showing you the obvious. That all matter is a collapse of a waveform by consciousness alone.
Okay, my philosophical answer is going to be, we already knew what light was from the beginning, that there didn't need to be a sun, because when he said let there be light, he was talking about himself. And the light is the Most High. And in a way, science revealed the Most High, in my opinion, right? Because consciousness...
The light, not the sun.
Right, the light.
The daylight. Yes.
No, not the daylight. I'm talking
The
about
light,
the
period.
light is the Most High. Is consciousness, is the Most High, is the beginning, Alpha and Omega. That's what I think anyway. So I might be wrong. Like you said, that's definitely a possibility.
No, I agree. It's a possibility. It's not definitive. Because what the fuck do I know? I don't even understand it.
That's where we're supposed to be, right? Maybe you know something I don't know. Like when you're working on a car and you can't quite see that bolt, but you're in a different position, so you got a different point of view. So your perspective was like, hey, did you get that bolt right there? Like, oh shit, I didn't even see that. Thanks.
Yeah. But this is you understand where I'm having problems with this. You get it, right?
Yeah, it's not cut and dry. You like things to be cut and dry.
Well, because my whole life I was taught this, right? I was taught where is it? Son of a bitch, now I've lost. I was taught that light was part of the electromagnetic spectrum, right? Correct? I mean,
yeah, I was told that too.
Everybody was taught that?
Yeah. Because QE, he's already busted my bubble on this one. But if light's not electric, how does it go from just landing on, a silicon pad with some wires in it to going in the battery? If light's not electric, then what are solar panels doing?
Or gold. Light can hit gold and it makes electricity.
Right. Well, that's what the wires in the solar panels are like. Represent. They're not perfect gold, but they're not a superconductor. But they're made of some kind of conductor, right?
Yellow.
Hello.
You smoking the ganja?
I can tell.
What is the question you guys are trying to answer right now? I'm sorry.
What is consciousness, and what does it have to do with light?
The double slit experiment, the quantum eraser experiment.
Choice quantum eraser experiment.
Yeah. How does the observer collapse the waveform or the wave function of light to become a particle?
Is it a red herring to say that the name, quantum, the smallest divisible piece of matter, material.
You're right. It is a red herring. Absolutely. It's 100% a red herring because it's not it's not that thing until it's observed. So yes.
It's not
it's not the smallest. Anyway, if you say it's a red herring, then I guess my question. So in that case, yeah, the information thing is super trippy.
Yeah, I don't see how anybody with an open mind could argue against the information thing, functional sequence. Right? If it's a functional sequence, how does that happen? Like, what did the guy who made the light bulb? He said, "I learned 100 ways not to make a light bulb." Like, you know, does nature find 100 ways not to make a man, or is it a trillion ways not to make a man? Or the
I mean, we do have
mitochondrial Eve?
we do have a duck-billed platypus, so maybe.
I think that was the creator's way of going, oh, you got a taxonomic classification system? Let's see about that.
Go fuck yourself on your classifications. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make it poisonous. My mother calls me special, to be clear. Fuck off.
I fixed it.
It's still scratchy. My mother calls me special, to be clear. Yeah, it's scratchy and it's not constant. Do you have anything to add here, Justin? Oh, he just left.
You know, I asked Roland about the thing about. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, mine was a stupid joke. Go ahead.
I was quoting a baller, so you go ahead.
My mother special, to be clear.
I was going to say, when I did the double slit experiment in college, those two girls were hot.
Good one.
I just hope you were sober enough to know which path you were taking, bro.
You sure?
Oh, there was a knower that night for sure. I promise.
So you were getting to know him in the biblical sense, were you?
Both them girls knew I was there. You know what I mean?
No. Source?
Has anyone joined us that thinks they live on a silly globular object?
JA 711. JA 711, you there?
So, Judas, I've heard some of your spills when you talk to new people. Have you heard what I talk about? I usually talk about specific gravity in science and stuff like that. What do you think about what I say? Because I'm a lot newer than you are on this. I think you're a little more experienced in this server, at least. What do you think I could do to do better?
You always have to meet the person where they are. You can't have a specific spiel unless it's to tell them to go outside and look. Other than that, you have to really just talk to the person. Meet them where they are. Like if they're cheeching on some good mota, just be like, "Hey Elijah, what kind of kush is that?" You know, just meet them where they are.
Have you heard? Well, I'll wait for Hank to.
You wait for Hank to respond. I don't think he's going to respond.
I was in agreement. I wouldn't be able to say anything.
Well, have you heard what I've been talking about lately?
I haven't been here in a couple months.
Yeah, basically taking away their whole trying to marry thousands of years to what we can only actually, like, I'm willing to give them 500 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe 600, not 2,000, because everything you're arguing for, well, a big bulk of what you're arguing for, which is the cosmos as you know today, was only invented 100 years ago.
Yeah, you can't.
And when it comes to
can't prove any of it.
the whole entire idea of us moving at all, that only came about 500 years ago. With the admittance, 400 years later, that they didn't actually have any justification for why they're telling everybody we're moving around the sun. So the they is actually the Roman Catholic Church, the people who pushed Copernicus to publish his heliocentric model. The thing that
His deathbed
everyone
confession.
believes today. You
His
know?
death. It was his deathbed confession. It was his. They printed it on the day of his death, right?
Yeah, and we still
Well,
use
he
that
said
calendar,
You
right?
can't publish
Yeah.
it until I die, right?
Well, no, because most of it was written by his underling.
I was under the impression that was like, okay, the Catholic Church has got this, but you guys, I'm glad you like it, but I don't want to deal with this shit while I'm still alive. So you can't publish it until I'm dead and gone.
So Copernicus was a coward.
And he didn't want to debate it. So Martin Luther nailed that shit on the door, was like, sup, you know? And Copernicus was like, nah, I'm good.
The connection I'm making is the irony. Like they go, you know, why would they lie?
Right.
How could all these people lie? Well, first of all, you already see the influence of the superpower from 500 years ago still to this day. All we did was carry on the same traditions that they began 500 years ago. We just call it, you know, in the 1600s, we had this great technological advancement, and this is when we really started to put together, like, science as we know it today, all of the stuff that's now in question. And the bottom line is, the irony of it all is, the reason that atheists come in here and ask us, why do we think this place is created, is because they have a juxtaposition from theists who claim to be upholding the word of God when they were giving this out.
Right. I mean, the obvious answer is I can't think of any natural processes that would create a flat Earth. And even then, you're saying created, so there is an impetus, which means consciousness. But I agree.
The fact that the fact that this is the reason that we're arguing to this day. Like, everybody who's under the same calendar obviously adopted their influence, which means it's very fucking easy to see.
But I agree with you. You have to go no further back than 4 to 500 years. Even 100 years. You could go back 100 years when it was being taught in school.
100 years
that the Earth was flat.
100 years is the indictment of the whole thing, because everything that was done 100 years ago was predicated off of the assumption that we were moving around the sun in the first place, or moving at all. And the fact that Edwin Hubble says the assumptions are assumptions. What was it that I posted the other day? Something about the bottom line is the way that they've been looking at cosmology. There's certain things where it's like, oh man, there are other galaxies. How do we explain this? You know? And then he just borrows something from the Georges Lamont priest guy. and that's when the Lamont Hubble law came into play. But the bottom line is, all of these ideas came in 100 years ago, and within that one quote, he's like, no hypothesis can actually disprove the ancient conception that the Earth is stationary in the center. However, this is unwelcome. Like what that's an indictment on the reason that you put the Protestants through hell. Like why you were going against the cosmology and pretty much everyone else who's like, when the fuck did you feel Earth move?
No,
What are you
I
talking
think
about?
I think
What
the
are y'all
true,
talking about?
the true admittance here is him saying, therefore, in order to restore homogeneity or homogeny, and escape the horror of our unique position. The horror of our unique position. What does he mean? What exactly is he talking about?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I said. See, that's the thing people probably want to focus on. But the bottom line is, when he says a unique position, he gave an example. So basically, all he's saying with those flowery words is the same thing that the ancients thought
Position for the
about
earth,
us
something like
being
that.
still, about us being still and stationary. Like he said in the quote, the ancient conception of a non-moving earth.
Right.
In the center. That was the example he gave when he was referencing this unique position. So we know what he meant.
Right. The unique position is it's the whole point of his statement. It's he cannot conceive the horror that awaits him if that is the case.
Do you know why?
Because
he was already, he grew up in the church. He was also here's the thing. I think that they're delusional or delusion. That does unfortunately still mean that they're liars. And we can talk about this. I just had a conversation that I agreed with, but it's like it's all synonymous if you're going by if you're referencing the scripture. But aside from that, it's just that people like Edwin and these people, other people like even Copernicus, who was like, okay, I guess I did this because people were trying to make it's a cool astronomy thing that we do. We like to watch the sky, and I'm not even going to give him that much credit since he grew up in the church as well, and some speculate that he's a priest, had to be simply because he was put up for a bishop, supposedly. You can't be a bishop unless you're a priest already. So I think that's what it was. Anyway, so even him, he's like, I don't want to really, I'm not sure that I want to put this out there. Y'all talking about a calendar and changing the world, and I'm not trying to really put my name on that. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel he was like. And I'll wrap up. So I think that they knew that this was kind of wrong.
I think so. I mean, obviously they thought it was wrong by, admitting that if it's true, it's a horror. It's the worst thing possible that he could imagine. The horror of the unique position.
Especially if you know what side you're on and what side John Calvin and Martin Luther was on. Because in that case, and the history, especially because again, your uncle was a bishop who you moved with, and you've grown up in the church, been paid by the church your whole life. So if all these things are true, then you definitely have knowledge about your history, and you definitely know that there was an issue going on. Being Edwin or being any of these other people, But especially Edwin, when he's like, whoa, if that's true, then that whole Protestant Reformation thing, that was kind of legit, I guess. I can't really side with the people that I've sided with because I love them, because I've grown up with them, because I have this other whole thing, family thing, or whatever.
Yeah,
All right, I'll be super quick. I'll be super concise. Okay, so it was the largest wealth redistribution in the history of the world, but it wasn't from the owners to non-owners. It was from the non-owners to the owners. When they sacked those Roman Catholic churches all over Europe, this is my gold. You guys have been taxing us and making us pay all these tithes, and this is all bullshit. You guys ain't even reading it right. You guys are, deceiving us on purpose. We're stealing all this shit back. But that wasn't the important part. The important part was they stole their sovereignty back. And you can't really steal something that belongs to you, but that's the horror that he was talking about. Because once men start reading the Bible for themselves, and they see that right there in Genesis, right there in the very first part of it, it says that God gave men dominion over the air, the land, the sea, right there. Like that's horror, right?
Yeah.
To people who want to gain control of everything.
In Hubble's time, everybody had a Bible.
Yeah, I know, but he didn't want people to believe it. Right?
We're talking about the red shift guy. This guy was trying to purport that the whole universe was in constant expansion.
Yeah, he was the one who came up with galaxies, right? So that they can have aliens, right?
Yeah, the whole thing was a lie. If you look at his work, it's a lie. It's a blatant lie. He made it up.
That's what these people do. So
don't even make me get into the background radiation bullshit.
Right. Yeah. Whatever the fuck that is. Static proves things. Okay. So the whole thing about, the expansion of the universe, they were trying to consolidate power, trying to consolidate wealth and everything. And then Martin Luther redistributed all that because it was Charlemagne that created the Holy Roman Empire. He's the one that conquered Europe, basically. Christianized Europe is a nice way of saying conquered Europe. So now the people are stealing it back. It's like, oh, fuck, we got to do this again, right? And that's what all those subsequent wars were all about, was, people taking their power back. And I think this is what this has to do with. So it says in the Bible, and I'm going to use synonyms, that the in place of Messiah, also known as the Antichrist, will change the laws and the time. Now, what are the laws? Well, God's law, right? So is legislation God's law? No. So is legal lawful? No. Legal is the opposite of lawful. So there's a scripture that says, you teach man's law as if it were doctrine. Where does man's law come from? Rome, right? And this is what they want. They want that power, right? They want to be in place of God so that everyone's following man's law.
Hang on, I thought man's law was rabbinic. It was from Babylon.
That's part of it too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of it too. I think. Now, I could be wrong, but I think we're just supposed to be following God's law. So if you follow God's law, do no harm, love your fellow man. No injury or loss, no harm, injury, or loss to your fellow man. And everything you do is permissible. It's lawful. As long as you're not hurting nobody. That's what I think. I think that's what we're supposed to be doing. Because if you love your fellow man, you won't steal his car, his wife, his life, right? You'll respect and obey your parents. But every other authority, well, what's the opposite? You question authority. Think for yourself, question authority. And that's what I think the horror is.
Go ahead.
No, it's cool. You go.
No, you go.
All right, I'll go. I think when the Bible was written, I'm not a biblical expert by any means at all, so fair warning. I think that it grants the authority of those who make laws, or they're there on the behalf of God. Like kings, for example.
Well, that's what it says in Romans, but the guy who wrote that was in prison. So under duress, he write whatever he want to write. I don't know if I'm going to take it to heart. Because Paul was in prison when he wrote that.
Yeah, I'm just like, that's my understanding of the Bible. I'm not a biblical expert by any means.
Are you also stating render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's?
I'm not familiar with that verse, so I can't.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, Caesar made the coin, right? He said, whose face is on this coin, right? So it's a maximum of law, right? Any kind of law, even God's law. You control that which you create. So if Caesar created the gold coin and Caesar said, well, you can use my gold coins, but when you do, you're going to pay taxes. Well, that's legitimate God's law. Like that is, it's lawful and legal. It's on both sides of the coin.
I agree as long as the what is it called when you forgive somebody's debt every 7 years? As long as that's
Jubilee?
followed. Yeah, as long as the Jubilee is followed.
Yeah, I agree with that too. So yeah, if you're using dollars, right, and they ask you to pay taxes, well, you're using their dollars. You agreed to use their dollars. If you were, in your own little community and you were trading with like gold and silver, I don't understand why you would have to pay taxes if you had your own gold and silver coins. But if you're playing Monopoly, you play by the rules, right? Even if they're using Monopoly money.
I'm not sure. I think in some ways that's what he meant, but I think more, meta, more 40,000 foot view of what he meant was the horror of being under God's purview.
Also, Jesus was doing separation of church and state at that point too, I think, because that was a revolutionary idea. Separation of church and state at that time. I mean, it's normal now. We think about it very normal now, but
right.
Christ was like separating the church from the state.
Right.
And I think that was completely revolutionary.
At the time, yeah, because they were all not theologies.
Theocracy.
Theocracy, thank you. Even the king was under the church.
Yeah, so I think it was, all about the people taking the power back. I think that's the thing that they're afraid of, because what do they want? Well, the church wants to be the emperor of the world, right?
I don't think that's it. I don't think it's the people taking the power back. I think it's the people finding their special place in the world. That is the horror that he's talking about here. I mean, it's one and the same. I think it's a distinction without a difference, to be honest. Sorry.
I think basically, once you realize who you are, right? I'm not talking about no sovereign citizen bullshit. To me, like, there is no sovereign citizen. That's like a married bachelor. To me, there's one sovereign. It's the Most High God, and we're all equal. And for some reason, there's a group of people, right, the legal society, and they think that, they can get together, right, and they can create laws and make other men follow them. And then I'm reading my Bible going, where the fuck are you getting this idea from? Like, you're not God.
I think Jabba just posted it.
Yeah, that's where the thought comes from, at least, is that verse.
Right. No, I know that's where the idea comes from, but I don't think it's correct. Really quick, J Ace, you dipped out. You were going to get taken to the woodshed. You had a date, and you bounced.
Bad form, old boy.
And then you come in here like 2 hours later. Oh, I thought I was going to get taken to the woodshed. What happened? Why aren't my panties pulled down around my ankles? Bro, you missed your chance.
Yeah, when someone calls you out, you're supposed to man up. Come on.
Sack up, Jay.
I get it. You want to live to fight another day, but Cutie wasn't really going to feed you to his wolf pups.
I don't even know what wolf pup means. Does he actually have wolf pups? Huh?
I don't know if QE is the type of person that could have wolf pups, because if you fuck up once, you're gonna lose trust. They're not like dogs.
No, they're not like dogs.
But he says that he does, and I'm not going to call him black.
I asked him what percentage. He said it varies based on. What did he say? Kiwi's been gone for over a half an hour.
Maybe he breeds them. Maybe I'm dead fucking wrong. And maybe a percentage, if you got a percentage in the wolf pups, then yeah, you probably can treat them a little more like dogs.
If you have wolf pups, you know what percentage they are because you're not allowed to have under or over 70 or 60, over 60.
And that's because if you break trust with those suckers, like they're not going to forgive you. Like they're a pack animal. Like if you're the alpha, and then all of a sudden you do something to where they want to overthrow your ass, it's not going to be good for you. Oh shit! Where's my wallet?
Elijah, we kind of stuck you on that whole Hubble thing. I don't think you were finished with what you were trying to say.
No, I mean, based on the knowledge that you guys are given, I'm pretty sure you understand that whenever someone comes in and it's like, why did they lie? Well, that's a very important question. Actually, we usually brush it off with there's a number of reasons, this, that, and the third, and then we say creative. But the truth of the matter is, it's actually it's ironic that atheists come in here because the Roman Catholic Church swore up and down that they were trying to uphold God's word, and the result is that you've come in here as an atheist. That's the best I can do for them, as far as an ironic twist. Also, while educating them that their whole ideology came from theists only 500 years ago. That's really the only point. I mean, everything that we've done is, as far as what people call physics today, it all came from just the last 300 or so years.
Yeah. But I think the why would they lie question is far more multifaceted than just a simple. I don't think it's simple at all. I think it's a very deep question. And the first is control.
I think the alien and the emperors. I think that's the answer.
I don't think the first is the creator. I think the first is control.
Yellow pen. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
If you create the alien invasion, imagine how quickly everybody would set aside their different cultures, their different beliefs. How if there was holograms in the sky of, lights in the sky and the destruction on the ground was real, and everybody in the world was saying, hey, take off your mask, fight the aliens, and then suddenly out of the deep underground military bases started, crawling all these like locusts. Like, you would think it was an alien invasion. You might be like black, white, whatever. Let's go kill these bastards.
What were you saying, Yellow Pencil?
Oh, I just unmuted right now. We're talking. Can someone get me up to speed on what we're talking about so I can participate?
No. Yellow Pencil, what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be and why?
I don't really know anymore. Like, I couldn't give you a reason for either. Like, if I told you it was round, I really couldn't tell you why, and I couldn't tell you why it's flat. That's kind of why I'm here. I just want to know.
You just want to know what?
What it actually is.
Form an opinion.
I guess
make an assessment. Make an assessment.
Yeah, on my own, what evidence I've seen before me. That's why I'm here, just to see that evidence.
What evidence do you see every day? You look out the window,
Really?
what do you see?
Out the window, I see my asshole neighbors. But like, if you mean literally, like, as like,
No. Hang on. Go back to that. Why do you think your neighbors are assholes?
Because I have to like, they're just are, man. Like, every time we go out, you know, they just be like saying shit to us for no reason.
What? Why?
I don't know. They like, I'm not even trying to like make up anything, but like, they're actually racist. Like, they call me slurs and stuff. Like, they're just not good people. So that's how I formed my opinion on them being assholes.
Why would they say anything except for hello, good day? How are you doing? I don't understand.
If I am black, does that have anything to do with anything?
No, I didn't even think you were black because I didn't make an assessment there, bud.
You know what? That's actually a fair point. I kind of jumped to conclusions there.
I'm asking you what history you have with them for them to be like that with you.
I'd say
it
that
may or may not be that I drove through the grass.
I'd say that I think maybe because their parents sort of raised them like that, because we recently moved in and we tried to say hi to them.
You're new there, and they've been dicks. How close are you? Do you share a yard?
No, across the street.
They're across the street.
Yeah, because I look out the window and I see them fucking bitches.
Your bedroom window, you can see them?
Yeah, because it's at the front of the house, so I could just look out and just see them. And I
want to go back to why they're racist. I think that's what you asked. That's ignorance, right?
No.
Because you have to be. Go ahead.
Somebody, they could just be doing it because they're trying to get this guy's goat.
Maybe they want to entice, or they want to
antagonize you. Yeah. They may not be racist. Let's not try to assert motives. I'm looking at like what's immediately in front of us, and what's immediately in front of us was Yellow Pencil, but he's gone.
No, I'm here.
Oh, he's Black Pencil now. Who fucking did that? Who did it?
I guess I'm black.
I guess. I have no idea.
One of y'all mods really did that.
You're not even really black, bro. I mean, aren't you like a shade of brown, and I'm like a shade of pink?
That's just kind of like the term for it.
Wait, how do we even know what color? It doesn't fucking matter, boys. Anyways,
name me Brown Pencil to be more accurate. If you want?
Okay, well, what ethnicity are you?
African American. I don't know where exactly from Africa.
You were born in Africa?
No, I'm African American. So like my.
Oh, you're an American, because I'm not an Irish American, right? I've never been to Ireland.
Yeah, you're an Irish American.
Yeah, that's how it works. Like,
to act like you don't have an ethnicity is really stupid.
Like ethnicity and nationality are two different things.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm an Irish, Scandinavian, Scottish, English, Cherokee, Choctaw
also
American.
Just say you're white.
No, why would he do that?
Well, I'm not white.
I'd rather know. I'd rather know all of his. I mean, if we're gonna go there, right? Don't just say, well, these people are just African and these people are just European. Let's get down to brass tacks. Because I'm going to treat a French person way differently than I treat a fucking Irish person.
Is that like a racism, or
how could it be racism?
No, it's culture.
I don't know, just like treating different people differently. I'm assuming that's not.
I mean, before the blonde hair, blue eyed people were beheaded, right? Because somebody said, "Let them eat cake." They were very similar, right? The French and the Irish, genetically, pretty similar.
Very similar.
Yes, yeah. All people are.
But after all the blue-eyed, blonde-hair people got, decapitated because
killed in France. Yeah. Anyways, let's move on. I don't really want to talk about race. This is stupid. I want to talk about your fucking neighbors. I want to talk about your neighbors because that's the important thing. You just moved there.
Yeah.
And apparently you're the wrong color, possibly, or they're just trying to get your goat. Right?
Yeah.
Which one do you think it most likely is?
Considering I've had minimal interaction with them, I'd say that they just don't like my skin color.
Is the town you're in very diverse, or is it more of a monoculture?
It's definitely more monoculture.
Okay, so that's a little understandable. You're an other coming in, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's understandable. For God's sake.
Okay, wait, what?
I said I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's understandable that you're an other. They're othering you.
I just like zoned out for a second. I don't know why, but yeah.
Some people are just particular, man. Like,
Yeah, I'm like high as fuck right now. I'm sorry.
no, it's something that would be like meaningless, mediocre to you is like a huge deal, and they hold a grudge forever. Like you park your car or something.
It's I guess it's case by case, people by people. Everyone has a different perspective.
Really quick. So you don't know, because you've been here before, what the shape of the Earth is, but you want to know.
Yeah, I just want to be in touch with people who believe it, and I also want to see the evidence that they give to support it.
Okay, I can tell you honestly that nothing anybody will show you that's on the internet will mean a fucking bit of difference. Because it all has to do with your own personal experiences.
Isn't it just a fact?
No. No, it's not a fact, because I can't convey a fact in a few quips and quirps and showing you pictures that may or may not be true. You should be questioning everything and going out and checking for yourself.
I guess I'd have to, like, the most surefire way would be to see the planet, but that's not.
No, okay, you agree that if the Earth is a globe, that it's a geometric shape, right?
Yes.
That geometric shape would have a hard edges to it that you would be able to perceive, correct?
Why?
I'm talking to him. Hang on a second here, bud.
No, I'd like to hear your story. I don't want to derail, but if you could.
Somebody just said why. I'm asking you. Yellow pencil. Right?
Yeah.
You would be able to perceive it as a hard geometric shape with edges that you could calculate. If it's a shape, you can measure it. You not agree?
Yeah, you can measure shapes. I'm sorry, I heard something else like outside my house. I thought it was like one of you guys.
Get your gun.
My gun?
How close to these people do you live?
It's not those people. I think it's just random people walking down the street.
Oh my god, what do you live in California?
How do you know?
Because that's the only time you can fucking hear people walking down the street is either California or New York.
That's kind of funny that you could guess
He
that.
didn't know. He didn't know until you said it. You confirmed it.
There you go.
Yeah. I assume he didn't just dox me.
Are you by the beach?
No, I'm actually more rural. That's why it's more monocultural, because California in general is a little more, diverse.
Yeah, it's super inundated with.
It's like really just boonies in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. So I imagine you're in the valley, so you'll be able to look across the valley from a hill. Go there. Do you see what I posted there? Under Deuce Vault?
Under where? Which channel?
Live stream voice text.
Live stream.
Yeah. Am I saying it wrong? Live stream voice text. It's right above this live stream. It's right above this chat. You see it?
Yeah.
Click on it. You see that GitHub I linked for you?
All right, hold on. Hold on, I'll be back.
While he's pausing, like, what did you mean by an edge?
What's that?
What did you say exactly? I don't know. Whatever you said when I asked why, if you remember when I said why.
Oh, I said that the globe would be it would have hard geometric edges, right? Like you'd be able to measure it. It's a geometric shape.
Oh, I'm sorry. I fixated on the hard edge part.
Of course you did, because you. What I'm trying to describe is a shape with measurable properties, right? You see where I've linked this, correct? What I've linked here?
GitHub link.
Yep.
I can't see anything unless I click it, though.
Yeah. But you see what I've linked here, right? You see that there's a link here, correct?
Yeah, I see the link. It's just a link, though. I nothing against you. I'm not going to click links, though.
You see it says GitHub, right?
I'm still not clicking the link.
Well, screw you then. I'm trying to give you something.
He's saying you can Google it and go to the website.
Oh, word.
Jesus Christ.
Big brain on you, huh?
Look at the big brain on... I forget the line. Anyways, yeah. So I want you to go outside. I've already asked you for this. But I want you to go outside and I want you to actually look at your local surrounding. Get to a vantage point where you're above your local obstructions. So get up, above the trees or above the buildings.
Yeah.
And in this, you'll be able to put in your eye height. So usually, or if you use Google Maps, you can estimate your height above the ground if you're using your GPS. And you can get your approximate distance from local landmarks that you can see on a horizon. So look out there, find something you know what it is, and then find it on Google Maps. Find your distance to that, find your distance to your eye height to the ground, and pop those numbers in here. And when I say the horizon, I mean the furthest distance you can see. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, I follow you.
So everything we're talking about here is complete bullcrap. It really doesn't matter. What is really important is that you get a primary source, and you're the best instrument for primary source, right? Only you'll be able to gather the evidence you need to convince yourself of what the nature of your reality. Do you not agree?
I don't know.
You think I'll be able to talk you into it?
That you'll be able to talk me into what? Believing what you believe?
Yeah.
Probably not, to be completely honest with you.
I shouldn't be able to talk you into anything. The fact is that everything I say should be met with skepticism, and you should check it out yourself. Everything. Everything anybody says. Trust but verify. Everything. Why would you believe anybody? You can't trust them if you don't know them. And even if you do know them, they can be wrong.
So it's kind of like what my dad told me. Trust everybody, but always count your change. Because even if you do trust them, give them the benefit of the doubt, assume ignorance, they still might have ignorantly made a mistake and miscounted your change.
I watched a YouTube video before. I can't remember what it was. It was something mainstream. Anyway, they were in the desert and they were trying to prove to quote unquote flat earthers the curve. What they were doing is they were at a stationary point. I think it was like Salt Flats or something. It was like one of the flattest places on the earth. And they were like flying in this helicopter, and they take like an observer at one point and an observer in the helicopter, and they would try to prove to the flat earthers that, look, this helicopter, they were on the radio, and they're like, we're off the ground 20 feet right now. Can you see us? And the other guy's like, no. But they
Right.
still wouldn't believe that there was a curve to the Earth. Like they.
Okay.
you know,
Okay. Do you know about how the eye works? The limits of vision?
Oh, yeah, that's what one of them said, and they were like, okay. So then they added a laser to the equation, and then the observer on the helicopter was seeing where the laser was while he was in the air, and then, they still didn't believe. Apparently, the laser curved with water, is what they said.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, that's the point. Is
Flat Earther said that?
Yeah, this is me responding to you saying like the only way to convince someone of something is for them to observe it. Well, that doesn't mean that what they observe they're going to rationalize rationally. I'm not insulting anyone by any means. I'm just speaking to like psychological behavior of just human nature in general. Like I don't mean it as an insult to anyone by any means. Don't take me out of context.
You don't have to worry about insults, bro.
I do though. It's a personal thing, like a principle of mine. Like you can insult me all you want to, but I don't want to insult you.
Same.
I guess a more simplistic answer, I assume B. Carls is talking to me. There could be a more efficient way of doing some mundane task, and you show it to someone, but they just refuse to see that it's easier. They like their way better, even though it might not be as efficient or it requires more effort or whatever reason it may be. You're not going to show them that there's a better way of doing something unless they're actually open to it mentally. Like that's the point that I'm making. Like you could show them that there's a better way, but that doesn't mean that they're going to rationalize that that's better by observing it. That's cute, Multi.
Hello.
I don't want to get in trouble for responding. I'll just type. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry, my headset died there for a second. Do you know what angular resolution is? How the eyeball works?
Oh, I'm sure that you're way better versed in it than I am. I'm familiar with the concept, though.
Okay, so at a distance, you have a vanishing point, right? You have a point of where you can't see past. Your eyesight only goes so far, correct?
Yes, the refraction process or something, right?
What's that?
A refraction process or something.
Kind of. But so your eye sees in an angle of, what is it? 0.42 degrees. So, okay, I'm trying to reach at 0.02 degrees. Chris, is that correct? I thought it was 0.04. Whatever. Anyways, so your the angular resolution of what you can see from the ground is cut off by that horizon line. So when you're seeing a helicopter raise up off the ground at a certain distance, even if it's on flat land, you're not going to be able to see it because you can't resolve it past your vanishing point. Like what Chris has here. Okay, thank you very much, Chris. So past your vanishing point, you won't be able to resolve that object. You can use better optics, such as a telephoto lens or binoculars or even a telescope, to bring that object into view. So if they were on the ground and that helicopter flew up to the height it flew up to, and they used some other optics besides their eye, they would be able to resolve that helicopter lifting off the ground on the salt flats at that distance.
What about the laser?
The laser, I'm not sure what you mean, because that doesn't make any sense to me. If you can show me what you're talking about, I'll be able to help you out there.
I'd have to go find the video. It was mainstream, like I said. I believe it was the Discovery Channel. It was one of those mainstream conglomerates.
They've done like 3 or 4 of those things on Discovery Channel, and every one of them, I think was that guy who bowed down to China, John Cena. That's right. Was John Cena in it?
No, there wasn't any famous people in this one. It might not even have been the Discovery Channel, but like I was saying, like what you just said about not being able to physically see it with your eyes.
Yeah.
That's what they were saying. So they took it a step further.
They were correct.
They brought out the surveying lasers, the surveying equipment. They made sure that they had a completely flat laser beam.
Yeah.
And they pointed it at the helicopter. One flat earther's in the helicopter, one flat earther is standing by the laser. They're talking to each other on the radio. And you can see that the laser is higher on the helicopter than where it should be if it was completely flat.
Okay, higher on the helicopter. What do you mean?
Okay, so if something's completely flat, right? So like both things are at 1 foot, and you have a completely level laser, then it should completely line up.
Did they show that it was completely level?
Yeah, it was surveying equipment. They zeroed it out so that they could observe it. Like it achieved nothing. Like no one changed their minds, and I'm not expecting you to change your minds. I'm just like, if you actually wanted to go do an experiment, how you were telling me to do one, this would be the way for you to.
I wasn't telling you to do an experiment. I was telling you to make an observation.
Well, okay. Well, if you wanted to observe what they would describe to you as the curve, this would be the optimal way to do it, is with the surveying equipment laser, and make sure that you're completely flat, your relative elevations, and your laser should line up correctly. And if you're right, I mean, congratulations, man. You're going to prove a lot of people wrong if you can do this experiment and document it accurately. I'll be right back, though.
You mean observation?
I mean, whatever, semantics. You get the point.
It's not semantics. It needs to be specific. Actually, it is semantics, and it needs to be specific.
Well, I don't care, honestly. Like, if you don't get what my point is, then I'm not going to elaborate.
I'm not trying to be obstinate. I'm trying to be helpful. Don't be a bitch. Where's the FE core experiment? Keep on looking for it, and I'm just fucking beset with all these stupid cucumbers being sliced.
Decimal Z on YouTube. I don't know. There's a channel called Decimal Z. That's where I got it. It's probably on BitChute.
Yeah, but it should be here.
I don't know why it's not here. Yeah. Someone on that. Get on that. Who's in charge here?
It's me. My mother calls me clear.
Yeah, it should just be like widely available here.
Laser test. There we go. It's less scratchy, Justin. A lot less scratchy.
Special, to be clear.
There we go.
My mother calls me special, to be clear. My mother calls me special, to be clear.
Stop being a bitch.
My mother calls me special, to be clear.
I'm sorry, I will not do that ever again. I just wanted to do that for you because you sounded not crackly anymore.
Yeah, that's not crackly. It sounds much better.
It actually sounds like you now.
Do that again, I'll kick you out of here.
I know.
Oh, but I can see the biggest smile on your face. That's what I look at. That's what I get at.
Justin, help
I'm
me
sorry.
out here. Where's the FE Core laser test? Oh, I found it. Never mind. Found it.
Oh, it's right there, PDF.
Yeah,
he just posted it. Awesome. But yeah, I have the Google one if you want it.
Yeah, pop that in there.
Okay, I will pop that in.
Because somebody won't click links.
Ah, there it is. It is the Google Drive link, actually, specifically for it. Google Drive.
Yeah, I'm not clicking it. No offense.
Why
not? You're not clicking either of those?
That's actually actually, you know what? I'll click it for you. And
the PDF is already here. Yeah. Are you going to get the PDF there, bud?
No, I'm not clicking anything that is posted in the chat.
Well, how are we supposed to get your documentations?
There we go. Okay.
How are we supposed to know exactly where you live so I can come and deliver a fruit basket to your house?
I don't know. You want me to tell you? You could just ask.
Okay, no, I'd rather
there's that one.
Mine it by you clicking links.
You're seriously gonna copy, or you're gonna
There's that one. Oh yeah. You can have it any way you want it.
You're determined, man.
You want it? I'm gonna give it to you, right?
Well,
there's that one.
Check this out, dude. I'm in the lobby chat now, so you have your phone.
So you just don't care then?
Well, you could just talk to me. I mean, I'm talking.
No, we can't just talk to you. We were trying to explain something. We were trying to explain something to you about the laser experiments. Here's a full experiment. Here's a full experiment done with lasers. You're talking about some abstract thing that you can't quite explain, and you don't know exactly where and when it was. We're giving you a full documentation.
Did you personally do this, or is this something that someone else did?
I did something like this, but not exactly like this. But it's something pertaining to the measurements. Yes.
Okay.
Somebody did something.
Okay, so the person who actually did something personally, would you like to share your personal experiment? I'd love to hear it.
So check this one out. This one's actually a picture of him actually doing it out there.
That's all right. I'd rather hear your
That's in the PDF. Okay. Oh, this one's just getting in the nitty gritty here. Look at this one. This one's just the nitty gritty. So here we go. That's right there, nitty gritty. Okay.
Are you talking to yourself right now?
Oh, and the explanation. No, I'm talking to the live stream, no matter if you care or not. Thanks.
Like you're monologuing a little bit.
No, I am monologuing for the people that actually enjoy learning. Here's another one that's very good. All of his experimental devices that he used. His laser is, what was it, $20,000 or something like that?
Yeah, it was more than that, but because he had to put that condenser. Hey, Java. All right. Haven't done this on, but okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I muted myself. I didn't want to talk over people. I apologize. What's up?
Nothing, bud. We're good.
Oh, I thought you said my name.
Say my name, say my name.
Fucking wasting breath on you. Not fucking worth it, bud.
Okay, well, if you don't talk to me, I won't talk to you. It's cool.
Well, how are we, expecting anything when you're not answering anything?
What do you mean I'm not answering anything?
Well, we're giving you everything, but you haven't given us one thing.
You could talk to me instead of like.
How can we talk to you when you're not giving us anything?
Well, you could just have a conversation, man.
We tried that. And you gave me an experiment or an observation you didn't do, nor could you correctly explain. And I tried to show you something that we have documented of. And you don't want to hear it.
So I didn't correctly explain how to zero out a laser. And if the laser is at an elevation of 1 foot, then it should be at 1 foot wherever the laser's landing. That's not the correct explanation. Like, okay, we're done. Cool. Moving on.
He's going to remain lonely. This. Why am I not an admin yet? Where's Helio to make me an admin? Justin, will you post a PDF of why I'm not an admin yet, please?
Sorry, what was that? I was away from my keyboard.
Oh shit, what'd you give me, Chris? Herpes?
I can laugh like Huey whenever he's gone.
The dating game.
Oh, okay. So what PDF? Sorry?
The PDF to explain why I'm not an admin yet.
Oh, shit. Can't find that one.
Why aren't these fucking tags? It should at least be alphabetized.
That's what I've been saying. Like, what is going on with that? Discord. I think it's like whichever one's made first is on first.
It's in
just so dumb.
Consecutive order. It's ignorant. Nope, there's no Cran Muncher nor Numpty tag.
Oh man.
I know, right?
What else would there? Numpty. There was a third thing Huey always says. Can't remember.
Pretender clown.
Yeah. Pretender
Fundy dipshit.
yeah. Numpty dipshit is like the next level of Numpty.
No, Fundy dipshit.
Oh, Fundy dipshit. That's maybe I was mishearing it.
He says Numpty dipshit too.
It just rolls off the tongue when he says it, though. It's like.
Mm-hmm. I'll get a recording of that.
Sleepy, why are you a globe skeptic?
I actually don't know. I probably. I don't know. I think I asked the question here once. Maybe people misinterpreted it, but I'm like very sold on flat Earth.
Okay, I'm gonna fix that.
All right.
Actually, what is your best flat Earth proof?
My best flyer. So the FE core experiment is like already pretty solid for me.
Is that because we just posted it? Why didn't you say
No.
Black Swan like all of the other QE lovers?
I mean, FE core I already knew about for a long time, but yeah, Black Swan.
FE Fighter. There's FE Fighter.
What?
I know, right? FE Fighter down. I'm just scrolling through them all.
So that's your best proof. Why is the FE core experiment your favorite?
I mean, it was so detailed. They cover all the possible bases, like the refraction or whatever, like anyone could bring up.
Why was the laser beam above where it should have been?
Because of the haze off the water, like right above the water, there's some like temperature distortion, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you could visibly see the laser beam do
It was
loop-de thing. So
yeah, I think it was like I forgot. It was like a meter, like 3 feet or something above. So they did like 5 meters above the ground, if I remember, something like that. And there were other experiments that were kind of similar. Like someone went to a lake over somewhere in Utah, and also I think also the salt flats. So yeah, those experiments, and then also just the weather balloon footage, just more fundamental stuff. I mean, it's really hard to. I mean, there's just no way you can reconcile like the globe model with that at all. I mean, it's just plain to see.
I'll keep Globe Skeptic on you because it is a base tag. He's right, but I'll have Flat Earth.
Was that the wrong answer still?
No. I'm saying Globe Skeptic is actually a really cool tag.
But I'm like 100% a Flat Earther. But
right, but you're still a Globe Skeptic, right?
No, I mean it's 0%. Like skeptic means I could still admit it, but there's just no way. Just given
okay, I'll give you that. You're already a Flat Earther.
Yeah.
Let's not argue anymore.
Thanks. I've had many battles with globe shields. So.
You are breaking up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, sounds like cottage cheese getting poured out of a hose.
It's weird. Okay.
If that cottage cheese was a robot.
Right, robotic cottage cheese. Yep.
Glad you finally join us in voice conversation.
How about now?
Yeah, it's much better now.
Okay. I wasn't listening. I was catching a movie with my lady, so I was focused.
See who's talking? Is that Glatt?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. How's it going, buddy?
Hi. What's the deal? What are we doing tonight? What's going on?
I don't know. I think I just tuned in. You guys were talking to this Java guy.
Oh, Sleepy Joe. I don't think I've ever heard your voice.
Really? I think we talked like a while ago. I usually don't join the voice. I mean, I sort of.
You know what? I don't usually do this, but I'm going to take your word for that.
Okay. I mean, okay. So yeah, so I joined like let's see, like maybe 2 months ago, and then I sort of was on a hiatus, and I started coming back like the past few weeks. But yeah, mostly I've just been in the chat.
When did you become a Flat Earther?
I became a Flat Earther like over a year ago at this point, but I only found this Discord like fairly recently.
Oh. How did you find us?
I found you through you guys have a podcast, which some of you didn't know about. You have an Apple podcast. And I was just listening to debates because I saw sort of a general trend that whenever there's like an actual debate between Flat Earthers and Globers, that the Globers just get destroyed. And I heard like a really funny like debate between who was it here? I mean, it was Phil Bell and QE, and it was just like the funniest thing ever. And then I didn't realize that there was like this really big Discord. So I found you guys on YouTube, and I found the Discord link there. And then that's when I joined.
Well, that's cool. I didn't mean that facetiously as it sounded, but
Well, we'll get to that.
will we?
No, we won't. It's good to have you in here, Joe. I don't remember when we talked. I appreciate all your work so far.
we were holding down the fort in the YouTube chat.
Oh, we sure were, weren't we?
Oh my god.
It's a lot of fun to play with your food before you eat it. Bat it back around, you know?
Those Globe shields, like the ones that were just there all the time, those people they're fucking crazy. Like, dude, like I think they're like literally like brainwashed to just like, I don't know if it was maybe like a team like maintaining the same account, but they were just like, it seemed like they were just there 24/7.
Here's the deal. Here's what it is. They're belligerently against admitting they've been duped, and that some of them even get paid to go against the truth.
I was about to say, I think it's more of a monetary thing than it is an ideological.
Yeah. Here's the thing. They don't care about us as people. Yeah, there's everything but the fact that they want to be right about the shape of the Earth. In my opinion, they don't give a fuck about that.
Which it seems like they just tied their like existential worth to the gold model. Like,
well, that's what they want you to think, and some people do. Don't get me wrong. Some people are really. Listen, you're either in this because you love it, or you're in it for all the other reasons.
Yeah, they were in it for the other reasons.
I'm honestly just a flat earther to make money.
That's okay. You see, the thing is, we want to be honest in this what people call the community. But I'm not a communist, so I can't talk like that.
Yeah, what do you guys think the social credit score of everyone here is, just for being on this Discord?
On a scale of 1 to 2, 0.
0.
It's quite the spectrum. We're on the spectrum, Joe.
I'm an 8.5.
That wasn't an option.
Negative 33 for me.
Negative 666.
You don't make the rules, do you?
Yes, I do. Who said I don't make the rules? I'll make one right now.
Let's hear it.
I don't know what it is. Yeah,
all right, let us know.
I'll make a rule that Deuce Vault makes all the rules. How about that?
There we go.
Not a bad one. That's great. It's kind of like when the genie tries to wish himself out of the bottle. You can do it.
I was actually going to wish myself out of the bottle. No, I don't know what to do with myself.
It's like, why can't you do it? Well, I got gold rings on my arms. What the fuck does that mean? Who cares?
You know.
I know. I really don't, though. Okay, so it's still not a globe, and let's chat about that. Anybody, everybody?
It's too late. We're already done.
No,
we finished for tonight. You did. We're actually just. This is the cleanup crew. We're finished. By the way, can you fold up the chairs for me?
Yeah, I did it all last week and all last month in your stead. But you know what? Fine, keep doing it. No problem.
Hey, last time I was here, you were not here.
Dude, you didn't bring donuts the last 2 times, and Karen had to get those donuts, and you know that they were all just the same jelly donut.
Karen from Australia? She came back?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love it. What? Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
It's your turn to scrub the toilet. Sorry about that, man.
That's fine. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
Look at Dave pawning off his jobs.
Is it a toilet in Australia or at the North Pole? Or somewhere else?
I mean, which way do you want the water to go down?
Exactly right. I mean, if you're seriously asking, I want the water to go straight down. I don't want it to go left or right, man. Show me that shit just going down.
Somebody just come in.
Can you dig it?
Oh, you're still awake now. This is UK shift.
Is this UK shift? Where's Crypto?
Oh, he's on a different time. He is.
He sleeps late.
Yeah, hasn't he got a pub or something?
He's always at pub. I don't think he's at pub in the morning though.
It's nice to have so many people in here at this time in the morning.
For this being the UK shift, you're here pretty early.
Yeah, what time is it there?
No, he's been here for like the last 4 hours.
Oh yeah, I fall asleep listening to the stream. I'm here 24/7.
The question was, what time is it where you are, sir?
Like 8 in the morning.
It's 7:46.
Okay, thank you for answering, both of you.
Wait, so you tried to fall asleep to this for 4 hours?
No, he was asleep to this for 4 hours.
Oh, he was okay. He was
Minimum. He was asleep to it the whole time, most likely. With Huey yelling at everybody, swinging wildly.
Falling asleep to the dulcet tones of QE. That's no better way. The mellifluous tones of utterances of QE.
Say I've missed 7 hours.
You're 7 hours from now. Sorry.
He's not wrong.
Nope, I'm not.
You're 7 hours from reality. And Neverland.
Yep. Narnia is closed.
Narnia is Australia. Great Britain is Neverland.
Do we believe the story that Australia was full of prisoners first?
No. Prisoners don't generally build buildings.
I don't think so. Mm-mm. And they don't automatically have technology.
We got ourselves a mud flutter here, boys.
Mud people.
Mudbloods? Is that what you said?
Okay. I can dig that. No, I think the whole mud flood thing is compelling in a way that makes me not pay attention.
Did you see the latest Ewar Anon vids?
No, I've stopped paying attention to those.
Is there something wrong with those? I mean, he's starting to go off the deep end a little bit, but yeah.
Here's the deal.
What is an Ewar Anon?
Well, there you go. Yeah, if you want to explain it, I can wake both of you up.
Ewar Anon, I mean, I don't know much about him. He just made these videos about the lost history of flat Earth, and he talked a lot about the mud floods, but he keeps sort of changing his story, so it's kind of hard to sort of pinpoint what he's actually saying now. So interesting what Clyde's going to say.
Hang on, I got to open up this can of Diet Woke.
Diet.
Absolutely. Oh, is that the sugar-free one? They came out with it.
Yeah, it's the new Diet Woke.
Okay, give me the real stuff.
Diet Woke Clear.
Okay, so my opinion on Ewar, Diet Woke Clear. My opinion on that Ewar stuff is there's too much information to not be forced upon us.
Oh,
remember when that word was foisted? Anyway, go ahead. Was a question? You were going to interrupt me? That sounded bad. Anyway, so deal. It's kind of like Jeranism. He's got almost 155. Fuck out of here. Not pushing truth.
Hey,
something's going on.
I'm going to interrupt you really quick.
What's going on with your mic, Glad?
Oh, hang on.
Breaking up.
How's this?
I don't know.
Start all your sentences over again.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to shorten it then. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can hear you.
Go from it's like Jaren.
Okay, in my opinion, Jaren has almost 150 followers on YouTube. Fucking there's
Still cutting out.
Yeah, it's cutting out.
Too late. He's gone.
They shut him down. He was too red pilled.
It was too much Diet Woke.
KJ booted him.
They jammed Glad's signal. Seriously.
They hate me. Am I back?
You there?
Am I back? Is this better?
Are you there?
You're targeted individually, evidently, Glad. Go ahead.
Okay. Man, so anyway, all I was trying to say is that I think Jeranism is sus because of all of his followers. I don't think he's really spreading truth. I think there's something else going on. Maybe not. Who knows? The same thing, to me, is going on with Ewar. He's got a fuckload of information, and it seems to be a compilation of the last 6 or 7 years of what we can consider the mainstream conspiracy research community, and what they've been looking into. Turns out most of that's Diet Woke garbage, right? Exactly. So, anyway, that's my opinion. I don't think. See, Iwar Anand's fine, but it's stuff we should have known 30 fucking years ago, and we should have done something about it until now. Now it's like what? It's like one of those Ben Affleck movies about corrupt politicians. It's like, really? What the fuck? What are you gonna do about it now? It's a Ben Affleck movie. You're fucked. Sorry, I'm done.
So it's sort of regressive. It's like it's sort of like pulling us back to where we've already been.
Right here. Sorry, my point about Iwar Anand is it's far too on the nose for it to be genuine. That's what I'm saying. It smells. It's sloppily perfect, I guess.
Yeah, I sort of get that. Like, yeah, and he's sort of like going all over the place. So he once he sort of pulled people in, then he started just like confusing everything. So now everyone's
you're gonna watch it go a certain way. It's not gonna be like this pure amazing truth anymore. It's not gonna be sucking our dicks anymore. It's gonna be like weird shit. And he's gonna start taking people down rabbit holes and bogs away from what's really true.
I get you. Yeah, I got that.
Is he the same guy who saw the map of the moon, Earth on the moon?
Yes, that guy.
Iwar.
Iwar?
I think Jamie
I don't know.
Saying.
I didn't look into him. I kept smelling fish, and I was like, you know what? Fuck this.
I mean, the videos were entertaining, the first 5, but they sort of started to kind of meander like last.
Not only that, there was like a Flat Earth Society or like Disc Flat Earth or some kind of reference that was a straw man that Globers use against us. And it was really quick, and it was put there kind of towards the beginning, and so it just almost gets forgotten about. But it lays a foundation for, if you're really, really paying attention, throwing flat earthers kind of under the bus. Also, a lot of the information that the Iwar Anand videos provide have nothing to do with flat Earth.
True.
So, okay, now I'm done.
I haven't looked at any of Iwar's videos, but
well, don't take my word for it, man. You watch it all anyway, right? But
do you think that a lot of the conspiracy of flat Earth wouldn't have anything to do with flat Earth?
Well, yeah, it's technically the conspiracy side of it is the story we're told. Flat Earth is just the reality itself. Technically, the Earth cannot be a conspiracy on its face. Get it? On its face?
Yeah, I get it. And yes, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, the conspiracy is the globe, isn't it? Because they, if they lie, then the lie is the conspiracy, not the truth.
Exactly. Yeah, the lie. But and so it's what's sad about it is we're all arguing over a concept. It's fucking ridiculous.
But it's important to know.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm genuinely asking that question right now. Is it?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of your reality has to be as knowable as you can possibly know.
It should be knowable, yes, but what if it's not? What then?
It is.
Oh, okay. Sound pretty certain.
I am.
Sounds a little religious now.
I don't even know. Well, of course it's going to, because it goes beyond what you know, right?
Well, the religion and supernatural are two different things. At least they should be.
Okay, then you're ascribing something that is supernatural to religion.
Should I not?
Not necessarily. It doesn't matter either way.
Well, that's true. Earth measures flat regardless of religious concepts, yes.
And the supernatural, whether one spiritual bent or another, is still supernatural.
It's only supernatural to us.
Who else is there?
Bears, fish, rocks. I don't know. What the fuck? There's a lot of other...
What do they think?
Who knows? We'll never know that. They don't know what we're thinking.
Yeah,
fuck, we don't even know what we're thinking.
We write it all down. They can just read it.
Wow. A bear could read it.
No, they can't because they're...
communicate it to them regardless of the language.
What's this thing that like every species is supposed to have its own like mass conscious? I don't know where I heard this
Hold
from.
on, we're slapping each other's faces with our claws. Hang on. Let us finish this. Now, supernatural to me just means something I can't explain with my natural abilities and senses. That's it.
So preternatural.
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess supernatural would be outside of this creation and everything here.
Right.
Or sorry, this
But what we're
fucking
talking about
thing we're
is
in.
actually preternatural.
Oh, okay. So I guess my underlying point, because I don't like these discussions about religion and spirituality in regards to Earth measuring flat. Can you agree, please, and if you do agree, that Earth measuring flat and anything regarding a creator or God are mutually exclusive?
No.
Why? You can measure the Earth, but you can't shake God's hand. Do you see what's going on there?
Oh no, I do. I get it.
Okay.
I see what you're saying, but
But do you have faith in God? I have to stop there.
I shook his hand yesterday. What are you talking about?
Yeah. See, do you have faith in God? That's personally, man to man. I just want to know that. Do you have faith in a creator God? That's it.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
What's funny is before Flat Earth, I did not. So one.
I don't think that's funny. I think that happens a lot of people, and I don't understand
clearly
why.
followed the other.
Yeah, correlation is not causation or whatever. But yeah, go ahead. Think that if you like.
I think you don't have to understand it for it to be right.
No, there are facts that have nothing to do with belief. That's why we're here.
Glad. What's the
I'm
opposite
just giving you a
of
hard
creation?
time. That's all.
Sorry, what was the question?
What's the opposite of creation?
No clue.
Evolution.
But no. That's a false dichotomy. Just because I don't have an answer doesn't mean your next answer is the one that everyone should accept.
Well, it just randomly came to being. That's
I don't fucking know, and neither do you. And no one will ever truly know. They can believe all they like. No one will know.
That's not okay. Hang on a second. Now you're saying that anything not known now will never be known. That's not true.
I'm not saying that.
You're saying something is unknowable.
Okay, fine. Let's stick around and see if someone eventually knows it. Otherwise, it's unknowable. You feel me on that?
No.
I know. You don't.
What's the nature of light, Glad?
The nature of life?
Light.
Oh, light. So far as I can tell, it exists for the sake of itself. I don't know. It happens. Can neither be created nor destroyed, that kind of thing.
How do you explain how light changes depending on whether it's being looked at or not?
I can't explain that.
It's consciousness.
Me neither. But it has to be something to do with consciousness, right?
Consciousness is collapsing the wave function, turning energy into matter.
What's matter?
Which means you have free will. Otherwise,
I don't know that that's what it means. I know it means something. What it is, I have no idea.
Well, you use your will when you make a decision on whether you're going to do something or not. Like when you decide to scratch your nose when it itches, and when you eat when you're hungry and all that. I mean, you have the will to do that. You could just sit there and starve if you wanted to, but you don't. You get up.
You're talking about will like it's a good thing.
You're talking about will like it's a bad thing.
I am, for sure.
I think it's a beautiful thing. If it wasn't for will, we would all be alike, and that would suck.
If it wasn't for will, there wouldn't be hedonism and all kinds of other nonsense we don't need to be doing. But yeah, you're right.
Right, but think about how boring.
Be of the world? No. Be in the world, not of the world.
We'd all change our.
Don't all the religious leaders say that? Sorry, I got to interrupt. Don't all the religious people, leaders say be in the world, not of the world?
I don't know. Is that what they say?
Yeah.
That's an exclusively Christian saying.
Oh, is it? Okay. It figures that sounds like something the Buddha would fucking say. Right,
it's an exclusively Christian saying.
Okay. Great. Well, religious as fuck. But, yeah.
Somebody I should know. What do you mean, that fat guy with the earrings?
I guess. Yeah, if he ever existed, yes, the fat guy with the jolly guy that you rub his belly for good luck.
I thought that's where they got Santa Claus idea from, but I don't know.
That's not the
I always
actual.
wondered how come his ears weren't pierced.
I don't know.
That's not the actual Buddha. That's the future Buddha. The fat one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, please don't
Cool.
start, dude. Please don't start.
No, I'm just. That's all I
Thanks
know.
for correcting me about it, because I was
I
just
don't know,
kidding
man.
anyway.
So, Glad, how do you think the Earth came to being?
How would I ever know that?
So, what's wrong with believing in a creator?
Nothing's wrong with it. I'm just saying it's unfalsifiable. I'm not going to believe it. Hang on. It's unfalsifiable, so I'm not going to believe it. But if other people want to, and it gets them through the day and helps them sleep at night, well, then I'm all for it.
Okay, that's fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, you have the free will to choose.
Mm-hmm. So, in that sense, I'll use it. And it is a choice.
Thank
It's all
God for
belief.
that.
It's all belief, right? Even what we think are facts, philosophy. All right, go ahead, Deus.
Well, actually, I think creator is more than belief because we can prove certain things.
Prove to yourself.
I suppose.
You're being a bit of a relativist right now.
What's wrong with that?
It's disgusting.
Okay. You can pigeonhole me and try to label me anything you want based on others' misbehaviors, but I'm genuine here. I'm on the righteous side. You'll see it.
Notice how I was using weasel words by saying a bit.
Certainly weasel. That's okay.
You can't call somebody using weasel words pigeonholing.
Weasel you got me there. That's pretty good. That was a good one. Shit.
He might have a point with that one.
Oh, he does. He certainly won. Right there. I'm going to let him have it, too. I'm getting hungry.
Pizza time.
Don't say that. I've had so much pizza today, and I still have some left. You fucker.
Stop
always a
being fat.
pleasure, Deus. It's always a pleasure to back and forth with you. Do a little volley. I love it.
Yeah, you remind me of this one guy, the Moor. I haven't seen him in a while, nor heard from him. Consummate contrarian.
Yeah.
Not unlike yourself. So.
Yeah.
Have you ever spoken with the Moor?
I don't think so. How do you spell it?
TheMore. I think
That's just the Moor. One word.
Yeah.
If not, no.
You should talk to him. I think you guys would get along.
Contrarians. How can you contrarians get along?
Contrarian on contrarian action, guys. What do you think? See, my deal is this.
Let's make it happen.
I'm not really trying to be a contrarian. I'm making fun of people who take dumb shit seriously.
What do you consider dumb shit?
Leading your life based on mostly belief. And basing morals and values on something you don't know where the morals and values came from. You assume it came from somewhere. No idea where it came from.
Hang on. You think that morals and values are dumb shit? Or the belief
No.
in morals and values?
Beliefs themselves. Morals and values. Huh? Yeah.
All beliefs.
Morals and values exist outside of beliefs. It's a behavior process. It's a
what
way
you're espousing right now is a belief.
Behave. Okay.
So you believe that people who believe things are dumb or living
believe things without evidence. So
what's your
I can believe I can believe that Japan exists, right? I can believe Japan exists, right?
Okay.
Whether or not I've been there is a different story.
Okay. What's your point? Do you think that people who believe moral tenets without anything backing it besides belief are believing incorrectly, such as they've never murdered anybody, but they know it's wrong?
You're taking it to extremes. I'm not saying that.
No, I'm not, because these are
extreme.
people's, you said, beliefs in morals and values, and that is a moral or a value.
The reason I brought those two up, hold on. The reason I brought those two up is because I was saying people think that their morals and values were instilled by a creator. And I'm saying you can't prove that.
Right, but that's not what you said.
Okay, well, I apologize for not being clear. So that's what I meant.
Okay. The Earth is flat.
Yes, it sure is.
Can you
Or
think
is.
of any natural processes that would account for this thing that we live on?
To have it come about, yeah, no, I can't think of any natural, or like if it's supernatural, then I'd like to know what it is to know that it is something that I can call supernatural. What's natural?
Any process that would make this come about would be supernatural.
To us in this inside of this thing, it would be supernatural to us, but not
right, because it's
perhaps
outside
to all of reality.
It's outside of this reality, so it would automatically make it
I think it is. I don't know. If it were here, I'd like to have a chat, but I don't know if it's inside here or outside here. I don't know that. Neither do you.
Right. Well, to make a thing, you would have to be outside the thing.
That's a presupposition, man. How do you know how something is made outside of here?
It's actually a supposition.
Okay, yeah, based on your experience here, but it's subjective.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think it's demonstrably objective.
Inside of this subjective experience called life on Earth. So it's still just subjective.
Okay. So what do you think? What do you think animates you?
What animates me? I don't know. Some called electricity, but there's other stuff I'm sure going on.
So you think
No
your
clue.
consciousness is just a?
I'm not going to assume I know where it comes from. That's for sure.
just some electricity going.
And it's not going to be the coolest story I've ever heard in the biggest selling book ever.
Do you think your consciousness is a bunch of electricity bouncing around a bundle of nerves?
Humans would be, yes, humans would say that with our very limited understanding of how things truly work. That's what humans would say they've come up with about the patterns they've noticed. Yeah, with the electrons bouncing and all the shit like that. That's as far as we can go. If you want to assign some comic book shit to it, that's fine.
Is that what you think I'm doing?
I don't know. You believe in a creator without evidence.
But I mean, you think this all just came about randomly?
I don't know. I don't know how it came about, and I'm not going to assume.
Okay. I mean, just it just inductively. I mean, it just seems like we create stuff that are far less complicated.
No,
but which would not.
We form things. We don't create a fucking thing. We form shit out of the shit that's already here.
Oh, so what do you mean by create? Like create matter?
Like to come into existence at all in any way, shape, or form. None of us are going to know how that happened to this place where we are now. Never. And I can make that claim. I'll wait.
Sorry, were you asking a question?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying, we are. You agree? We are a consciousness, right? Like
That's what we call it.
So you seem to just be pure, like have a purely materialistic view. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Like everything is just chemical reactions.
No, it's something we can't explain. Is my point. I think.
Who's we? Like who's
humans, human beings, the sentient, whatever. I mean, I don't think dolphins really can help us much, but who knows?
So you think sentience is itself just like an illusion, or do you think it's like something outside of physical reality?
I have no idea, man, and I'm not about to guess that I know, right?
But, okay, so do you believe in intuition? So outside of just logic and just observation, do you believe there's some intuitive aspect?
What should be common sense? Yes. What should be common sense? Yes.
But like, let's say,
Why do you say? Wait. Why do you say it should be common sense?
Well, because common sense is not so common, right? The cliche, that old chestnut.
Okay, so besides the adage, why do you think intuition should be common sense?
It helps with survival. It helps with being able to adapt. It's like an emotional and physical adaptogenic, I think, to
So
be
it's
on the right thought
adapted.
process.
So it's an adaptation.
No, it's not an adaptation or evolution. You're not going to do that. That's not what I think.
Okay.
Dude, I'm above all of it. I don't care about evolution. I don't care about religion. I don't care about any of that shit.
You just explained intuition as an adaptation.
No. Intuition helps one adapt to their surroundings. There's no such thing as a body or something. Listen, man, you're not going to get me to say there's evolution. I don't believe in evolution either. I think you're all fucking nuts. Religious people, atheists, evolutionists, everybody. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about, and it's weird to see people try to act like it.
So judging other people makes you somehow fucking better? You dipshit.
What?
You think nobody knows anything, but everybody's acting like they know something, but you're acting like you know that they don't know anything. Shut the fuck up, Glad.
I mean, I don't really know much either. I just go with my intuition, don't I?
Keep your judgments to yourself.
Wow, I didn't expect him to get triggered.
It was bound to happen.
No. If you're going to sit there and say, "Oh, all these people are acting like they don't know," shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know anything. And why would you judge somebody for trying
I'm actually
to
saying I don't know.
Educated guess.
What? Who cares? Educated guess. You either know or you don't. Why are you trying? Don't try. No.
Yeah, stop trying. Just give up. Lay down.
I didn't
Shut
say
up.
that at all.
Be stupid. Don't do anything.
No. I'm saying get out there and figure it out for yourself.
Okay, that really helps. Thanks.
And when you try to with religion, doesn't quite work out.
What are you talking about?
I don't agree. But
okay,
You're making vast, wide swaths of generalities that make no fucking sense, even unto yourself. Just stop.
Okay. I don't want to make you mad.
Nobody knows anything. Then why are you fucking talking? Doesn't make any sense.
You're right. A wise man once said nothing.
Yeah, I'm not taking sides here, but Glad has the right to believe in whatever he wants. So
No shit. What the fuck does that have anything to do with what was said?
So how's everyone doing tonight?
obviously, we're not all doing good.
So
you got those friends.
So the Earth's still flat.
No, Glad's a cool dude, man. I don't care what anyone says.
I think Glad just he likes to challenge people. I mean, I think you don't take it so personally, guys. I think he's just a very forthright, intellectual guy. He just likes to challenge all presuppositions, dogmas.
What makes you think I took it personally? If somebody's going to sit there and say that nobody knows anything, everybody's just stupid and fumbling around being an idiot, and then continue to espouse that they know better, shut the fuck up then. That's not personal. Why are you speaking?
Yeah, I get you. I mean, I think I'm not sure he quite meant it that way. That's what I'm trying to say.
Joe, take people at their word.
I should take people at their word. I think sometimes people say not exactly what they're trying to say. So I don't always take people at their word.
I also think sometimes when people feel like they're being attacked or they're being, or their beliefs are being, shortened or minimalized, then of course that causes a reaction too, and that's a natural thing as well.
Well, I mean, yeah, people. But, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, I was done.
the people they sort of identify themselves with their beliefs. I mean, they really in their minds like they identify their self-worth and their very identity just with their beliefs. So then when that belief's attacked, they vicariously feel like they're,
Joe, what is a man? What is a person?
I think that explanation was a little bit off, but yeah, okay, I hear where you're coming from.
No, what is a person? What how would you identify a person? They're a third of what people think they are. They're a third of what they think they are, and they're a third of what they know they are. And one of those is what they do. One of those is what they believe, and the other is what other people believe. So belief goes into the whole fucking shit and caboodle. What you believe is everything of what you are and what you do. You don't do what you do without believing in it or belief as an impetus. What people believe of you is because of what you've done or what you've said. Core integral part, when people say they don't care what other people think, is because they have no.
They're lying.
They have no pathos. They may not be lying. There are solipsists, there are narcissists, there are people who don't genuinely give a shit what other people think because they don't care who they hurt and they don't care who they pleasure.
Well, I've been in that position too, but I just never thought about blaming it on everybody.
But
I'm an asshole, and I'm an asshole. It's my fault.
My point is what people believe affects you if you're rightly thinking. What your parents think, what your children think, what your siblings think, what your community thinks, those things should affect you. You should moderate your behavior based on those things.
Right. And if you don't, then probably you're not a very good person because you don't answer to anything or anybody. Yeah.
So then belief matters.
I would say
it's not your own belief.
Yeah, in that sense, I agree.
It matters.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying I think I just wouldn't let it bother me because people that don't believe they're.
Why are you worried about what bothers me? Why wouldn't you let things bother you? You're a feeling, breathing human being. Let things bother you.
I do. Trust me.
Get bothered. Get uncomfortable. Because it's a shitty ride if you're not affected by things.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I got a little sunburn today. Damn. That's weird. It's been a while.
Objective facts on here to y'all agree.
What'd you say, Dave?
That was an example of a conversation that leads astray, and we try to stick to objectivity on here instead of personal belief.
Yeah.
All right, it's late for me. Gotta head out, guys. Have a good night.
Good night, Sleepy Joe, and thank you for sticking to your name.
Oh yeah, I have to live up to my name now.
Yeah.
All right, good night.
Looking through the list here, Dave, I don't see any newbies. Neffy's on Deafin. Have we talked to them?
Who?
But they're on Deafin. Naffy.
Oh no, he's been on Deafin the whole time.
We got Roger. I bet he thinks he's on his spinning ball, zipping around through nothing.
I know he actually is on a spinning ball. He's got elephantitis of the nuts.
Yeah.
These poor soul.
He literally lives below sea level. That's going to freak you out a little bit.
Yeah, it's coming for you at any
Where you
time.
going? Where you going? I'm going back to law school.
All right, guys. I'm
Am I
sorry,
the only one
Chris.
that saw that movie?
No, but I haven't seen it.
You've never seen Johnny Dangerously? Oh, that's.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen it. I've seen it.
Johnny Dangerously is funny, bro.
Bastages.
Remember? Yeah. You farging bastages.
Farging ice holes.
Farging ice.
Farging arseholes. Yeah, arseholes. Ice holes. That's what he'd say. Ice holes. Farging ice holes. Ice holes. This is farging war. Yeah. See, we thought of it the same thing. Fucking crack, right?
Awesome, Bob.
He must be my age. Fucking us old people, I swear. Run out here, my echo.
Uh-oh. Are you hearing an echo? That's me.
Yeah, we were hearing an echo for like.
Are you hearing an echo? That's me.
2 minutes.
No, I just heard my own voice for a second. That's all. It's a horrible thing.
Ballers run away about.
Okay. That sounds good.
The dating game.
Wait, is QE here?
Yeah. No, it's not QE.
No, it's not QE.
My mother
Sound like
special.
Caused you what? Special what? Just
Lanty
special.
lives in the valleys, right? You live in the valleys? Wales?
See.
I'm not from the valleys.
Valley girl. I'm such a valley boy.
Hey, Justin. Justin.
Yes, sir.
Do me a favor and lose that.
I will. I did it just for you.
Lose it
because
now.
you're not around very much, and I just for you.
Lose what?
But I will. I will delete it. It's on the live stream, but I will delete it.
Oh my gosh! How dare you?
It's on the live stream, so you're telling me
Why do I keep getting
you'll
DMs
delete
from
it,
people
but
I
you'll
don't
get
know?
it again.
Don't people understand that if I don't know you?
It's going to be on the live stream forever. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna get that channel.
I won't. I won't bug you with it. I just wanted to bug you with it now because it's actually crystal clear.
Yeah.
It
Now
wasn't
you're,
before.
now you're making me want to know what it is. See, now
It's
that's
much
not
better.
fair.
It's VoiceMod. VoiceMod Pro. Look that up.
Oh,
It's me saying that-
VoiceMod Pro.
It's me
taken
saying
me 5
you
days.
talked about that yesterday, but you never. But I looked it up and I didn't find it online.
VoiceMod Pro. It's free, but VoiceMod is free, and then
I found
VoiceMod Pro
Voice
is
Pro. I found Voice Pro,
Voice
but
Mod.
I know I looked it up, and then there wasn't the only thing they had.
Well, then I
was-
guess, you need me to send it to you. Then
maybe send me a link. You can't if you don't mind.
Yep. I don't
That'd be
mind.
cool. All right, cool. Because I'm interested in it. Because I'd like to be able to do that too once in a while and mess with people. That'd be fun.
It's not
Especially,
just
like,
Discord.
phone calls. I know.
It's not just Discord. It's for
I know.
every other application.
That's what I mean. You can use it. Supposedly, you can use it on your phone, like when you're talking to somebody on the phone.
And on your
Do
phone.
that.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. That's what I went up for.
But I'm
I'll call my
using
buddy.
it for the clarity of my voice because my mic is a shitty mic.
it's bad.
I have a really good boom mic, but I'm sick of moving it all over the place, and now I have a wireless headset mic. So
Yeah, that's what I use.
It's trash.
and I hope I come in clear to you. I'm not crackling, right?
That's not bad. Every once in a while, I get a little of it, but it ain't bad.
Okay.
Or worse. Like I think it's been cutting out all night. I think it's my signal, me getting a signal or something, Wi-Fi or whatever it is. My cell phone signal sucks because people have been cutting out all evening, and it's normally not like that. So it's probably
Oracle, you back?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
we're welcome. What are we welcome for?
To Alberto. He came back.
Well, who's that? I'm kidding. Thank you. Thanks, Justin.
Okay, so yeah, we're all the ballers.
Who cares? Let him die in a fire.
We have to have someone to talk to. I don't want to talk to myself.
There's like 20 people in here.
Yeah, and how many of those people are actually listening, paying attention?
7 at least. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. You ever been in a room full of 7 people?
Yeah, actually, I have plenty of times. It's a lot
Where
of
they're
fun.
like talking? I've never been in a room.
Noisy. They're noisy. It's 7 people in a room is noise. I don't care what they're doing. Even when they're sleeping, they're noisy.
I'm not going in the room. I don't want to be around the room. Fuck the room.
I'll get all quiet at once now. Okay.
How come Chris M doesn't talk anymore?
I don't know what's up with that. Who's Chris M anyway? I don't think I ever met him. I've been around for a while. I don't remember Chris M, but maybe.
Chris, he's a mod here.
I know, but that doesn't mean I know him. Never met him yet.
He's been here as long as this Discord's been here.
Cool. I just haven't met him yet, I guess. Or I just haven't run into him yet.
He wasn't here as long as the other Discord was here, but he was as long as this Discord has been here.
Right.
2017. Look at him dropping dates like their names.
I met 2017 once.
Yeah.
You guys got me beat.
Chris, talk for fuck's sakes. Just for once. It's been like
just
2
say
years
for
since I've
fuck's
heard your
sake,
voice. It's been literally like 2 years.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, Clarice.
Chris, you don't work.
Chris, I am your father.
You're not my father.
Open your mic and tell me, Chris.
This is Chad.
Hello?
Hey, there he is.
I switched to my phone. I got to figure out. All right, say something.
Something. Something somebody. Something somebody somewhere.
I don't talk much, so I had to change the settings on my phone.
You don't ever talk.
I do. Mod meetings, I do, but that's about it.
I haven't even heard you in mod meetings.
Well, because I wait till you leave and then I talk.
The fuck?
The assholes are drawn and then he talks shit.
Oh man, that's
It's true though.
No, I usually go on only when I'm at work, because what ends up happening, if I go on at home, It would be like 6 hours later. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I've been on Discord for fucking 6 hours, and
That's
I don't have a mic at work on the computer, so I just listen and I love when you're here.
So the best time to give you a hard
You
time
listen.
and mess with you or talk smack about you is when you're at work.
Say that last part again. I wanted to get that in. Chris,
Des, I love when Des is around. I just love how you conduct, shit. I hate when QE's on because he fucking just chases everybody away. But
he does.
I mean, he's got more fucking
I'm not the only
knowledge than I'll ever have.
The dating game.
Yeah, be
I don't know,
careful.
it's
This guy sounds like you.
Yeah. No, his
dating game.
His shit's good for his platform, but it's here it's just whatever. It is what it is. But,
No, I agree with you completely and wholly. Fuck him.
Yeah, I'm not.
He gets on my nerves sometimes. No, I love him.
Dude,
I don't have anything personally against him, but yeah, he gets on my nerves when it comes
Takes
to
over, but yes.
telling everybody to
We
fuck
all
off. and
understand.
it's fine. Yep. I mean, you've heard it all before. I won't say it anymore.
I mean, he's smart as fuck, and he knows he's got more knowledge in his fucking pinky than I'll ever have. But that doesn't mean he's fucking talked down to everybody. But that's just everybody has their own fucking ways and whatever.
Rockefeller's a smart guy too.
If everybody was like Crypto or Dez or everybody would fly.
So
Now
who's your favorite then? Who's your favorite?
My favorite. My favorite.
Yeah,
what?
come on, you gotta have a favorite. Your favorite flat earther
person on this Discord? I don't have any favorites.
Come
it's either
on,
going to be
don't
me or
give me
Crypto.
that.
It's either going to be me or
Yeah,
Crypto.
it's got to be somebody
As far
important.
as
now,
mods, no. I mean, Crypto and Elijah and of course Indio and everybody. Everybody's good. I love everybody.
Good answer.
Yeah.
It's a safe answer, but it's a good answer.
But I mean, the problem is now we have people trying to be like fucking QE, and
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Everybody's trying to be like him. Well, except for me, and I just get in trouble all the time. And I do. Look in there. You'll see my name comes up all the time.
There's no reason to insult people and shit. I mean, we were all there one time. We all fucking believed in the globe.
Well, no, I don't have a problem insulting somebody as long as they deserve it. I mean, if they come after me or if they just start being completely retarded, yeah, I'm going to call them out. But I'm not necessarily going to call them a numpty dumbass and then mute them and then sit there and talk shit for the next 5 minutes.
Right,
No, I'm not
exactly.
gonna do all that. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not saying lay down and let people walk on you. No, but like you said,
right.
You have to defend
When
yourself.
I'm on the live stream, I do control myself quite a bit more than I do when I'm on whatever. If I'm just in whatever or my own, I'd say whatever I want. But I still try to be like at least I try to be human. I try not to be like a rude ass, But if somebody comes in there and I show them like direct evidence for something, and then they sit there and tell me, "Oh no, that doesn't mean anything," I'll just call them a dumbass too. I mean, I can't help it. I try. You try to offer them the truth, and they won't look at it. But yet they'll still sit there and argue with you. To me, you're just an idiot. I'm sorry, but
some people
that's about as far as I'll let it go.
I bet you every flat earther in here, it didn't take them long to be convinced because some people are wired to be open and some people aren't. You can't get triggered or frustrated. You just have to move on to the next one. It is what it is.
You can, and it's easy to. But yeah, you're right. If you want to stay sane, you gotta be able to let that shit go. But I realize that it's not easy to do, especially when when you're like I'm the kind of person where I didn't get along really well. I didn't fit in really well my whole life until I grew up. Until I was old enough to have my own stuff and all that, and then people looked up to me. Of course, but when I was a teenager in my early 20s, nobody respected me. Everybody thought I was just some dumb kid, And so I stood apart, and of course everything got on my nerves, and I thought everything was wrong, and I thought I was always telling teachers they were stupid and that they were just brainwashing us, and I got in trouble for that shit all the time. And then when I grew up and I realized I was right, it was like, what? You're kidding me? I thought I was just being a rebellious asshole. it turns out I was fucking right the whole time, and I kind of like, wow, like that's something I didn't expect, right? Like I was always like, I kept telling myself, like, these teachers are just fucking dicks. Like, why do they act like that? You know, like, why do they tell me they don't want me to fight with anybody? You know, and they tell me not to pick a fight with somebody or to fight back if they pick on me. But then as soon as they pick on me and I tell them about it, instead of fighting and beating them up for it, then the motherfucker wants to tell me that I'm lying to him or he doesn't want to listen to my story. It's like, fuck you guys, man. It would just, nah, fucking politics is bullshit. It always has been and it always will be. And I don't believe shit when nobody tells me. And I only believe about half of what I see. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. I'm sorry, but it's hard to trust anybody when damn near everybody will screw you over. Even your own parents will do it, you know. Hopefully not, but, you know, like, I know a lot of friends that literally basically don't speak to their parents just because of, you know, their lack of care or, you know, how do I say it? Compulsion to, like, care about their own kids or whatever. Sad. It's real sad.
So what you're saying is you should have beat up the teacher.
Nah, that wouldn't have done any good. But what I actually should have done is I should have went and took, like, self-defense so that I would have some more confidence, because I didn't have, my dad wasn't around. It was just my mom and my aunt Brenda and my grandmother that was raising me. So of course I got raised with a lot of empathy and a little feminine, right? And, you know, I didn't like to fight, and I didn't think it was necessary. I never understood it. It's like, why is it that I can stay home all day long and never ever get in a fight or never have anybody pick on me or call me stupid? But the minute I go to school, that's all everybody cares about is what color shoes you wore and whether or not you're wearing Nikes or whatever the hell. They're just so dumb. I hated it. Fucking hated school. But luckily I was smart, so I managed to survive school. Otherwise I'd probably still be in school. But I got up to my senior year in high school and I just said, fuck it. I was done. Never went after that. That was it. It was over. I had my fill with all the bullshit and the politics, and I knew that if I went to college it was probably going to be, if not worse, just as bad. So I was like, nah, I'm good. And, you know, I guess I could say there are times where I wish I would have gotten a career, but at the same time, I don't think I would have learned all the things or be who I am if I hadn't gone through the things that I went through. So as much as I'd like to say that, you know, I'd like to change it and for it to be different, I don't know. I think maybe it's those things that made me who I am. It makes me able to be empathetic and understanding towards people, you know, and not just rude and mean. And, you know, I try not to hold a grudge. I get mad, but it usually don't last long. Not like anybody cares, but, you know.
I think there's plenty of people who care.
But you know what I mean, like personal. You don't know me very well, so I don't expect you to care a lot, but you know what I mean? Like,
care enough to listen.
There you go. That works. Sometimes that's all it takes, bro. Sometimes that's the respect right there, right? Just to have, you know, have an open mind and an open ear and be willing to hear someone that's, you know, having a hard time or whatever. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a good thing. It's definitely a good trait. But it's not enough. Just kidding.
It's never enough. It'll never be enough.
Probably nothing. Probably not, but you can't help me. You can't hate me for trying though, right?
Yes, I can. You can't tell me what.
What, for trying to be a good person? Damn it.
Yeah.
What if I don't want to be nice?
Hey,
I find that luckily life is so different and indifferent that, you know, there's always that time just when you think that, you know, just when you think that, you know, you can say that I'll never do something, it seems to like come across or come along and you'll end up doing it.
Where you have
to. What I'm talking about? Yeah, or you're forced to. Yeah, it's like I never thought I was going to have another kid after the first one, you know, and then, you know, I remarried and my wife wanted a kid of her own, and I gave her what she wanted. But, you know, there's times where I regret, you know, having my daughter. Not because I, you know, don't want to be around her. Don't get me wrong. I love my daughter to death. But there's times where I wish things were easier and I didn't have to take care of things and deal with things that, you know what I mean? It would be easier. But, of course, I would never trade my kid to get away from that burden. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And And I know that's true. You know what I mean? Like I've thought about it. So it's funny, like when I hear people saying that, that they're not willing to give that of themselves for a child, it bothers me. I take it personally. It's a painful thought to think that people are so selfish that they would give up the opportunity to have a kid and to see what that's like and to learn what it's like to be a parent, because I don't think you really understand what being human is until you had a kid of your own and you had to love something and take care of it and care for it. And sometimes it's the only thing that makes you care.
Generally, and I don't mean this always, but a person without a kid has a bit of a narcissistic tendency.
Sometimes I don't know. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe a little bit narcissist. But I don't know if it's necessarily like unheard of for them to actually have feelings or caring. But yeah, usually, you're right. Usually, and usually single kids of, a single child in the family. Like I was an only child, so I got spoiled quite a bit, and I'm sure that didn't help me. Especially when I was already not getting along with kids.
Without rearing a child, it's hard to know what really makes people tick until you see it from the outside, until you see the rearing of that child happen. Until you
I don't think you
what
really
it takes
know. I didn't really learn
another
about who I was until I raised a kid. And I think it's the second one that's really getting me now, because now I'm older and I'm weaker in ways and I'm stronger in others. Like I'm stronger willed, but yet I'm weaker when it comes to like wanting to spank my kid. I don't want to have to spank her. I didn't have to spank the first one that many times, so I thought, well, hell, this one should be the same, right? Nope, it's different. Completely different. Every kid you have, doesn't matter how many you have, they're all going to be different. It's just the way it is. It's crazy because, you want them to not be like you. You want them to avoid the horrible things that you went through. And at some point in your life, you realize, if you're successful at that, you realize that you sheltered them, and that sometimes they end up going through harder troubles because you didn't make them and didn't let them fail. You know what I mean?
I think the best thing you can do is pick out the aspects of you like and try to see that in them and cultivate it.
That's a good way of putting it.
Rather than trying to make them not like you, or not be like you, or not go through the hard things you've gone through. Because
yeah. It obviously hasn't been working, so I'll agree with you on that.
It's never.
But you know how kids are. You tell them, "I don't want you doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be hanging around with that person or this or whatever the case is."
Right.
And they're like, "Well, you just don't understand. I can take care of myself." And I'm like, "No, you can't. Like you just think you do.
Like none of that works. You
don't even know how to walk across this crosswalk properly without me having to yell at you.
None of that works without the where, what, why, and how."
Yeah, oh yeah, they want to know. And you know what I tell her every time? I always tell her why. And I go into great detail. And then she goes, "I'm tired of lectures." And she plugs her ears. Like, oh, really? Okay, well, fine. The ones that always want to know are the ones that don't want to know. It seems like you're always telling them, and the ones that do want to know, it seems like you never think of it. It's weird that way. But I don't know. I seem to think that the more trouble I've gotten into, and when it all came down to it, I turned out better, or at least I feel like it made me a better person, in ways. Even though it might be a hassle, like me being giving and helping people has gotten me in a lot of trouble, because I help people and then they take advantage of me, and then my wife gets mad and then I almost get kicked out of the house. But like it is what it is, right? And she told me when she married me, she says, I asked her, I said, "Well, what's the thing you like most about me?" And she says, "Well, there's two things that I love the most about you." And she says, "One's that you make me laugh even when I don't want to, and the other thing is that you're very helpful and giving, and you'll help somebody that's in need, even if it hurts you." And I said, "Yeah, I know that's a bad habit I have." And she goes, "No, it's not a bad habit. But then again, whenever it gets us in trouble, or when I go too far with it, then she always comes back and says, 'Well, that was different.'" I'm like, "No, it's not. You're either going to be giving and you're going to help people no matter what, or you're not. Like you can't."
Well, you have to draw a strong line. Just like with kids, you have to have a line that says you don't go past this line. And
right, yeah.
Nothing will change.
Exactly. You don't bring the homeless people home with you. Yeah, exactly. But you take them the food.
You can't let the weak destroy the strong. You can't let somebody whom has bad intentions and you have good intentions take advantage of those good intentions and then ruin you or who you are by turning.
That I don't, but I
because
do
then
like.
you're letting bad people win, and that's not good.
Well, I don't know. I think everybody has their own way of finding their right way. They will or they won't. Just hopefully they don't hurt me or my family in the process. That's the only time I'm gonna have a problem with it. But if somebody just happens to be a horrible person, I'll just stay away from them. Hopefully, I don't need to destroy the person as long as they're not harming me any. Kind of like, if I know somebody in the neighborhood does drugs or something, I don't have a problem with that. But if I catch him selling drugs to his friends next to my house, I'm gonna have a problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. I just have a weird way. I guess I'm old fashioned in a way, and in others, I don't. There's a lot of things that people do all the time, like loud music and all that. They parties, they set off fireworks and stuff. I don't have a problem with that. Even though I don't agree with it, I don't have a problem with that. And I don't have a problem with people driving too fast through here or any of that, or parking next to my house if they're just, using their phone or whatever. But what I do have a problem with is people selling drugs or getting services from prostitutes next to my house. That bothers me quite a bit. And I have thrown things at people's cars, and I have attacked people before because they did that. But those people don't come around anymore. They learned their lesson the first time.
Oh my God.
And a lot of people tell me, man, you're stupid, man. You're crazy, man. You're crazy, man. I'm like, screw you, man. I'm not afraid of nobody. I don't fucking care.
Sell yourself further down the block then, Rookie.
Say that again?
Sell yourself further down the block if you don't want people.
I know, right?
Buying prostitutes outside your house.
Well, no, there's this one Mexican guy that used to pull up next to my house every week, and he had a hooker in the car, and he's getting himself you know what I mean? And like, I have a daughter, and she plays in the backyard, you know what I mean? And she looks over the fence all the time and talks to people and stuff. And like, this was like right before it got dark, and he's sitting out there and just going to town with her. And I'm like, I look over the fence, and I'm like, bro, really? And then he just basically looks away like he doesn't care. So and then I spotlighted his ass with this thing. I got this big ass spotlight, and I hit him with the spotlight, and I said, I think it's time for you to move down the street, bro. I say, it's kind of disrespectful when, you can see that I'm bothered by you doing this here. I've already yelled at you one before, and you're still parking over here, bro. Can you give me a break, man? And like, so then, once I shined the flashlight at him and the whole neighborhood could see him, then he got busy and he dumped her off, left her on the side of the road, and then drove away. It was kind of funny. It's like, wow. Another time I was, me and my buddy, we walk every day, right? We go walk. There's the trails all around through my town, right? So we walk down these trails, and one night we go walking down the trail. We hear some woman crying for help, right? We hear she's like, "Help me, help me!" And she's yelling like, "Get off me, you son of a bitch!" And she's cussing, and it sounded like she was being attacked or something, right? I couldn't tell because I couldn't see where she was. But I kept hearing her screaming and shit, right? And I'm freaking out. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? And my buddy's like, well, don't go down there. I'm like, fuck that, dude. If somebody's getting hurt, I'm going to go down there and fucking see what's going on. He's all, man, it's probably nothing, bro. Like, just let it go. And I'm like, no, fuck that, bro. So I called the cops, right? And I'm like, dude, there's some woman down here down here on the trail. Like, she's screaming out, like, help me. And she's screaming out, get off me and shit. And I don't know. It sounds like she might be getting raped or something. I don't know, bro. I don't know what else to do except they're like, okay, so they show up, they go down in there, and all of a sudden they all come out and they're laughing and they're giggling. And I'm like, what's so funny? And they're like, oh, it's nothing, don't worry about it. You guys can go. It's not important. I'm like, well, no, it's important. I heard what I heard, bro. Some woman was down there fucking screaming for her life. Like, I know I heard that. And he's like, no, you didn't. You heard a fucking hooker screaming to get off her John or something. And I'm like, you're fucking kidding me. And they were all laughing about it like it was some... And I'm like, so you're not going to arrest her? You're just going to let them keep going at it, huh? And they all got in the car and left. I was like, okay. Obviously, I don't know anything about the law. But okay. I'm like, there you go. Very interesting. Yeah, the world's a very, very interesting place. Full of fucked up people that are really, really, really dumb. Most of them are, anyway. And the ones that are smart usually have too big of an ego and aren't worth the shit. You know what I mean? Like, and then there's the few, there's the few that actually stand out and I don't know. I don't know if I'm necessarily that person, but I feel like maybe I am close to that or something, or maybe maybe my talents just never seemed worth a shit until I found this, you know what I mean? I've known the earth was flat since I was 8, which is 40 years ago, but I never knew there was evidence for it, and so I spent my life denying it and not sharing that with anybody, and feeling like, you know, that I couldn't share that, or I couldn't be honest about what I really thought was the truth. And it bothered me my whole life. And then so recently, when I found out there was evidence and all these people were talking about it, and then, you know, people getting together, I was like, shit, I got to be part of that. That's why I came in here. But in a way, I kind of feel like I'm a bigger dupe. I was duped even worse because I knew all along, but yet I just kind of like went along with it because I didn't want to hear it. You know, my parents found out that someone told me that the earth was flat, and they were all pissed off about it, and I wasn't allowed to play with that kid anymore. I wasn't allowed to go to his house because my dad and my stepmom thought that was an evil thing to do. I had never understood that either, but now I understand it completely. Now I'm still trying to convince my dad and my stepmom to see the truth, and they don't want to hear it. And then when I finally get evidence enough to show them the truth, then they don't want to look at it. And my stepmom, I think she finally did look at it. I think my dad did too, but I don't think they'll ever admit it, because I think that once they realized I was right, of course, there's always been this thing between me and my father where anytime I'm right, he don't like to admit it. Especially like if I make a big stink about something and be like, no, I'm serious, that's not right. You know, like, I'm not going to go along with that. I'm not going to listen to you. I don't care what you tell me. You know, I don't care if you're my father. I'm not going to do that, you know. And he would get mad at me or whatever. It turned out I would be right, but of course, you know, like I said, some people just aren't willing to accept. It's not really about telling someone they're right, but, you know, it bothers me, like, when you try to warn somebody about something that you can tell their character, you know, they have a defect in their character, and you say, you know, like, I know how you are, bro, like, maybe you shouldn't go over there and do that or whatever. And I try to help people, and they always say, oh, man, you don't know what you're talking about, man, you're just some stupid ass old man, you know. Like, all right, well, have fun, you know, I'll talk to you later. And then they come back the next day telling me about how they got in trouble or got arrested, or, you know. It's like, okay, sorry, man. My buddy thinks I'm jinxed. Every time I try to give him advice, he'll tell me, don't say it, just don't say it. He goes, every time you say it, it happens. I'm not letting that happen anymore. I'm like, well, it's not my fault, man. I just see things. Does anybody else hear that ringing? It changes as you go through the day. Sometimes it's high pitched, sometimes it's low pitched, sometimes it squeals, sometimes it whines, sometimes it like makes you go deaf, almost like you can't hear at all. Anybody else have that effect? Of course not.
Tinnitus, you mean? Tinnitus? Ringing in
Yeah,
your ear.
well, I'm not so convinced that that's what it is, but yeah, that's what they call it, yeah.
Yeah, whatever that is. I'm not sure it is what they say, but yeah, I get that.
I've heard it my whole life, and I've never had blood pressure problems or anything like that. And every once in a while, I will get, like, stand up too quick now that I'm older, and I'll get that weird ringing, but it's a different kind of ringing that I'm talking about. So I don't necessarily agree that it's tinnitus, but I mean, it's a ringing. It's a noise. It sounds like a beeping to me. It doesn't sound like a ring. It sounds like a high pitched squeal, or like a frequency generator, really high.
How about you
Every once in a while, I could, but I'd have to get out my frequency generator and play like 10,000.
Do with your voice.
Whatever. I just did it's like a really high squeak sound. Weird.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you turn the TV on, you hear your capacitors charging up. Kind of like that sound. Or like a computer, when you turn a computer on, it makes that really high pitched sound.
Yeah, stuff on standby sounds like it. Like TVs sometimes have that frequency noise.
But I hear it all the time.
That's pretty good, actually.
Actually, right now, the reason why I'm talking about it is because of the really, really high pitched one. It's driving me nuts. I think it's the fan that's above my head. The bearing's going out already.
You sure it's not your wife?
Usually something like that. No, my wife's
It's a
asleep.
high pitched shrill sound.
Baller
No.
just run way about.
Okay. No, it wasn't that. Sorry.
Well, tough shit.
What happened?
Everyone's got ringing in their ears now. What time is it there, Rookie?
What do you mean there? Oh, you mean in California? It is 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Almost 1 o'clock. Just a few seconds, it would click over to 1.
So I meet hours in front.
It's my fucking bedtime. It really. Normally, I go to bed at 10 o'clock. So this is for me to stay up this late is like not normal. But well, actually, that's not true. I used to stay up all night all the time, but I stopped doing it recently because of my age and because my wife got mad at me all the time. So, but tonight I'm staying up. Did all the weird people leave already? Did you notice earlier when QE came in and they were talking and they were looking for somebody to talk to, remember? And then we were warning them, telling them that don't talk to so and so because we. And then they remember when they yelled at the person and said, "Why don't you mind your own business and let us decide when we're tired of them?" And we're like, "Okay."
and then 10 minutes later, they were like, "Shut up, you stupid ass." I love it when that happens. It was so hilarious, bro. They didn't even last 10 minutes, and they were telling the guy to shut up. I was like, "See, you didn't listen." And I know this particular person, man. He probably creamed in his drawers when he heard him say that too. He was like, "Oh, they're gonna listen to me. They're gonna talk to me." I love it. So today, there was a guy on earlier. I don't remember what his name is now, but I got it down. But anyway, so this guy is on here, and I swear he sounds just like the guy that was in here yesterday afternoon that I got in trouble about because I went off on somebody, defended the guy, and then I found out he was using voiceover. Oh, it pissed me off. So then he comes back in today under another name, right? And I'm like, really? Like, dude, really? And so I was like, so as soon as I noticed the voice, I instantly, and I sent him a message, right, a DM, and I'm like, I know who you are. I'm like, what are you doing? I go, don't you ever get tired of coming in here and getting kicked out? And then he starts to talk. It was almost like as if I'm wrong, right? He just changes the subject. And I'm like, yeah. So then, like, the last paragraph, he says something about, well, you know me, or something like that. And I go, do I? I was like, man, you just screwed it up, man. You almost had me convinced. Dumbass. You know, I'm growing a little tired of being the only one that ever talks around here.
Yeah, it's kind of lonely.
Not for me.
But it's okay.
That was a joke. I'm just kidding. Every once in a while it works, and I get someone to start talking about it. You know. Other times I have to read some boring book or something. That usually works.
Well, it's my bedtime. I'm going to bed. I will see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Good night, Justin. Mañana. I feel like getting in trouble. I better get out of here then.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara-on-the-Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line. But it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this, and yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
in a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are all the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that. There's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math, okay? Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curie point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion, and it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. in perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is in fact approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. Your U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, we will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat. That they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro, who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space, heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain this supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay? So all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. The same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally, they believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward, and there's something called compartmentalization where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres that were happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy that supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. he was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is that gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical planet isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth. That is the next step. Now, to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it's used as a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in the north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us, like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is, and they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up. Maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you just need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunk the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Flyman's watching. His panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gallon. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ what's it gets a cash at, what's it protonmail.com, PayPal. If you want to support the tour, I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth, and actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Delano wanna beat the tomato with. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. I'ma tell y'all motherfuckers that the earth is flat. It ain't a motherfucking ball. How the fuck you believe that? Isolate some bitches and go to the moon. Get the grass and you a bitch just like Winnie the Pooh. Bill not a science guy, bitch. Fuck you too. The earth flatter than the water at the top of a pool. The earth stationary, bitch. That mean it don't move. In the flat earth wins, the globalists lose. NASA in the Hebrew means lie and deceiver. I'm trying to tell the truth to you brainwash people. Do you feel like you're moving? Do you see a fucking curve? But when you touch fire, don't that shit burn? Cause you feel it. All you globalists some bitches, we just telling you the truth. Flat earthers, we the realest. And we get laughed at cause we ain't stupid like you niggas. The government pimps and y'all suck their penis. The sun not 3 million miles away. Get the fuck out of here. I see that bitch every day. It's inside the fucking firmament, the way it's in the Bible. You hate me, I don't give a fuck, you my rival. Rainbows prove it's a dome, bitch. Sundogs prove it's a dome, bitch. The sun and the moon in the dome, bitch. In this water, a butterfucking dome, bitch. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks.
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive, programming our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me?
About the aliens,
Stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory. Funny thing, force and love.
Hey, truth seekers, welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories. And there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantean Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well spoken and very well written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing. We got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, like mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on it or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And then you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care, as George Carlin said. They're all fairly not connected, so not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. That's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true. And so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, tell us a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people and the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers. And, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along. But it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I started actually got into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix kind of event that got me into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence like you were talking about, and you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA, you've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you, you've seen the globe on the desk for years, but in fact the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images, sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window. So they've used many different tricks throughout the years, but NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And it's, when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows and you can see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet and higher, out both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact they're just seeing the curvature of the glass because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp, and sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, you know, that it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, you know, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason, Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You know, you name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, heavy, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility they kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and become central, and sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Yeah, gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you know, you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. But again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive, why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we are completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So this like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary, helicopters as well. You'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so, relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay. But they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions. And if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination and ready to come down. at 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing or talking. Sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. What I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economic side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there seemed to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, and, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial, monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing. And like you have to be like this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And the same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models, and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the Electric Universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons, 500 years ago or whatever. And before that, it was fairly understood you were on the flat Earth. Then something happened. Some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory, and that's why I'm attracted to it. Maybe it's that physical law of attraction or whatever. I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So, thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a million comments down below. And, I have this one, there's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this, because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself, they say. And, it's usually some little loser. And I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything. And he's like watching you because, he's never done anything. So he's got to watch everything you're doing. And they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk. You're a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really to science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And hey, don't get me wrong, I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you can debunk a little bit from the flat Earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it, and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point, set it in the middle. You can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west, the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water. but in fact it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth as you're told. The horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude or on a clearer day or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're, like, the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one, too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one, in my opinion, and I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane, which seems insane to me. And maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this. I've been looking it up. And I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance, that if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And,
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away. And so they tell us that this spinning ball Earth model is that the magnetism of the ball Earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift. So the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. Well, I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least I don't know what we'd need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. Right. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So If you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boylan. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane, and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers, examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government started, and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence, but I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. Man, the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So there's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat Earth. So, for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society, of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous. And they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me. And so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side. And we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry? They've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time. And if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah. Like you said on the dollar bill, the mono eye, that's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN, their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And, there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon, and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actor-nauts or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority, and so you have to go to them, you have to watch their documentaries, you have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you got to prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me, please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little NLP stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness, the vacuum of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. And how does gravity pull you back to the Earth but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they said that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. So, but what does NASA tell you when you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So, I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who again was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station. And I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy like 45 years ago just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop into like this little tinfoil thing and then float in outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon? Like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, then come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? And if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky's still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. And from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. But no, one's really big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size. And the horizon is flat, and the earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical, terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter, because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there's probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves the flat earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier that ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there.